Hey there, Dbloc. XRP looks like it's in a bit of an inverse cup and handle. Just completing the handle.
Well, I'm going to the store right now, and I'm leaving it in a long, so hopefully I see something good when I get back.
Yeah, we invalidated that cup and handle, looks like.
We out here.
We're breaking the resistance right now. What volume, guys?
I was wondering when the market maker is going to step in.
That green vector, we're gonna have to come back down and get it.
Yeah, in the bear market.
Yeah, you never know. They've been letting the Bears run this thing for weeks though, so it could skip a few on the way up. What did Dbloc say? Usually, if it's bullish enough, they'll just try to recover half of it.
Yeah. And you do usually come back and retest the resistance, the breakout of the resistance, so that would close it out.
Yeah, resistance looks like it's like about halfway through the vector gap we just closed. So what are we thinking? They gonna hit us with some tomfooleries?
Nah, I think it's looking good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that thing, well, that dip back down to 79.2 last night was maybe the Tom stuff. I closed most of my positions when I fell asleep. I think it was we were still in the gap, so that turned out to be a good decision.
Never
You
fall
were
asleep,
in some
never fall
shorts?
asleep, guys. When you
No,
when you
I was in just those other like same three we've been playing, pretty much XRP. I had some some H bar. Yeah, I ran them up, and I mean small positions, but I woke up today, we were still on a nice pullback, so I added some stuff like probably an hour before all this. And there we go. There's the measured move.
we are heading towards 85,500.
Let's go.
Rockets, rockets.
What have I told you earlier? Let's wait the market to unfold, guys. Seems on 24 hours time frame, shorts are being wrecked. 283 million shorts lost, and longs are 477 million. Hey there, Dbloc.
What's the word, good people?
A bit bullish, a bit bullish.
I was bullish up until now.
Target 1 is hit. Target 2 is 86.5. Might have to dance around a little bit here for a minute before we get it though. But our vector is going.
Yeah, today I was bearish, then bullish and bearish and bullish, and now I'm bearish again. Yeah, baby.
That was a dangerous game to be playing yesterday.
I know. Starting to love it a little too much. Gotta be careful. Getting my fix over here.
How are you people? Europe closed and America is not collapsing? Interesting.
I peeled 20% off on that measured move, guys. Just heads up.
On the long position, Dbloc.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm still waiting for the 90,000. That's my entire target.
Now we go
For
for
the next-
CME.
85.6.
Yeah, 86.4. 86.4 is the close.
Oh, okay.
But that, you know, don't forget it's $1,000 higher on their chart, so I think your number lines up too.
On the CME charts.
Yeah. Like if you want CME to go to 86, our Bitcoin will only go to 85.
Oh, it's a delay between prices.
No, there's delay on the chart if you don't have the CME data package. You have like you see data 15 minutes ago, but even without delay, sometimes there's a premium where Bitcoin is just more expensive on CME than on Binance.
Understood.
Sometimes there's not though. Like you don't always have a premium, but you can compare, for example, the lowest point we reached, right? Like on my exchange on futures contract, we reached 76,500. Now, if you look at the CME chart, did it go to 76.5? I'm gonna guess no.
Well, yesterday we were arguing between 69 and 65, so I think arguing between 86 and 85 is a bit of an improvement in sentiment. Last night the argument was, no, your number's not low enough. My number's the right one.
That hasn't changed. If you get rejected at 90K, then you'll just come back to make a low again. I don't think it's going to be a dead cat bounce this time around, but the probability is very low that it's not a dead cat bounce. Most likely it will be. But, low probability, higher returns.
If the market structure is not broken at 69,000, then we are still in a bullish trend overall for the entire market.
Well, you know what? I was looking at that, and I think it can still technically just a little bit be broken because you have a pivot point. The previous pivot point,
guys, it's not acting like that can bounce.
68,300. There's like a previous pivot point, so I was thinking even there, just a little bit below 69, if it goes down that close.
To break the uptrend, you need a new low below 48K to call it a lower low. Like anything above 48 is just a higher low. Yeah. We expect Bitcoin to bounce from the previous high. The previous high is 74. We made a new high at 110. We're crazily expecting it to bounce without even going to the previous high. But a trend, normally, you can come even close to your low. As long as it's a higher low, you're still in an uptrend. Huh? And
yeah, to me, the daily showing kind of like a big curve, rounded top that I don't think has finished. It's the daily showing that even if we do pick up a little bit of pace here, it's going to be very tough to get through the 84,200, 84,300 resistance from February 26th.
Pointing going up today because there are sell orders. Like we had nothing on the way up. Now there's a few walls here. It's nothing major though. Yeah, it's actually not a lot. But you have 50 Bitcoin at 83, 50 Bitcoin at 83.5, 60 Bitcoin at 84, 80 Bitcoin at 85, 80 Bitcoin at 85.5. Like there are orders to fill by going up. Now, if we can't fill them because everything is going down, we can't fill them. But there's a point in going up.
Dbloc, can we see the VWAP at the 4-hour time frame? Maybe it could help us, or?
And the real sell wall is 87,250, 87,250.
I just got to know one thing.
And then you have 1,000 Bitcoin at 90K. That's.
And I lost my other chart.
Juicy, can you translate for me?
Translate what?
What is the meaning of sacre bleu?
Can you repeat?
Sacre bleu.
I think that's a cake. Sounds like that.
I'm not sure I understood, honestly.
Like sacre bleu.
Chocolate bleu?
Chocolate bleu.
I don't know. Sacre bleu. Oh, it's got some. It's like football stuff, no?
I don't know. I felt like that was a thing I always heard growing up. I thought it was French.
It is. I'm just not understanding with your English accent.
Yeah, I do have a mumbling mumbling problem. Yeah. Was it that was like a Pepe Le Pew thing, right? Sac le bleu.
Pepe Le
Sacré
Pew.
bleu. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm probably butchering that.
Let's go, Moon Boys.
The Bollinger Bands and all, like, we broke everything, man. I guess not on bigger time frames. Can we get inside the hourly Bollinger Band again, or how does
Moon
that
Boys.
work?
We're Doom Boys here, baby. Say that. Yeah, I'm gonna come up with a new clique. We're called the Doom Boys.
Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Let's get those money back into our pockets.
How close we came to invalidating that inverse head and shoulders last night.
Yeah, that was a beautiful one. The shoulders were very small, but it played out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reached, well, now we reached the measured move and all.
Yeah.
Damn, your stream is full, Dbloc.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people in here
That can
recently.
leave. There's no way to increase the maximum?
No, somebody else would have to stream my screen. Like somebody that's watching would just have to stream their screen, and then it would open up sort of a second one.
Say that 5 times in a row.
Gloomy said 1 second. He's on it.
Stream the screen. Stream the
Appreciate
screen.
you, Gloomy. You guys see where we pivoted from, right?
From the depths of hell.
See what day we pivoted, right?
'11th of March, 10th of March.
You guys have anybody else telling you this was a false move yesterday? Wondering?
1 hour late to pivot, no?
No, pivoted on Monday.
No. 11 March 0030 UTC, so we're
Pivoted
technically
on
Tuesday at the low.
Monday. You are French, sir.
Well, 11
Monday
March
at 20.
is Tuesday. It's not.
It's the 11th. It's the 10th. March 10th. 2045.
No, well,
Yeah,
I'm
on
looking at the
US time
15.
frame.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
UTC is different.
Well, normally in trading we use UTC. That's when the daily candle closes and all.
Oh my god,
And
my chart says
the-
Monday, so we pivoted on Monday. Like, are we gonna argue time frames now? If my chart says it's Monday when we got the bottom, then that means that to me we pivoted on Monday.
You're right, but
Thank you.
the lowest point was reached on 11 March at 0045. So technically on Tuesday, right?
Not on my chart.
Yeah, your
Well-
US time frame and Zeus is European time frame. That's why it's the.
But I'm
No,
trying
he's
to
UTC
explain.
too.
Yeah, no,
No.
UTC is
I'm
11,
UTC.
Yeah, 11 March. UTC is 11 March.
Yeah, UTC is 11 March, and so the daily, the daily closed. We went a bit lower, and then we pivoted. So we pivoted at the daily close.
I would say it's GMT.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
it is also
trading-
GMT. Yeah, USD.
global is UTC. That's what like the global time is for internet time.
And the daily closes when UTC reaches 00. For everybody, it doesn't matter where you live.
I wonder if you're living on the moon, what would be the time?
I wonder if you're living on Doom. What would be the time?
Just 15 minutes later.
Yo, some of y'all better buy the dip soon. Just throwing it out there because y'all are playing with fire.
Man, I keep on buying this, but I keep on shaving, and I'm actually not shaving. I'm just tossing them off the river every little pump we get. No, I'm just waiting for the dip. I'm gonna buy again.
The other interesting stuff is that we couldn't go all the way down to 78 when we had the sell-off this morning. Well, when New York opened, right? At New York Open, people sold, and we bounced from 79, which is not even golden pocket of the up move. Golden pocket would have been 78.5. We bounced from the 441.
Donor with 5 gifties. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. Let's go. Smash the like button.
Welcome to all the new members. Let me grab some coffee. I'll be right back.
So Monday false move down, 3 days up. Tuesday, Wednesday, that's Thursday, right? You know what would be cool if Bitcoin bottomed on the 11th, topping on the 5th of April would be pretty cool.
$68,450. Just enough to go a little bit below everybody's support line of the bull market.
Yeah, possibly. But as long as we're above 78, I cannot be bearish. We're in a downtrend. This is going down. Time to bet up.
Yeah, the daily's telling me that this up move's not going to last too long.
Well, to do is dump 5% and we're back below 78. It couldn't. It tried today. It couldn't. Maybe it will try again later. Maybe it will create a bigger upward ABC and then go down from there. You know. How about, yeah, that 80 Dbloc's target is cool. That CME gap and all. 86, 85, somewhere there. Yeah. Maybe even get some attempt at breaking 90k resistance. There's 1,000 Bitcoin there now. It's going to be hard to break. But it would still be a lower high. I could still count it as a dead cat bounce. You know, when Bitcoin was at 78k the first time, the only question was, are we going to just get a dead cat bounce at 95? Well, it's what we got. I think this time around, it's a bit similar. You know, are we just going to get a lower high and retrace again?
Yeah, when it looks more like a cat bounce, but the cat seemed to be halfway alive or something. Like it did something. It did a backflip.
For now, this is not. This is just like a bit technical bounce. No, we dropped so much lately on the stock market. It's now going flat, and Bitcoin also reached well defined support around 78 now. So it's it's just breathing up a bit. Like we can't even call it a dead cat bounce for now. Like you need to at least. I mean, maybe we can start calling it a bounce once you're above 85, 86. Yeah.
I think we need to stop. I think we need to stop calling them dead cat bounces for people that are grieving and they lost their feline creatures. Like I know Dbloc lost his feline creature not too long ago. Rest in peace. All cats go to heaven.
That crypto bounces.
We should call them
that crypto.
Should call them Schrodinger's cat bounces because we don't know what they are until they happen.
Yeah, Schrodinger's cat bounce. That's kind of tough to say though.
I think continuation of the same.
Cat.
Like Shrocat. Yeah, I like that Shrocat bounce.
It's just continuation of the same trend, right? When you're unable to shift the trend, you're just continuing the same downtrend. So here the target is 95 at least to call it an uptrend.
Yeah, but we will not reach 95,000 because we have some sell walls at around 89,000, 90,500, maybe 90,800.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. How to put it? Like the volume that created this
Downtrend.
break of support. Yeah, it's roughly 30,000 Bitcoin being market sold. So, a buy wall of 1,000 Bitcoin. A sell wall of 1,000 is doable.
Yeah, if it's absorbed by the buyers in such a high prices at 90,000, 91,000, yeah, we can go higher, but it depends.
Maximum FOMO, you see 3,000 positive CVD, and maximum bearishness is more like 10,000 negative. Negative. I don't know. People can be more bearish than bullish. But no, it's actually good news that there's now resistance at 90K, right? Because it means bulls can buy Bitcoin. They're not gonna pump price too much. It'll just go up 5%, and that's it. Talking about buys, people are still pressing sell. Price is going up, but overall we have still negative CVD today. So still bearish order flow. We've had some nice positive candles, like 82,500. We had a big buy there, or roughly 200 Bitcoin market bought. It's probably gonna change if we start attacking this sell area. You're gonna see CVD become positive and maybe go to a positive 1,000, and that should be enough to take out all these orders. If we decide to go down, well, the first buy wall is now higher than the previous low, so new limit orders have appeared higher. We have a buy wall at 78, which we broke yesterday. Well, it reappeared. We also have 78,500 with 120 Bitcoin, 79K, 79.5. Like support is becoming stronger at the same time as we're creating resistance at 90K. And the big buy is 75 still. Like, that hasn't moved either, with 350 Bitcoin at 75. Oh, maybe we could make everybody happy. Pump to 90K, fill the guy, come back down to 75, fill the other guy, and then get a bounce again towards all-time highs. Just create a bigger ABC here. We'd need this B up to be slower, though. Not just spike up and then quickly down. So it has enough time to break the downward angular. I don't know. By the end of March. More than in the coming 2 days. We've seen maximum panic twice.
You know how good things come in threes, usually.
Yeah,
sometimes,
I know. That's why. Yeah, but that's why I say a bigger ABC, right? Like,
sometimes bad things come in threes too. But check out the 4-hour chart right now, and maybe look at the dips we had on February 25th. Then we had another dip lower low on February 26th, 27th, and then another third dip lower low on the 28th dip. So I think we're doing a repeated pattern, but we're making a lower low. So we did the first dip on the 9th and yesterday. Now we just completed the second dip, and I think we're going to do a third lower dip.
If you count the 7th, though, on the 7th we had a nice dip too, right? So your first big sell is on the 7th, the second big sell is on the 10th, and the last big sell is on the 11th. I am biased, of course, holding long from 78.
Yeah, Drew. Yeah, Drew, I was seeing the same thing, and the stochastic RSI could potentially match up to what you're saying. But
So is the Ukraine war over then?
You're right, Drew. I don't think so. Well, maybe a ceasefire, but that war isn't over.
They just announced a ceasefire or something.
Yeah.
But
You know,
Drew, if we
it would
break
be
84, then we don't make a lower high. So I think that would invalidate that.
Yeah. If we get above even here 83,200, it would kind of invalidate it.
It would be beautiful if we bottom on the 12th of March, which is tomorrow, right? Because 5 years ago exactly we had COVID and it was a big dip to buy, and maybe that'll bring some traders. They'll be like,
maybe that will readjust and shift a 4-year cycle into a 5-year cycle. Ooh.
Well, it's instead of having well, these are black swans. Nobody knew that Trump would put tariffs. Oh, damn, everybody knew, actually. We could have priced in all of this. Instead of pumping, we could have dumped when Trump got elected. But no, we decided to pump. When you think about it, that didn't make sense, right? Because we knew he would put tariffs, but still we pressed buy. And now prices are going down, and we're saying it's because of Trump, but we also pressed buy because of Trump. Oh, I love how rational this all is. Anyway, I'll shut up. But most markets are now below 5th of November election results. Bitcoin is not, so it's strong. Tesla definitely is. SPY, Nasdaq, whatever. Like most charts are. Are there any alts doing good? I bought a few shitcoins. I'm not watching them because I don't feel like watching them. No, Doge is around 16 cents still. I wouldn't call doing good. I wouldn't call that doing good. But hey, it's not going down in the last 8 hours, 12 hours, or 24 hours, or 18 hours. So not down equals good at this point.
Yeah, everything's getting a nice little pump this last few, half hour. But
Thief,
I don't know.
if it's still not above the 15-minute 200, I mean, come on, you can. You can't even do that. Damn. Bitcoin is above the 200 on the 15. We now have breakout traders longing 82k. Maybe we're gonna need to stop them out and all that.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit on the sideline for this.
But maybe
I'll
not.
be right back. Be back.
Nasdaq turned green a few hours ago, so did SPY. Dixie is just, yeah, it's going down. I guess the dollar is being replaced by the yuan and the yen.
I'm back, yo.
Hell yeah, man. Back from the store, and I hit my take profit on that long.
Nice.
$125.
Nice, GG's.
Cool.
Now I just need to.
Prices? Is it over?
Well, I need to make 25 more to cover the short that I effed up on. Cool.
All good, bro. It's part of the
Yeah,
game.
that's what I've noticed with crypto is if you put a stop loss in and leave the trade, you come back, it's green. If you fall asleep on the trade with no stop loss, you get wiped.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys a question. Do you think he'll get up to?
I think we're going to
84?
86.4. We're going to close that CME gap at 86.4.
Nice.
I like the confidence.
Very authoritative. Oh, it's going to do that.
Yeah, I try. I try not to
though.
predict what Bitcoin is doing. I've kind of err on the side of just telling it what I want it to do. It seems to be
When you
more
know, you know.
effective.
But it's the only thing we control, right? What we're gonna do, not what Bitcoin's gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, all jokes aside, it's if this then that. Right? Not There's no crystal balls here.
Because we got balls of steel.
Damn right. Might be a little dented the past couple weeks. Might have a couple dings in them, but they're there.
Ooh, big sell at the top. Price is not moving down; it's being absorbed. But that's a big sell.
I got Kevlar balls. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
We have resistance appearing at resistance before resistance. So that's kind of cool. It's getting matched. Someone just dumped 250 Bitcoin. Price didn't move a single dollar lower. So, oh.
Oh, he got more. He got more. Don't worry.
Yeah, like 250 Bitcoin is more than the whole size of the sell walls that are resting here. So we should see a bit of reaction.
Even if the CME close wasn't there, I'd be targeting the psychological high and low. So the fact that they're sitting on top of each other underneath vector gaps surrounded by liquidations makes it an easy call for me.
But the psychological is 90k, no?
No.
85 is a psychological, no?
Psychological high and low of the week.
Mic check.
Oh, this
Oh
week,
no,
you mean?
Woony? Yeah, this week.
I'm good. I know yesterday I was having trouble with my mic. I don't know. Hey, what's this? Loomis is trying to pass a bill for the reserve
what's
where they
today's
buy
date?
a million Bitcoin.
It's today, right? Did it happen already? Shit, I just noticed it's
I'm
the
not
11th.
sure. I didn't even know it was almost 3 o'clock, man. The time change has me all screwed up.
Guys, anybody know when this Loomis meeting is? Has it happened already or nah? I'm guessing no.
Justin, U.S.
check.
Congressman Nick to introduce strategic Bitcoin reserve legislation in the House today to buy 1 million Bitcoin.
Yeah,
The
they're
bill already
pushing the
has
bill.
6 co-sponsors. When is the?
Of course, you need exit liquidity at 90k.
I don't know if it already happened.
So are they just passing the bill to make those purchases? They're not actually making the purchases.
It's got to be approved. Congress controls the purse.
How much
So
money is that?
the first step is putting the bill through. Once they approve it, then they release the funds. The president can't. The president doesn't control the purse. That's why when the president announced, he said there would be no Bitcoin buying because they didn't want to step on Congress's toes. If you go in there and you promise to buy and Congress hasn't agreed, when you push that bill through Congress, they're going to slap it down. So you've got to play the game. You've got to play the political game where you make them feel important, let them know, okay, this is on you. I'm not overstepping my bounds.
The simple fact that Congress is going to discuss buying Bitcoin is crazy. But,
Yeah.
1 million of them. Holy, that's a lot of dough, man.
Supposed to be 1 million Bitcoin over the next 5 years.
IPS, Jesus. Gotta wait that long. It should be just
You
every.
think they're gonna
Hey,
even
the
list
best.
it yet
Listen,
and
the
DCA?
very best trade in Bitcoin is a 5-year DCA, no matter what point you start. So it kind of makes sense, right? 4-year cycle plus
Price.
1,
Yeah, they'll stop buying in the bear market.
and they'll end up getting to the end of that 5 years at the top of the bull.
Yep.
But they're not supposed to sell any for 30 years, and if they do sell any, it's supposed to go directly to pay off the debt. At least that's what's in the bill. We'll see how it comes out the other side, because they tend to butcher these things to get deals. But it seems like they've got it seems like they have all the dems they need.
With all the DeFi applications that exist, and now they're building on top of Taproot and everything, they're going to find so many ways to use it as collateral, and it's going to be just like they have liquid
Oh, they
money,
never
which
said
has
that they won't. They never said that they wouldn't collateralize the Bitcoin.
exactly. So
That's
I think that could be
1,000%.
able to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1,000%. They could easily collateralize the Bitcoin and then use that money. If they were smart, they'd collateralize the Bitcoin and use that money to buy more Bitcoin, and then collateralize that Bitcoin and use that money to buy more Bitcoin, and jump
Oh
on
my
the
God.
Michael Saylor train and stop bullshitting.
Fractalize.
Yep.
Fractalize your fractals.
Deception.
Last time Bitcoin did a
It's
downtrend,
blocked, bro.
we blamed it on Germany selling Bitcoin. What are we blaming it on this time?
Arabs.
We didn't blame
Uh,
Germany. Germany literally sold 50,000 Bitcoin, or actually more
Yeah,
than
but
that.
yeah, I mean, it was because of Germany selling
On
Bitcoin.
market.
Nobody matching those sales. So in the blockchain, is there a signature like that of this downtrend? Like which wallet exited most, I guess? Or
This-
is it a government wallet? Or?
It's Binance, bro.
Binance sold? Okay.
Oh my God.
A lot. After that hack, too.
I need you to
the
come
hack,
around more often, Zusi.
The hack.
No, I remember
also,
that you were putting Binance sales to buy BNB, right?
Yeah,
So
and all the
buy
shitty
BNB.
tweet from CZ trolling us while he was dumping on us and everything.
And then North Korea dumping too after they've hacked.
It just says today, man. What time though? She's gonna announce.
It said somebody in chat said it was at 8:45 this morning. Give me a second and I'll scroll through Twitter and see. If you go to her page, you should see it. If they had
I
the
was on her
meetings.
page. I didn't see anything. That was 2 hours ago. Loomis will reintroduce the Bitcoin Act in the United States today, in the United States Senate today. So they didn't have it yet. They posted that 2 hours ago.
Okay. I'm with it. This is what we like to see, man. The president did his job. Now it's time for the senators and the congressmen to get in there and push it to get the money okayed. And then we're good money. Time to go.
Bitcoin for America will be private and closed to the press. Select sessions, including Saylor's keynote, will be live streamed. Oh, I know that was the other thing. Never mind. I'm reading the wrong thing.
Anybody seen that picture of Michael Saylor from that crypto conference? Where he's literally got his head in his hands and he's like, oh, it's like the most frustrated look ever. And he's in the background, and in the foreground is the trophy. Like somebody framed that picture perfectly, bro. It's so crazy. You see the trophy on one corner and you see Michael Saylor in the back, like, what the hell are we doing?
He's like, enough of this shit coinery, there is no second best.
All I know is
Think our
after all of that
favorite-
bullshit, the United States better cheat to win that trophy. I'm talking juice. We want to need to juice our team up. Do everything. Break all the rules. We need a Russia style Olympics.
BNB BTC is Interesting, though. If you say CZ sold Bitcoin to buy BNB,
Yeah, what happened on what
it's
happened
still
to?
dropping.
Because it got smacked hard with everything else. But BNB is interesting though.
Yeah, that 5,500 satoshis area.
And we see how
Well, now
much
that CZ
further.
is done doing that, maybe this can just go to support.
Yeah, I guess it was live 5 hours ago. Bitcoin for America.
I'll see if I can find the recording. We'll watch the
March
recording if
11th.
anything.
It never doesn't tell me what time it was though.
Was it recorded or was it like backdoor sort of meeting?
I don't know. It says it was backdoors, but there was something with Sailor was streamed. Stream below. Let me see. I got a YouTube link that I found on Twitter. Let me see. It just says
Honestly, I wouldn't expect BNB to outperform Bitcoin before it. Maybe he did that to prevent BNB getting below 5,000 satoshis.
It was very
Because after that,
convenient timing.
it's a huge dump.
It
to
didn't
1,000
didn't
satoshis.
pump, but the dump slowed down.
found a stream on Twitter. Bitcoin Policy Institute.
He avoided an 80% drop.
Excuse me, guys. We're at the resistance that we fell from. Right, this is the resistance we couldn't get over. We capitulated from, so we want to get above that. We still need to build some more sell-side liquidity here.
I want to know what was said at this meeting.
It's a reaction to that big sell. It should, yeah.
Nowadays, no news is good news, right?
They're speaking called the Bitcoin Policy Institute, BPI.
So when is Trump sick and just doesn't
Never.
talk too much for a few days?
It's the healthiest man on the planet, bro. I don't know what kind of top shelf drugs they got this guy on, but I hope that when I get to his age, that they're readily available for me too, because
he's pretty old, so not a bad sickness, but can't he be just a bit tired for a few days and
man doesn't get
stop
tired,
drinking
bro. He's
blood
been
or whatever
on.
he's
He's been online. He's been live streaming online It's like a subathon on Twitch. Like my man's literally been on all day, every day for the past 3 weeks, in one way or the other. Takes a lot of energy for a man that age.
at this divergence.
Takes a lot of energy for a man our age. Much
It's
less.
like a perpetual mobile.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's all the preservatives and the McDonald's that have just kept him young or something. Like I have no idea. And then he eats like crazy. He eats like a 17-year-old. Yeah, let's just say there's a lot of good, probably stem cells and a lot of good stuff coursing through his system. I'm not mad at it. I just want him to refine that shit and put it out on the market because I need some of whatever that is.
You think fundamentally that Congress stuff is bullish enough to break 110?
The problem with Congress is the fighting, right? If we can get a smooth pass, then it would be bullish, yeah. But if it's gotta go into committee and they argue back and forth, and then we gotta hear the opposing side
With amendments
just
and all.
shilling, and it gets dragged out. We don't really want that. From what it sounds like, I think there's enough Dems on board to have a clean pass.
And we know when is the vote?
No, they just introduced, I believe, I have to double check, but I'm wondering if they introduced another bill besides the Cynthia Loomis bill. For right now, there's only one bill. That's the Loomis bill. That's the one we want. 30-year hold, $5 million over the next 5 years. The Bitcoin gets purchased as the first thing that comes out of the budget at the beginning of every bullish, every year.
Trump didn't tweet at macro SR. He tweeted at 85K, right? So, if like, what would be the most bullish outcome of good news is to have it at resistance, not at local SR, I guess.
Like I was saying yesterday, man, there's so much macroeconomic shit and so many news-driven catalysts that the chart, the long-term chart, meaning our resistances and supports and our structures, don't mean as much to me right now. Small intraday movements, charting these type of movements, yeah. But I mean, good luck. Draw a line on the chart. Let the wrong tweet come out tomorrow. Like, that's the environment that we're in, just because everybody's so emotional. Not that the tweets are really important or the news events are really important, but the reactions that we're getting to them are ridiculous. Like, literally, the bottom of FTX, bottom of COVID, where we thought everybody was going to die, it wasn't this dark. They've done a very good job of fighting the market. Let's just put it like that. Time-based capitulation after time-based capitulation, sprinkled in with a couple drops, slaughtering the alts. Yeah, they cooked up a crazy gumbo.
Do you think we can draw a new wake of accumulation in this area?
Right now, we're just at a pivot, guys. We're not even to the point that we can talk about setting an accumulation or a reaccumulation zone yet. Right now, we're trying to get away from these bottoms, set a pivot, and get back above prior support. That's where we'll accumulate. If we can get back over 85 and hold, this is where we'll accumulate.
That's not hard. That's...
Yeah, I mean, it's not.
The same way
These
you had
aren't Moonboy. These aren't like Moonboy
confidence,
targets, guys. We're still down in the 80s.
It's just 2%.
So, yeah. Don't confuse this for one of those channels that's going to pump you with hopium and shit when everybody's feeling bad. We're still in the depths of this. But we'll get out of it one level at a time.
We're below the hourly average, we're below the 4 hour, we're below the daily, we're below, we're just above the 15, that's all. Daily EMA is at 85.8.
Indy, we just came off of a drop, though. Like, where do you expect to see the accumulation? We have to let it play out.
Well, we have an ABC zigzag, right? Like down, up, down already. So, well, 78K is going to be your support.
I'll tell you one thing. Had we come down to 76 and ran an accumulation at 76 and had time-based capitulation at yeah, I don't want that. Yeah, I want to get away from these lows. And then we can worry about accumulating. But you need to take sentiment into consideration. Because we might be okay, right? We might be some salty, sort of already roughed up traders, but everybody's shook right now.
I am shook too. It's normal. Price goes down, up, down. Account value goes crazy stuff happening around here.
Yeah, but you can't let the green candles and red candles change your emotions, though. I'm not talking about your thoughts. I'm talking about like emotions.
Yeah.
Like people are super emotional.
Speaking of which, how y'all doing?
What's going on, bro?
Yeah, man, I jumped in here. I just want to ask, I'm feeling a little down, bro. But what do you think about the shape of this move here? Cause
you broke up, bro.
Yeah, it was a dump truck. I didn't want to. But yeah, I woke up this morning, got kind of yoked around a little bit. I decided to call it quits because of mental health, and I got to get to work and all that. And then I see this move. I'm demo trading it, killing it in the demo. But I'm looking at the move, man. I'm seeing like an 86 might hit a resistance, or this thing is just about to just do its thing. What do you think,
Nah,
man?
don't. That's. I'm glad you said that because that's a good example, and I'm not singling you out because the way it's common how you're thinking, but the panic from yesterday, the we're going to 60s, the bear market, this is definitely a bear market. That panic in this type of move turns into I'm gonna get left behind. Oh shit, I'm gonna get left behind. We're just closing the CME gap. There's gonna be ups, there's gonna be downs. We'll come back down into this range. If we leave some vectors up to CME gap, we're gonna come back down to 80s, 83, 82, put in a higher low. We're at a co-equal top right now. So if we came down right now and put in a higher low, then we'd just be building out. We'd just be fractaling out. But everybody's like ends are so fried right now, right? That any sort of stimulus just like sends shocks. We just gotta chill out just a little bit.
Thanks for saying that, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
man,
everybody's in the same place, bro. We're all underwater, bro. We're all underwater. Even me that de-risked, some of the governance tokens that I got smashed. So trust me, everybody's in the same boat right now.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you, man. Because it was definitely emotional for me. Especially like I said, I called it. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to demo trade it. I can't put funds on this. But yeah, thank you.
You're right to step away though when you feel like that. So it was smart that you opened up a demo trade. Still scratch the itch, right? Because it feels irresponsible to not be trading something right now, but backed far enough away to where you can chill out. And sometimes the best trade really is no trade, guys.
Yeah, I took some stabs at it this morning, and as you can see, the price action. And I'm really just upset with myself because I don't want to.
You got caught here when it came back down to the Head and Shoulders invalidation and bounced off of it.
Yeah, I got 8 up there, but the big reason is I had a position from the night before, but I'm like, I'm so in my head about take profits. I probably should have took a partial. Instead, I closed the whole trade. You know what I mean? And then I'm looking at, I'm like, oh, I could have kept that position.
Nah, I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not mad at it, bro. You broke the 50. I mean, what's crazy is on the 15-minute, the 30 never crossed, but on the 5-minute, you got negative momentum shift and everything. The only thing that would have saved you in that trade is if you were playing the inverse Head and Shoulders and you really waited for the invalidation. But to be fair, I mean, you would have given back some gains at that point, especially if you're on leverage, right? That was a 3% drop to the invalidation from its top. It's a rough one, bro. It's a rough one. Pretty sure you're not the only one that got shaken out right there, yeah.
I can stop calling myself an idiot. No, I'm just joking.
Well, we might be idiots, but, maybe this specific trade isn't what points to that fact. I think we're all a little dumb, though.
All right, yeah. I'm going to take maybe a day or two off. Just decompress.
Just let it cook, man. We got clear sort of target right now. Market maker's going to want to close that CME. But once that's taken care of, we really do have to just take the temperature of the market. Right? I don't think just because we go up from 76 to 80. I mean, how many times, guys, in the past 2 months, how many times have we made a $10,000 move off of a false move week beginning? Like, we keep doing it over and over, but we also keep coming back down. So we can't let the fact that it recovered, take away all the safety nets, right? You gotta take this easy. Like I said, any news story that comes out right now, there's any number of news stories across at least 3 or 4 narratives that if they come out at the wrong time, we can give all of this back.
Honestly, I'm gonna start trading the UK session. I've been trading this New York session, and it's just been
It's for the
horrible.
birds.
Yeah,
I've
but it's
had
because of money flow. You know, currently money is really exiting America to go back overseas, and it is
Just in
political stuff.
general,
You know.
UK session is the smoothest session to trade. For the most part, I promise you, UK tends to trend in one direction. Whether it's up or down, if you take a trade in the first hour, it tends to ride.
That's not typically the case. You know, typically money is not exiting America to go elsewhere.
No, I'm saying it has nothing to do with the money exiting one place or another. It has to do with how market maker trades in UK. They're not very volatile.
You
They
see it
tend
in
to
the
set a trend.
currencies. There's big movements in the currencies. The Dixie index is very volatile right now.
Yeah, it'd be cool if you could stop announcing other people being live in my chat, though, passive. I mean, Jason Casper is cool and all, but you could just kind of click it on and watch it on your own, right?
All right, let's choose schematic 2. That way we don't need a spring and I don't need another stop loss. There you go. Is that cheating? I mean, there's 2 wake up schematics, right? You have number 1 and number 2. I think number 2 is fits better my agenda.
Yeah. Nah, you can look at a million different. Yeah, you should look at a million different perspectives. I'm just saying, don't advertise it in my stream.
Oh, what?
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Oh. No, you're right. It's way too early to call it accumulation.
Nah, not yet. We're just on a read. I mean, just barely. We don't even have. This is more of a V shape than a W, but I guess you could pull some
You know,
sort
this
of
is
W.
supposed to be on the daily. It's supposed to be on the daily wake up anywhere. But if you go 1 hour, there's a few arguments.
No, there's people tracking 3-minute Wyckoffs, bro. I've seen it. I've seen it. Driving themselves crazy.
You know that 95k push? It could be like your first.
Yeah. No, passive. Don't do that, bro. Don't go on other
Accumulation
people's
zone.
streams and tell them I'm live. It's just not good etiquette. I appreciate it though, but it's just not good YouTube etiquette.
There's a vector that didn't get filled on the 1 minute. Maybe we're trying to clear that up real quick.
15-minute too. I mean, we can come down and test the 50 here. And clear this 15-minute vector down at 816, 815. I prefer to hold above, but the market doesn't care what I want, right?
Can we do something about dominance?
I don't like the way it's consolidating at resistance.
Is that hammer still working, Dbloc?
I mean, so far it's held it down overnight at least, but we'll see. Maybe I should move the. I mean, do this.
Yeah, play with the magnet.
Yeah. Magnet got
Change
a little
it.
bit too far, is what it was.
Oh yeah.
In the Asian session tends to consolidate. They tend to set a range, usually between like 1 or 2%, unless there's some real shenanigans going on with the whales. But when Asian market makers are in control, they keep that session really tight. And when UK market makers are in control, they tend to trend in one direction. Mind you, UK whales, Asian whales can change, you know, that whole thing. We're talking about under normal circumstances.
What Dbloc? What's the range in Asian session? 1%,
Usually like
or?
1 to 2%.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. When it's a really nice tight range, then you can kind of expect the rest of the day to play out. You know, you can expect UK to trend. But we've had major dips and major pumps during Asia too.
One thing I've kind of noticed is that when CME pauses at 5 o'clock Eastern from 5 to 6, usually if it pumps when the CME futures are paused, usually when it kicks back at 6 o'clock,
It'll come
sometimes the
back for it.
trend seems to continue. Yeah.
If they get far enough away from it, yeah, the daily CME gaps really aren't as big of a pull as the weekly one, right? The weekly one is the one that a lot of people aim towards.
Last week I was playing the RTH gap and it was working out great. This week it has not, but last week it was working out pretty good for me. They was going right for that gap right at market open.
Yeah.
But it's just different. It's really unpredictable. But my trades I've been taking when UK opens has been far more successful than when New York opens. I've just about quit the New York session until they get this stuff under control.
Yeah. UK brings the volatility, but it's really for the short-term traders. It's for like the
Absolutely.
super aggressive in
Yeah.
and out traders.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're UK based, that's perfect, Indy. And you can get your trading done during the UK session and call it a day. Maybe take some good volatility or like high volume trades during New York just for shits and giggles, but the daily bread has been made by that time. I'm on the East Coast, so I've got to stay up until Asia's done, and then I set my trades on in UK, go to sleep, and when I wake up, they either hit my take profit or they hit my stop loss.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm on the Eastern time zone also, and it's the same thing. But this morning I got my trade in, got out, and took me a little nap for a couple, 2 or 3 hours, and got up, and New York was going crazy.
Oh shit, that's big Coinbase news. Approved to launch in India. Pay attention to Coinbase memes. India loves memes. Don't get too sketchy. Keep it in the top 1 or 2 by market cap, but that's a massive market.
No, Arkham launched in China this morning. That thing got a big candle, but almost took it all back. 40%. Almost take it all back. That's the most used platform that nobody buys.
India would be in the Asian session, right? Probably like a cross. Yeah, you're right, Doran. It's a crossover, Asian and UK session.
Yeah, it's a mix in between.
If you could onboard just 15% of people in India, that's a massive amount of people. Yeah, it's good to wake
And they
up
are
and see that
becoming
you took
rich.
profits. That's my favorite trade is go to sleep, wake up, the trade is closed, and you gotta like look to see, okay, did it get stopped or did I did it get stopped or am I in profits here?
I went to sleep with 9 open longs yesterday.
Nah, you are a wild boy.
I took Cardano, Atom, Mantle, Bitcoin, ETH, Melania, because why not, man? Yeah, why not? I prefer woman to man. Instead of buying Trump, why not Melania? Yeah, I know it's a shitcoin going towards zero, but you never know.
You
It's a
did
bit
some drinking last night?
$1,000 to reward. I bought Doge on 10x. I bought, and I took a few longs. Some of them got wrecked and were already taken on the previous dip to 78, by the way. Round tripped, mostly I round tripped the whole thing, and I will round trip it again until we create an uptrend.
I hear that.
Yeah, I could TP here. Yeah, I could scalp it. It's very tempting, actually. I mean, I will, but without touching the swings. It's all stop lost. well, roughly around entry. ETH has really been the painful one for me. Like, oh, I didn't expect it to go this low. So that's plenty of stop losses, like 10, 11 at least. Yeah, that's a lot of lost trades in a row.
How many times do you think you can get stopped out before you just say, you know what, I'm never trading this again? Just curious.
With good risk management, probably never, right?
Well,
Eventually,
no,
it's got to go up.
there comes a point where you kind of give up, you capitulate basically, but never on a losing streak. Like I'll wait for the winning trade and then I'll stop after that. I guess it's ego stuff.
I take that
you
back.
don't want to stop trading after having taken such.
What I mean is like on Bitcoin, on a big alt, you would just keep swinging until it went. But like on something like Melania, yeah, you're gonna hit. Or
Trump. No, Melania, I don't care.
If you get stopped out 17 times, eventually you're gonna be like, okay,
no,
maybe this thing's never going back up.
No, Melania is single time done deal stuff. You know, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I probably won't even like the chart is not open. I have the chart. My exchange is not even open on the chart, or even on TradingView. I'm not watching it. It's 3x. It's on 3x with a 30% stop loss. So it's it can dump like quite a lot, like really low leverage, just on 3x. Low leverage, while higher margin because it's low leverage, but I gave it 10% room, and that thing dipped like hell yesterday. It was down like 30%, I think. So let's, you know what? Sometimes you plan your trade and you know what to do on the big coins, right? But on the small, like there comes a point where you're like, okay, you just order the list by which one is the biggest dump right now, and it's like, all right, well, let's bet on the biggest dump becoming the biggest pump, basically. I like to do that on the stock market too. Like I look at the there's a square on my broker where it shows you the worst performer and the best performer. I guess it's a strategy style, right? It's very risky stuff because yeah, the worst performer is performing bad for a reason. But if you did that yesterday, you would have bought Tesla, and that thing was down 15%, right? And
Happened to that.
Nvidia was not down as much, right?
Look at how ETH came down to that spider line that we were waiting for. Remember when we came? I don't know who was here and who wasn't. But when we broke this structure, right, this spider line that we have been holding, we were talking about how big this gap was before you got to a next one. And we've wicked off of that. Really don't want to come down underneath that. Coming down underneath that would give you that 16 that we were talking about. 15, 16.
In any case, you're closer to bear market bottom than to all-time high. So, you know, a 2x up brings you to all-time high. Actually, more than a 2x up now because we're below 2,000. Right? Yeah. Not all-time high, sorry, local high. Like ETH is closer to bear market bottom than to bull market top, to this cycle top.
Look at how. Look at how.
It's a no-brainer.
Look at how on point the target was. With a flat top ascending that we broke out of. Look at how perfect that measured move was. Wicked right to that spider line, right to the measured move. And then we went
Yeah,
into
and then
the.
Eve 2. Yeah, I remember those times when we sold. His one team wanted to tattoo himself if Eve did not reach 2000 or something like that.
Yeah, this is when I was like, I remember sitting here specifically and going like this. Wee, danger, danger.
What's going on with this state of emergency? Everybody was yelling about on here this morning. That's it. Everything's dumping. Nothing
It's
dumped.
good stuff.
Yeah.
And so, good performers early in the cycle made it kind of underperform later now. And there it created a ascending triangle. And we also reached the measured move of that flat top stuff. Now we're back retesting the breakout from that huge ascending triangle of the bear market. But we are not holding the neckline. We broke below it.
I lost all the damn charts that I did yesterday, so I'm gonna have to do some charting here in a second. And the ones that I told you guys to screenshot, gone. That's fine. I'll just redo them.
But can't you look into the browser's history?
I could find it. Right. This is when you have to like balance your own psychology. I could find it, right? But my fuse is already kind of short today. And I know if I go through 3 templates and I can't find that, I'm going to start. So it's better to just redo them. It wasn't a lot of work. And I like to chart, luckily. So that shit is therapy for me.
Those with QT and QE?
Yeah.
I was thinking about those. You were right, man.
Yeah. I've got to redo that. I've got to do the QE, QT chart for ETH. I have to do the Q1 charts, and then I have to do the fractal from the drop. 3 charts.
Will you share them only here on the stream, or will you post them in Discord?
No, I'll post them. That's what I was going to do, is I was going to screenshot them and post them in Discord and then keep updating them. But my PC froze overnight or something, bro. I don't know what's going on with my shit. So now everything is screwed up. I'll find them. I'll do it when I'm doing some research later. I'll either find them or I'll redo them.
It's because of that graphic card problem that you've
I think so. I think that's what it is. I'm not sure if it's the card or if I have to reseat it. I might just have to take everything apart.
I think it's the Ukraine hacking your stuff, bro.
Could be, man. It's me, Elon. Everybody's getting it.
Market volatility. Different kind of factors.
Yeah.
So is Elon the guy who lost the most money in a single day now?
Yeah, it's the pizza Bitcoin guy.
Say what?
The real hero isn't the Bitcoin pizza guy, right? Because that pizza shop never accepted the Bitcoin. What he did is he went on a chat room and he was like, I want to buy some Bitcoin for pizza. If I send somebody some Bitcoin, will one of you guys order me pizza?
Yeah,
and one genius in the chat said, yeah, send me the Bitcoin. I got you. So he's the one that I want to follow up on. I want to know if he kept that and if how much he laughs about that shit to this day.
He probably sold at 1K.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of it, bro, is that to make $1 billion on Bitcoin, you've got to get to 500 mil and not sell. Right? Chances of doing that are very slim.
Imagine selling 10,000 Bitcoins at once.
Nuts, bro. But at the time, it was nothing, right? We're talking about the time where you go on Bitcoin faucets and get leaked 1 Bitcoin for sitting there for 5 seconds.
I mean, that was also the first purchase in Bitcoin, so it accelerated the adoption.
Yeah, but the maxis kind of sold it. They sold the story that wasn't true. Like I said, nobody accepted Bitcoin for pizza. A guy took the Bitcoin and ordered pizza with his credit card and sent it to the guy's house. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
of course.
The first true use case was Silk Road, where you were actually trading Bitcoin for products. Or like that video
Yeah,
we
for
saw
sure.
the other day, right? There was a bunch of other sites where you can get specific things. But that one, I think that's, you know what's funny, that there's a Bitcoin pizza season, and we just had it recently. It's when new people come into the market. Next cycle, when all the new people start coming in, you're gonna see the Bitcoin story come back up. Like one of the favorite stories for new people. They're like, they did what? Do you know that they sold so and so Bitcoin, 9,000 Bitcoin for 2 large pizzas? And then the story of the Doge dev selling his Doge for a Honda Civic right before Elon started tweeting about Doge. People don't realize that that Honda Civic meme, there's a Honda Civic meme that ran, that's from that. The picture of the Honda Civic that he bought.
Oh, damn. Slightly used
Yeah.
car or something.
Yeah.
Used car was a ticker, I think.
Hmm.
Now I understand.
They
Yeah.
can't come out with any new stories. They gotta use the same ones.
I mean, those are some good ones. The thing is that we will get the stories. It's just we need to wait 20 years for the money to sound ridiculous. Right? There's plenty of shit people spend stupid, like Germany selling all that Bitcoin. You know how crazy that story is going to be in 10 years, 20 years? The number that's going to be attached to that. At this point, even with the drop we're at, they basically flushed $1 billion down the toilet.
Yeah, that was really dumb.
Or me, the first property I bought was a very moderately priced property for 200 Bitcoin.
Amazing having bought a house with crypto.
That stings just as bad as the $9,000 pizza to me.
Wait, what? Really? Dang, bro.
At the time, it obviously wasn't what it would be worth now, obviously. Right? You make money during the bull market, you take your money out, you buy shit. It's later when you look and you're like, oh man. You know?
Oh yeah, that's where I live, is in the past. Oh
Yeah, I try not to do that. I'll be honest with you, if it wasn't for you guys, I'd never revisit those stories, yo. I would compartmentalize those and put them in the dark depths of my brain somewhere.
Well, I appreciate you for your sacrifice.
It's all good. I mean, money's to be spent, right? You can't think like that, because if that's the case, then you could never spend any of your Bitcoin. And that's what Michael Saylor says, you know, never spend your Bitcoin. Collateralize it.
You think he's
I
ever
mean,
gonna get liquidated? You think they can do to him what they did to Doquan?
I don't think so. I think the deals that he has are too good. As far as Chase, as far as like getting him margin called, I don't think it's gonna happen. Guys, you got to realize, right? It's a 5. He's got the loans he gets are at a less than 1% VIG on a 5-year float. That means you're paying less than 1% for the loan, and you've got 5 years to play it, and you're using it to buy an asset that's on a 4-year cycle.
Yeah, he's outpacing it by far.
Yeah,
and he never pays back, right?
It's infinite. It's like the infinite money glitch, unless SHA-256 is cracked and Bitcoin becomes worthless.
You know what happens with those hacks? They just go to zero eventually.
Yeah. So,
And
aside from that, that's why his bet is so big, right? That's why his conviction is so big, because that's the only thing that could really wreck him. So if there's anybody paying attention to the health of Bitcoin, it's him.
So he really never made a single dollar, right? Just borrowed more and more, collateralizing, and made it bigger and bigger.
Well, they
without
yeah
ever
they sell
taking
their
a profit.
shares. You know, they sell their shares and they buy the Bitcoin and they collateralize that Bitcoin and then they use the money from that collateralized Bitcoin to buy more Bitcoin and then they collateralize that Bitcoin
And that pumps the share, and it's like
and then they sell more
feedback loop.
shares and then exactly infinite money
So as
glitch.
long as Bitcoin outperforms the bonds, he's gonna win, right?
It's a circular economy that he created for himself in there. And what's
But
most
in
important is that he got the shareholders on board. Like MicroStrategy shareholders understand the volatility of Bitcoin more than anybody. Right? They specifically explained to them, taught them, look, there's going to be down years. There's going to, you know, that's important because if you got your shareholders talking shit on during a bear market and trying to kick you out because they're, you know, but if you can
yeah,
get
so
them to
they're
think in a
expecting
4-year, you know, 4 years ahead, then you're good. Now, me and you obviously cannot get loans at less than 1% with 5 years to pay back. Right? He's in a very specific situation where he can do this, but we can do everything else. You know, you don't
So
have to
banks
sell your
actually have
Bitcoin.
exposure to Bitcoin through Michael Saylor because they loaned him money
Basically,
that he's supposed to give back. So it'll all collapse together.
when it goes down, it's all gonna go down.
It's funny. It's all linked, right? So you can't have Bitcoin collapse if banks are not also collapsing. Oh, then Michael Saylor getting liquidated, MicroStrategy back
The
99%
problem is when the banks
up.
collapse,
Like,
people buy Bitcoin. So there you have
you know,
another circular.
so that's a positive feedback, right? It should
Yeah.
slow the bank collapse, people buying Bitcoin. Because that gives Michael Saylor ability to pay the loans he owned, the money
And
he
we're
owed.
just talking about Michael Saylor now. Eventually, in the next, I'd say 10 years, you're going to see Apple doing the same thing. You're going to see everybody doing the same thing.
All right, I found another Moonboy chart. Yeah, zero value. But, you know, it's a possibility amongst many others. Moonboy V2.
I'm trying to finish my third packs of cigarettes and my second beer today, as you see.
Low probability, high return.
It's a low probability to die of a heart attack, but it's a high chance to lose my portfolio on Bitcoin. Yeah.
If you risk 0.1% and stuff like this.
All right, Bitcoin, curl up. Natives are getting restless here.
We're going down? Oh. Well, someone made a big sell, then someone made a big buy. CVD going down, price going up. Let's make it worse for the bears. Let's make it way worse. I want to see Bitcoin at 85 with people having sold 1,000 Bitcoin.
Ain't gonna happen too soon.
Oh, you can go ahead, or you can dump 200 Bitcoin. It'll be eaten. Until it's not, and the accumulation bot is turned off. Which is probably going to happen pretty sooner than I think, but yeah. No, SPY is back in the red now. Like, Bitcoin is going up a bit alone, but why not? Makes sense to decouple from the stock market a bit. Right? They dump more than us, now we should pump more than them. Continuing the strength. Bitcoin can be strong to both sides. Yeah? we can also pump more than the stock market. Which, by the way, is not pumping at all. But it's not 4% down today, so that's the difference.
That's good.
And there's not enough time left to be 4% down, right? Like, can it dump 4%? Nah, yeah, no. It's not gonna happen. Low probability.
Low probability, high chance.
High return, not chance. Yeah. Please don't mock my chart.
Oh, I like it. I have it the same.
Honestly, you could destroy it in 2 words. Well, AR is not supposed to be above PS. There's not even. Oh yeah, you could destroy that in. It's really bullshit, TA. But fits my plan. I don't know. I don't care what it does. As long as it's above 78, it's above 78. There's nothing to do.
Somebody needs to clip that. I need that on the soundboard. It's bullshit, TA. But it fits my plan. I need to be able to hit that sound every once in a while whenever somebody says something.
You know, it doesn't matter if the plan is good or bad, as long as you stick to it.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Listen, you're the one that's gotta, when you go put your head on that pillow at night, it's just you in your head. So you either stuck to your plan or you didn't. Only thing that really matters. You can worry about adjusting the plan if it was bad later, but
There's no place soccer. Star State test. It's big.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's my first time on.
What's going on, brother?
Hey, all good. Enjoying this little pump run we're getting. I have a question. Is anyone playing ETH?
yeah, I nibbled at the bottoms.
On leverage, on inverse perpetual, on USDT.
What are some good targets? I've got on some fibs. Do you think we're gonna get above 2,211?
My ETH plays right now are long-term plays, so my take profits are way sort of above all of that. But what I do like is that we came down to where, like I was saying earlier, we came down to where we should have. We don't get out of danger on ETH, in my opinion, until we can get back above. Hold on.
To 2050, no?
Well, this double bottom, really, first and foremost, right? 2,120. We need to crawl back over that ASAP. And then we need to start to sort of gain some ground.
So it's, Bitcoin is above 78K. ETH is not.
We need to correct the break of structure.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's at 2,100, you said?
Yeah, the dotted line right here is 2,100. You can call it 2,200 flat. Just
Vielleicht
to,
war das auch einfach nur Sound. Ich weiß nicht.
Oh, 5th of August.
Wann war das?
5th of August, okay. Oh, above 2nd of February
Ah,
would
okay.
be a first good sign. Actually, see, yeah, there. It's funny. On my chart, it's 2050, not 2100. But we've had issues on perpetual depegging and also.
yeah.
It's normal.
So let's get rid of this vector gap.
Ich hatte in Neuseeland eine Mitbewohnerin, die hat normales Englisch gesprochen. Und wenn die
Somebody's
mit
got an
ihrer
open
Familie
mic.
gesprochen hat, hatte die auf einmal einen übel starken schottischen Akzent.
Joe, you got an open mic, brother.
Das war voll witzig.
I got him. So this resistance is pretty significant, right? This is where both of our traps came from on ETH.
if you were to draw it as an area and not a single line, how big would the area be?
Right here, I was about to do it. Literally
Because
just
for me, it's a single line. Like it's
no, no,
it's
no.
5th of August, 2nd of February. So we
No,
broke, it's broken.
there's a support resistance range from 2036 to 21.3.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you put it pretty small. Okay, okay. It's not all
that's
the
the
way down.
psychological resistance now, as you see,
Mm.
on the overall trend.
But hold on. Let me just... So that SR flip right there, crucial. Right?
Oh yeah, it's
That's
the bull
what
bear
brought
market line.
yeah, that's what brought all the pain when we were underneath it, and all the hopium when we were above it. So yeah, first and foremost, gotta get above that. That
Although
being
you
said,
could draw it with
you
summer
know,
2021, no? That's where we're finding support now. So that's summer to your red line, the
yeah,
second red line.
you could drag it out and put it up just slightly, and then you could catch the support from the bull market as well. Support, resistance,
cat bounce,
resistance,
yeah.
support.
So ETH is like at 20k right now, no? 25k, somewhere there. Not too far from 15k anymore.
No.
Okay, it's at 30k, let's say. Yeah. All right, 28.
Nice pickups, but just such a horrible run.
Well, Forex, if you manage to buy the bottom and sell the top.
Yeah, if you didn't get shaken out in this madness and you managed to hold those lows from the bottom, then you got almost yeah, a little bit over 4.5x. Pitiful. Only in crypto can we call 4.5x pitiful.
Even if ETH skips this bull run and only comes back alive in 4 years, it should still get a technical bounce up, no?
ETH skips this bull run. Everything skips this bull run.
Yeah, well, it's a scenario to look at, no? Because it's gonna run out of time now to have a bull run.
Jim's Junk with the super chat. I didn't hear our super chat girl talk. He said been a busy day. So just sold a $400 signed Mac Miller CD. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Good ROI on that. Appreciate you, brother. Damn, they're going for that much. Rest in peace.
By skipping this bull run, I mean, if we go back up to 4,000 and do nothing better than that, then it will have literally skipped the whole bull run, right? So
That's bullshit, CA there.
But it fits his. But it fits his plan.
Yeah, I guess I'd be happy to TP 4,000 a bit more than last times we were at 4,000 because this digged a bit too deep. Right?
Damn, you paid $250 for a whole collection. 300 CD. Yeah, you got the better end of that deal, brother. Nice.
All right, you know what? ETH is going to put a very tiny new all-time high. So previous all-time high was 4,800. Maybe we'll get 4,900 and then we'll go down again. A bit like Solana.
Nah, I appreciate you, Jim.
We can't say it skipped the bull run.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's going on, man?
Oh, good. A lot of absorption by sellers yesterday before the most recent pivot low, which was quite interesting to see. We had price going down and CVD going up, so some very aggressive buying. But it looks like the sellers have run out of a little bit of steam.
Been true for a while, you know.
Damn, that's crazy, DJ. Sorry, they just said, DJ just said Russian ballistic missile strikes Odessa target. Vessel flying under a Barbados flag. Damn, Barbados caught a stray.
Damn.
If only somebody would have told us that Putin wasn't going to respect the ceasefire, huh? It's crazy.
Well, between attacks on
Who could have
Moscow,
seen that coming?
Odessa. So that's how we retest support at 78.
What? War?
Just...
I love how your mind works, bro. It's always looking for connections. That shit is great.
To be fair, there are some technicals behind that. I've been seeing this quite a lot recently as well, where we keep front running the golden pocket on a lot of assets, and we did that today. The back test today was supposed to be 78, which we ran.
But do you know where it bounced from? It's the 441. It's exactly the middle between golden and 50%. Like normally, if it came down to golden, it would be a golden retest, and much more people would have longed it there.
I mean, I was just looking for instant buybacks on the VWAP, which was essentially around the same zone as well. But ES1 is the most interesting thing to be looking at right now. Because, and of course, everything within that as well, Tesla, so on and so forth. I actually feel like Tesla's a really good long-term buy at the moment. But ES1 basically has come down to the 786, and it's also come down to an anchored VWAP starting from the beginning of 2024. So very crucial zones for all assets at the moment.
Well, Tesla divided by 2. Can't we divide by 2 again and then bounce?
Yeah, of course we can. Of course we can.
I'm joking. I'll go eat, see, trade safe.
Take it easy,
No,
Zeus.
I agree. 200 is a good area to start buying back if you sold. Slowly.
But you know,
It's
Tesla
a
actually
dive.
completely filled its gap as well.
Yeah, that Tesla
know?
drop was insane.
Insane.
Like I
what a drop. Like,
understand
I'd
everybody hates.
actually buy it.
Understand everybody hates Elon now, but damn, that was crazy.
55%.
Absolutely
Dude.
nuts.
Yeah, if you're, whatever your thoughts are on Elon, and we all have personal thoughts for that matter, but if you're bullish on Tesla, this zone right here, it's not even a bad zone to be long-term swing. It's like it wants to puke. Perfect golden pocket back test. Such interesting times, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna be boring, I'll tell you that much.
It's kind of make or break here, though. That's the thing, really. I mean, I'm not saying that there's not like a little bit of further downside. Like, of course there could be, but it's kind of like this is it. Because I mean, what's the alternative? Bitcoin down to 72, ES1 down to, you know, approaching 5 flat.
Yeah.
Tesla approaching. I mean, what do you want to call it? 180. I mean, it's like, is bull market still on? Well, we kind of find out here. Unless we want to do a repeat of, well, let's not even go there.
I missed my entry earlier, so I'm waiting for a good entry to possibly play this CME close. Waiting for that vector down low.
I feel you. I was thinking the same thing.
CME close on
Bitcoin.
Oh, of course, because there was a gap to the upside too, right?
Yeah, that was the main reason that I had this. That's why I said we were going to pivot. This gap,
Yeah.
we've shrunk it already, but this gap was all the way down here. This is how big our CME gap was. Coming into Monday's fake move, coming into Asia's session.
It was kind of textbook because it was just like slowly bleeding all of Monday, and then we had that kind of classical flush out at 6:30, which of course was, you know, well, stock market close my time. And but the real move happened during the Asia session, which of course, well, there was a lot of confluence down there as a reason to take the trade. But I mean, one of the reasons to take the trade was that you had the CME gap sitting just above, which is available to fill, which is at 84.
You had a CME gap
1,
sitting above, full of
42.
vectors, full of liquidations.
The problem is now, I suppose, is that you want to fill that and you want to get acceptance back above 85 to feel comfortable.
Yeah, you want to hold that SR flip. That purple range right there, we want to hold. But if we look back, go back to our weekend trap, which probably feels like ages ago now. We were talking about the false move being the move that frees either the trap longs or the trap shorts. Trap shorts got freed. We moved down into Monday, pivoted at the end of Monday, and now we're at our first day of our 3-day up and trying to close the CME gap. Was the speed of it crazy? Yes. Was the percentage of it crazy? Yes. Does it still fit the model that we trade? 1000%.
So tomorrow will be very illuminating. I still do have a hunch on 78k, similar to Zusi. I'd
Not out of
like
hot
to
water yet
maybe
until 85.
Yeah.
This would be where we dead cat bounce from. If this is a dead cat bounce, 85 is where we would dead cat bounce from.
But we like a dead cat bounce is not good enough here. Like this kind of within this region kind of has to be the low in order for us to feel comfortable that we can continue.
Yeah, by dead cat bounce, I mean if we're going to make new lows, that'll be where we pivot. If we can get above that and hold, then we can take that off of the table.
I mean, I suppose we do have C tomorrow, do we? What news event do we have tomorrow? Not like I care, but I mean, there's going to be some catalysts that kind of need to come out now, which I'm fairly interested to see how the market react to.
Well, I said all of our movement's gonna come from news events and macroeconomic shit. It's not gonna come from hitting a target on the map. It's not gonna come from breaking a resistance. Most we could hold for is hold it. So that'll shift sentiment if we can get above that and hold, and then at least we'll trend in that range while we're waiting for our catalyst.
So sorry, I'm wrong. So tomorrow we have core inflation, which would be interesting. Thursday PPI. Like, well, apparently that's been priced in, which in my mind, whatever the news, whether it be positive or negative, further upside.
I don't put it past them. Like I said, like bad news never goes unexploited. So even if it's been priced in and we get some bad news, they will attempt to dump it again, just for cheaper prices.
I mean, but that's the thing. They've been trying to dump it for the past 3 days, and we've seen, a lot of bearish divergences with price going down and CVD going up. Sellers have been trying to get really aggressive here, but looks like buyers are doing a good job so far.
Yeah, Russia needs to agree. If they're firing missiles today, then maybe they're just trying to get it out of their system. Maybe they'll just fire on them for the next week and then say, okay, we agree to a ceasefire when it's time for retaliation.
All right, I'm gonna holler at y'all. I'm gonna go look at some like spiritual cat videos or something. Lift my spirit.
Take it easy, bro.
Yeah, I'll see y'all later on tonight.
Yeah. A lot of y'all are feeling a big dopamine drain, adrenaline drain today. A little bit of depression or whatever that you might feel. Just remember that your brain was flooded with adrenaline through that drop yesterday. Right? We were in hardcore fight or flight. So the next day is always going to be you're always going to be at a deficit. Yeah, sleep was probably shit last night. I'm sure nobody slept great. I slept like a rock, but I'm a mutant when it comes to that shit.
So where would be a good place to get in on this? Like waiting for some pullback on this.
Yeah, you would want to see us pull back. Let me see what the 50. Yeah, they could very well come for this vector. I mean, for me, it would be a retest of the 50 EMA. Where does that sit on the 5-minute? At the very least, we should come back and retest the 50. The 800 is there, so there is a there's a decent chance that it doesn't go lower, even though that vector gap on the 15-minute is here. But it would be, for me, it's between 81.5, between 81.5 and 82 would be a decent spot. Just trying to build some sell side liquidity here, which means market makers should give us some sort of flag to keep retail interested while he puts in higher lows. I mean, lower highs. Something like that. That keeps retail in the game, and it keeps the bears shorting. Every time they see a new lower high, they just keep jumping in on the shorts. But we do have a fair amount of 100x liquidations underneath us to the long side. Right, so if our target is 82, 81.5, and we've got all of these, possible. Just keep your eye on the tape. If volume picks up and you start to see aggressive buyers come in, then we might not even have to retrace at all. But if it stays at this level of buying and selling, then I think the natural sort of movement will bring us back down to that range.
One thing's for sure is I think that finally everyone is positioned in assets that they actually want to be in now. That is for sure.
Yeah, you cut all your bullshit a while ago, probably.
VWAP's now sitting at 80k, which is the top of the CME gap, which is kind of a crucial level right now, right? We kind of like, if you're bullish, so fine, we front ran 78k, but CME gap at 80k, VWAP at 80k, if we want to continue bullish continuation, 80k roughly. The key alerts that went off for me yesterday were total market cap and total 3. So total came into the high time frame golden pocket and a very important VWAP, anchored VWAP originating from September 2023 pivot low, and total 3 came into the high time frame golden pocket. USDT dominance also hit the golden pocket. So it was just kind of this combination of alerts that went off, and I was like, I just can't not take a long here. Paired with ES1 coming down to, well, I mean, past filling the gap, but down into the 786, down into anchored VWAP from the beginning of 2024. Yeah, I mean, you've probably been. I mean, I've been in the game for a while, but you've probably been more active on the charts than I have been over previous cycles. I don't know if I've ever really seen this much of a puke in terms of altcoins mid apparently bull run.
Dominance has never been this high this late in the game.
Yeah, it's mad.
Yeah. It really is just a I'll show you. I can redo this chart. It really is just a factor of quantitative tightening. So look at this. Let me get a naked ETH chart. Let me go on the weekly. Oh, okay. Need a longer chart. So go to a naked. So we had this uptrend here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I gotta grab this call. Be right back. All right, I'm back. My bad. Where was I? ETH. All right, so let's put up our total assets here. So total assets is the Fed's balance sheet. Why is it not on? Hold on. All right, let's take this and put it on log. It's one of the charts that I have to redo anyway, so I might as well redo it here. So this is our quantitative tightening, right? This is QT.
Yep.
Let's put that above top. Like,
Yeah, Dbloc.
what's going on?
When you're done showing that, can I do? I found some TA.
Yeah,
I wanted to share. If I could do, if I could show it after.
Oh, this is QE. Spread that out. Da, 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 da.
Are we talking about US QE here?
Yep.
Because of course it
US.
looks like yeah. Okay, fine.
Yeah. This is our balance sheet, Fed balance sheet. So if you notice, when Ethereum is making higher lows in QT, let me also overlay Ethereum BTC. All right, that's ETH BTC. So as long as Ethereum is holding an uptrend during QT, Ethereum BTC bleeds out. It's not until Ethereum breaks that uptrend and QT is finalized, which was right here, does ETH BTC find a bottom. Right? And then eventually ETH USD finds a bottom. ETH USD bottoms after ETH BTC does. So if you look at where we are now, Ethereum's holding that uptrend, quantitative tightening, right? And ETH BTC is just bleeding out to nothing. The reason that the alts have had such a difficult time is because of how long Ethereum has held this uptrend. And the reason that Ethereum has held this uptrend is because of the suppression that we're talking about. Even though they're suppressing Ethereum to load up, they don't want it to drop. And by not letting it drop, you haven't allowed ETH BTC to bottom out. And by not letting ETH BTC bottom out, you haven't been able to take a major chunk out of dominance. Right? If we overlay, let's get rid of the Federal Reserve and let's overlay BTC.D.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So BTC.D doesn't come down until quantitative tightening starts. Right? BTC.D goes until quantitative tightening starts and ETH BTC flips. ETH BTC flipping is what drops the biggest amount of dominance from BTC Dom. So we're waiting for Dom to go down, but Dom can't go down until ETH BTC bottoms, and ETH BTC couldn't bottom until ETH broke this uptrend.
Yeah, totally. I mean, central banks increasing money supply to acquire more assets means more people are in profits, therefore more people take risks into well, more risk-averse assets, which are essentially altcoins.
So, moral of the story, what we're waiting for, more than anything, more than any line on the chart, more than any sort of macro anything, is we're waiting for Powell to announce the end of QT.
Of him saying that this Wednesday. I mean, not tomorrow, but next Wednesday. When does the Fed meeting?
There's a good chance. I mean, it comes in stages. First, they announce. Well, that's not how you spell announce at all. First, they announce that First, they announce that they're bringing a stop to that they're slowing down QT. Right, that's the first announcement. They're slowing down QT. The second announcement is that they stop QT completely. And then the third announcement is when they start QE, right? But it has to go in that order. So they've already announced that they slowed down QT. And they've already signaled to us in the last FOMC meetings that there's some sort of confluence with them to stop QT in end of quarter one, quarter two. Problem is that until that happens, this doesn't necessarily get better anytime quick, as far as the BTC pairs are. And if you look back, like I said, ETH BTC bottoms before ETH USD does, which means there is a non-zero chance that we haven't seen the bottom on Ethereum.
So wait, which color line there is QE? One of them's dominant.
I'll turn it back
One of
on.
them's there it is. Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah, that's your QE
So
right
that's interesting. I was looking for maybe that we bottomed before it went up, but it looks like it happened pretty much in unison. Which, yeah, so well, we made a bottom, QE shot up, but then we made one more bottom. I would have liked to have seen that the market would have priced that in before.
Yeah.
Dbloc, apart from the TA, how long can the onslaught of dumping all this ETH from North Korea not affect the alt market?
I
There's
haven't
so much.
really seen. I haven't really. If you're talking about the hacked coins, I haven't really seen any of that leave wallet. For what I know of,
Apparently,
they're
380 million of it
out
has
of
been
Lazarus thing.
Yep.
Okay, then
It
maybe
was the
yeah.
biggest hack in the world. I saw on
No, we know about the hack, but they usually don't sell.
yeah, no, they've laundered it. North Korea's been laundering it out. 380 million's been dumped already. That's what I heard on World News. So they're doing really quite well at laundering it out. So I could be wrong, but that would be surprising because the news sources it came from.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'll look at the wallets. I've got their wallets, so I'll take a look and see.
Apparently, they're just converting it into missiles.
If BTC above 2nd February low, if BTC might have bottomed out, else if BTC has not bottomed out. So even if it hasn't bottomed in dollars, these are still good levels to accumulate, at least start or add.
Depends on if you're denominating in Bitcoin. If you're denominating in Bitcoin, if you've got Bitcoin right now, and you plan on selling it to buy Ethereum, then your bottom is when ETH BTC bottoms. If you're using dollars to buy your Ethereum, then just be aware that in the last run of the last two runs, ETH BTC bottoms before Ethereum does in its USD pair.
Yeah.
That's how it bottoms. It's because people sell Bitcoin to buy ETH. So
I mean, you just kind of want to see like a monthly close back above 0.023, 0.024.
The best way to sort of look at it is don't let the bullishness of ETH BTC finding a bottom make you ignore any bearishness that you see on the USD chart, because one more thing could still play out, right? So if it looks bearish, technically, even if ETH BTC is flying, just respect that.
It's good if BTC is flying, even if is going down. You'll just buy more Bitcoin.
No, that's, I mean, it's what we've been waiting for, right? So, I mean, at this point, who cares with the Band-Aid, but... Right, at least I got
You've
one
had
of the
enough
charts
Band-Aid.
redone. I gotta
Yeah,
get
the
the other
2nd of
charts
February
redone.
dump was so huge on the pair that even with all this dump, we can't really break
As
that.
a fake out of the trend line, obviously the trend line's going to get faked out at some point, isn't it? They never hold.
Hey, anybody that screenshotted my chart yesterday that I was talking about, if you could send it to me, it'll save me some time. If not, I'll do it real quick. It doesn't matter. I'm just being lazy.
Which one?
The Q1 one and the fractal one.
Alright, hang on.
Whatever, whichever ones you have. There was like 4 charts. There was the QT chart, there was the M2 money supply chart, and then there was the QE, and I'll redo it if not.
How do I message you? I'm just gonna send you an emoji at first so that I have the message open. And then I can upload it from the message. Oh no, are we not friends?
I can messages Dbloc. I put one in there that I screenshotted yesterday, the Q1.
Yeah, do you want me to just put it in like general or something?
Just send it to my DM.
I don't know if we're friends. Message request. Did it? I think I just tried to send you an emoji.
Let me check. I've got to check through all the folders and everything. People's messages have been ending up in the spam folder lately. I just sent it to you.
Alright, cool. Yo, alright. Here, let's try to add photo, upload file. I should have named it.
It's possible, Maddie. I'm looking to if we are gonna get just a lower high, I'm looking for it to be around 85.
Alright, so there's one of them. And then get the other one.
Appreciate you, Doge.
Right here.
The carrot and the stick, DJ. The carrot and the stick.
There you go. I sent them both to you. The
Appreciate you.
50 SMA and then the Q1.
We should see Russell outperform Dow Jones, if there's really quantitative easing coming out. Companies that don't have a lot of cash should appreciate cheaper money.
Right.
So Russell would outperform. Huh? It's been underperforming a lot. It barely made a new all-time high to COVID all-time high, and got rejected at double top at COVID all-time highs. And well, we're already back down at support actually on Russell, down 20% in. Oh yeah, Russell is already in a recession. Yeah, it's down 20% from the all-time high. Not today though. Today it's flat. It's not red. Failure to put a new all-time high is just gonna call for a COVID dip. That's the problem if you turn around here and you fail to put a new all-time high.
So, you mind if I give this TA real quick?
No, do your thing, bro.
Some,
I'll be right back, yo.
something interesting I found. Oh, I wanted you to see it.
Give me 1 second, then I just gotta get my coffee out of the microwave.
All right, cool.
Put coffee in the microwave. Ay.
Don't judge me, bro. I reheated this cup of coffee like twice already. I'll be right back.
Russell can come down to 1960.
No, it can't go a single dollar lower, sir. Literally, it cannot.
No, I mean there's
No, honestly, it can't. It can't. It's here.
there's a swing low at 1992. There's the golden pocket at 1950.
Your stop loss is at 2000 psychological level. Your stop loss is at 19999, and it cannot go a single dollar lower. And it tried.
Someone just sent us like 8 blue heart emojis.
I mean, it can't go. It can't go a single dollar lower if you have a stop loss there. Yeah, fine, but I'd give it
Just joking.
3%.
No, I said that because if you go a single dollar lower, you're back in your range, right? And Russell spent the whole bear market ranging between 1,600 and 2,000. So a 20%.
Do you close there? We can wick. That's fine.
Anyone who's interested in this.
If you fail to hold support, you fail to hold support. Right? You'll be back in your range. Expect 1,600 again. With a huge ABC that calls for a recession. Yeah, I mean even worse than a recession actually. 1,200 somewhere there. Yeah. It took us 5 years to create the structure on Russell, right? What's a year of downside? All right, let's be less bearish. We won't go all the way down to COVID dip, but 1,400-ish, somewhere there.
All right, I'm
got
back.
something for you, Zeusy.
So yeah, not a single
Can you
dollar.
guys hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good.
Whoever's interested, jump in seeing this, jump on my screen. Just something interesting I found today. The market close.
At an ETF?
Yeah. So this is. Hold on a second.
USA ETF. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the MSCI USA equal weighted ETF. So it's basically like an equal weighting of like the US stock market, instead of just emphasizing the top performing companies. So the first things that I want to so the S&P and the Dow and the Nasdaq, they're more heavily concentrated on like the top performers, So this gives you an equal weighting of like sort of the health of the entire US stock market. So two things I want to emphasize, well, 3 really. So you have your previous all-time high over here. And then you have this pink line, which basically, hold on, give me a second.
Is your last point of support. It's a bit like Bitcoin, that chart is in the middle of nowhere.
All right, sorry about that, yo. I'm back. You guys can hear me? Hello?
Yeah, that $90 level is already settled business, right? It already filled the gap.
Well, yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is this, before we go screaming bear market, like we pretty much kind of have to take out this level. So as far as I'm concerned. So this yellow box here, this was a gap that was left on September 12th, 2024. And today on the close, we just filled that gap on today's daily close, right? So that gap is filled. Try to bear with me for the mouse. So this is kind of like, I'm calling this sort of level, like a line in the sand, but not necessarily the end. So if we go back here, this is what it looked like for July through October of 2023. So you got a 6.59% drop, then an 8.91% drop, then a 7.43% drop. So you average that together, it averages out to a 7.64% drop and a total drop of 14.37%. So this is what it looked like back then. You didn't end up putting a lower low than the bear market low. So that was like sort of a macro higher low, and I'm pretty sure there was like some sort of banking crisis or something happening at this point. S&P and NASDAQ also did something similar, but they didn't drop quite as much. Now, I also want to mention that even during a bull market, in your major indices like the S&P and the NASDAQ, an 8 to 12% correction is still normal and, you know, within the threshold of tolerance to say like you're still remaining in a bull market. So up here, if I bring up the stuff that I was working on, what we have so far is an 8.22% drop, and then we have a 7.97% drop. So let's basically average that out to 8%. In total, we have dropped so far. Oh, in total, we've dropped so far. Why isn't it coming up?
Well, 10%, no, roughly.
Oh,
Yeah, I think in the
draw it again.
in the first case you had a extended ABC. In this case, you have potentially just an ABC. My problem with 90 is that that's already settled. That's already filled.
I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to like focus on that being needing to be filled. I'm just trying to give like a worst case scenario where like the bull market can stay intact. So far we've dropped over 9%, so 9.86%. But if you take these two and average them together, you sort of get an average of 8%. So I'm gonna leave this here for now, and I'm gonna just go back over here real quick for a second. And I'll try to make it brief, but right here, when we came down on the first drop, you made a 0.5% retracement, almost hit the 618. So if you bring this down here,
do you see the textbook?
Down to the yeah. When you came down here, you almost made it to the 0.5. You really made like a 382 retracement, right? So if we take that logic and we bring it over here, we filled that gap. Back here on our first drop, you got above the 618. So I mean, you could say that if after filling that gap, it could be safe to say that we at least get a dead cat bounce from, where's the high here, take it to there. You could get a dead cat bounce anywhere between like this 618 and 786.
Yeah.
Like you could come up to meet this trend line. It kind of depends on where you make contact with it, but let's say it's about here, right? And then you get an 8% correction. So you got 8% there, which would be, oops, hold on. Delete that. Bringing this up. That would be in total a 12.6%. So that's more than 12%. But also remember back here, this was a 14.37% correction in total. And it was really kind of just the beginning of the actual bigger bull market that was happening. And it was also massive FUD, like with the banking crisis, whatever. And you put in a macro higher low. So now let's take this, so you would dip below this level technically, but if you're not closing like a weekly body below it, then I wouldn't be too concerned. Now let's take a more drastic type of scenario. If we only made a 382 retracement and we still went down 8%, well, that would bring you a total of 14.46% down from the previous all-time high. But I mean, you did that, you almost did that over here. And it was just the beginning of a bigger run, and it would still be a macro high or low in terms of this whole structure. So now, having said all that, I would say that so it wouldn't be good to lose this previous all-time high, but you do have all of this structure in here. Like you sort of have all this as support. So having said all that, you could go a bit further to say that this right here, if I can get it on the dot, there's Elliott wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, and then that would be wave 4, and we would be expecting a wave 5. I'm going to have to drag this a little bit. We'd be expecting a wave 5 after taking this out. So say we were to bottom right here. If we were to, even if we were to take out this level and we found support somewhere around here, and it went this deep, an actual 14%, which keep in mind, 8 to 12% is normal on the major indices, which, you know, sort of are heavily concentrated in the top performing stocks. But say we did this on the equal weighted ETF. Well, that 5-wave structure, if we take a trend-based fib extension and we take from this higher low, bring it up here, bring it all the way down here, then I mean your target for your wave 5, even if it's modest, would be up here at 107. So if we were to dip that low, you could still kind of, as long as we held there, you could still kind of expect like another 22% increase in the stock market. And let me just see if that correlates with any sort of moving averages or anything. The 200 weekly SMA is, I mean, coming up to that point, but it is kind of sketchy that we lost the 50 SMA on the weekly.
Yeah,
We
no,
haven't
that's
closed
fine.
yet.
I guess the
There's 3 days left to close that.
the question
But
is, are you going to get 3 legs down like you saw before? So this 3 legs down here that you have your mouse over currently, well, back there, yeah.
Yeah.
So when did that start? Because you have
it was from July
uh,
to October.
interesting.
Elliot says
Because
that the probability of having a flat is higher if you didn't get one on the first down move, right?
Yeah,
broke
I mean, your wave 4 could be an expanding flat, yeah. But
well,
this correction
dividends
down,
and dividends and distributions usually happen around March time, and funnily enough, you know, we're in March now, so perhaps the legs down that we're having currently something to do with that, which would make sense.
and quarter 1 is not always great either. But I mean, just that this looks similar, and you're having a lot of FUD. Like there was the same sort of FUD type of stuff going on here. You did lose the 50 weekly SMA, but it was only for like, you know, these weeks that you were below it. So this was really like the best buy the dip opportunity for the beginning of the bull market, right? So I'd say, I mean, we should still have another leg up, even if we dipped that low, but you're not really in danger of a bear market until we go below here, like being the previous all-time high, and then this would be more than a 12% correction. Realistically, I mean, they don't really count a bear market until it's more than 20%. So you would have to lose the 200-week SMA in order to even say like, hey, we're going into a bear market. Then every dead cat bounce that we get, you should probably be selling off. But it would have to be a bit more dramatic and drastic. Like you do have support there, but if we touch this level, chances are we're going to put in a macro lower high. So with all that in mind, there's one more thing. I mean, and this, like, again, for a wave 5, I think this is kind of a modest target. Like, we could put it a little further up, like, if we're going to get a big, like, blow off, like, you know, sort of super cycle type of thing. But the one more thing that I wanted to point out was this, which was basically on the weekly chart here. I'll hide this. On the weekly chart, you have this gap where there was no price action between the close and then the wick of this candle. So there is kind of a bit of a gap there. And if I bring,
well, it's the current Bitcoin gap it's the same, right? It's 86. Yeah.
I'm not sure, but if you bring this fib down again, like I had before, all of this is based off the linear scale, by the way. If you bring this fib down to where we had it before, that would bring you a 382. So I say we at least get our worst case scenario 382 dead cat bounce, go down another 8%, and then this goes down. That would be the final drop, which would lead us, you know, potentially into May, like, or, you know, somewhere around mid Q2. And then we could start to turn around and go for our bigger leg up. But anyway, this is all just speculative, and I'm just kind of going off of what I saw here, and then also the fact that we have previous all-time highs here, and this would be more than a 12% correction if we took out that low. So, but I wouldn't say that we're in danger of a bear market until we did at least that, and then I still think we have a chance to bounce off of that, do one more leg up, and because we did lose it over here for a bit, but that was a lot of FUD, and then it ended up just running and ripping faces after that. So anyway, that's what I got for whatever that's worth. And
hey, can you clarify the FUD? Are you saying the FUD we have now is comparable to that FUD earlier?
I mean, not really. It's not really the same. Like
what
as
the
far
FUD?
as like content, like no, it's not really the same. Like over here, there was like banks collapsing and
Oh, so you're not saying Bitcoin specific FUD. You're just saying like economic FUD in general.
Yeah, economic FUD, and this was sort of when we still had higher interest rates. Like interest rates were still higher. This was way before they started cutting.
Roger.
So there was still like a lot. Inflation was still kind of high. You know,
it's the soft landing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could kind of call that like.
It's the soft landing, and
it's a fair assessment, dude. I do like your analysis here. I mean, we could have already just settled business here. I think if we were to make an additional leg down, I mean, probably have Bitcoin sitting at like 69.
Yeah, and I'm saying this in the interest of like it would not invalidate the Elliott wave formation, whereas this being wave 1, it didn't come down too far, you know, for wave 2. Wave 3 is bigger than wave 1, so wave 3 is not the shortest. Wave 4 would not come down below the top of wave 1 unless you did have a more drastic correction. So you're talking about plus 20%, which you're kind of classified a bear market anyway. In order to take out wave 1, you'd have to be 20+%. So that would invalidate the Elliott wave thesis there. But if we have even if we go this deep, you know, we could have a wave 5 up. But I mean, so wave 4 would not invalidate the formation. But I mean, if you were to say like, okay, we already bottomed out, that wave 4 correction is still much higher than
I think like why I favor that we've settled business already or around this ballpark is that it increases the odds for a swing to you know, a chance for a higher high. I think if you lose your line in the sand, the problem that you have is then a back test of I don't know, pick your level of you know 97 as resistance, and then followed by an additional leg down, and it's over. So you kind of have a problem where the deeper you go, the less likelihood that you have to continue momentum upwards. It's possible, but just less likely.
Powell said it. What's at risk if you start trading below COVID all-time highs is the soft landing altogether. The whole thing is at risk. And it's just an ABC. You know, we had 2 years of crazy bull run during COVID, and we had a bit of a soft landing, and now we resumed a very bullish uptrend. As long as you're above the COVID all-time high, we're just pumping. And yeah, it's 10% down.
This could be a bullish divergence. This could be a bullish divergence right here. because the daily is closed already, and you closed with a higher low in the RSI than you did back here. So you could consider that. So you got a lower low. You've got a higher low in RSI. You could consider that a bullish divergence. I mean, I wonder if it shows up on the weekly, even if nah, because it's not higher. Yeah, so there's no divergence on the weekly, but you could stretch a bit and say that that's a bullish divergence.
It's funny how the uncertainty now is like more traditional uncertainty. Before the ETF, it's like, oh, are they going to ban Bitcoin? Blah blah blah. It's like we just follow the traditional like indecision in the market now with Bitcoin, and it's weird. FUD's a bit different.
Total
But,
broke.
yeah,
is
so for
total
any,
surprise. You know, we can
for
always
me,
find
at
out
the
when it didn't, but
at the very least, to say, okay, the bull market's over, we'd at least have to take out that line, right? And then if we came down at, that would be like strike one, and then if we came down as low as this, that would be like strike two, and if we failed to recover and make a new all-time high, like say we came down that far and we only made it back up to like here, like a 618. Hold on. We only made it back up to here, like a 618. It's like, okay, just sell it because we're going into a bear market. We're probably going lower, but that's, you know, kind of, that's what I'm seeing so far. A lot of it was built off of the fact that we did fill this gap today on that close. So hopefully that brings some optimism for like a bounce next week or something.
I spoke to
next week, the next couple of days.
I spoke to someone yesterday, and 51, and they didn't know what Bitcoin was. They'd never heard of it. It's just saying weird.
well, as long as that white line doesn't become resistance, yeah, as long as we don't turn COVID all-time high into resistance, there's still a probability of continuing the bull right now.
I mean, it didn't really turn into resistance back here, though. It did fall below it, but then it scooped back above it. And then this gap down here never got filled. It stuck, and you just sort of ripped.
Well, we managed to break resistance, yeah.
I think around here we were hitting the terminal rate on interest rate hikes, and they weren't going to hike anymore. And we shoved off from there. And then obviously over here they're talking about cutting rates, so...
if you overshoot support, then you're going to have a lot of unfilled gaps to the upside. It's actually a bullish sign if you have that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee that they won't be filled later if there's like a big stock market collapse, but when they stick for that long, like this one stuck for weeks and never came back and filled it, and that you're just in a a really sturdy trajectory to the upside. So, and you stayed above the 200 daily SMA. You had this golden cross. You stayed above the 50 for a couple weeks here, several weeks here, and especially above the 200. You're above the 20-week SMA.
Is a big stock market crash gonna stop a Bitcoin bull run though? We're not correlated 100% to the
I think it will
market.
because it's the highest risk asset still.
Yeah, but that was my point where someone's never heard of Bitcoin. People might start to freak out and go, right, I'm getting Bitcoin, because Bitcoin can still pump without traditional market having to pump it. I know it's ETF, but what if we get a whole bunch of new people?
Well, it happened in March 23.
When people need all the money that's in their pocket, when they need that for stuff, like the market's not pumping.
But when they get really desperate, they start to gamble too.
No, the short answer is yes, but of course, if you had like a white swan event where I don't know a bunch of banks started failing amongst all of the chaos, then yeah, you'd probably get a decoupling and Bitcoin would rip. But
That's
yeah,
my
I
point.
mean, ES dumps, everything else would.
Hopium, but just saying.
So I mean, one thing about Bitcoin is that it was born out of the GFC, like which was the last big like economic collapse that we had.
Yeah,
on
that's
record.
my point.
I mean, aside from COVID, so if we sort of add this onto the chart here and look at what Bitcoin did back then, probably go out to the weekly. Where was the GFC? I don't know if this chart doesn't go far enough back. But I mean, it was born out of it. It's been trending up ever since. The thing is, the problem with the fact that there could be a big economic collapse is that Bitcoin has never seen that or been in that environment before. So it'd be interesting to see whether everyone's like, okay, dump this high risk asset, or if it gets more widely adopted before that happens, maybe it becomes a new flight to safety like gold is during
gold, yeah.
an economic collapse. So like it'd be interesting to see like if there's enough adoption, it could become like a flight to safety.
Well, if it doesn't happen this time, it may happen in
that's
4
the
years.
dream.
That's
That's
the
the
dream.
dream and the initial intention, right? Isn't it? Is that it's supposed to be a flight to safety, but we still haven't really seen that with any serious gravity so far.
Well, the cool
not,
thing
I mean,
about
not
it too is you can do it from the comfort of your own home.
It will do both. People, you will get a COVID-like dip. You will get a banking crisis-like dip. People will sell Bitcoin like hell, but it'll bounce, bringing you safety on the way up. But it will dump like hell. Yeah.
We don't
A
have
bit like what
to.
happened
We don't have to
in March.
imagine. I mean, we just went through COVID. We just
Well,
went
half
through
of
a
it.
huge economic, collapse, shutdown, fear,
But it could get
uncertainty,
worse.
and doubt
It could get worse
at the
than that.
highest levels ever.
And look at what Bitcoin did during that. I mean, it did drop.
You saw both. You saw a huge dump
as
and
a
then a
knee-jerk.
huge recovery.
Yeah.
It pumped
You know,
like hell afterwards. If we look back to the GFC, you can see that like it was kind of created because of this, and then it's been doing well ever since. But
It's
so
like
it'd be
the
interesting to see if something like this happens again.
the
What will
the
actually
flight
happen
flight
to
to
Bitcoin?
safety the flight to safety always happens after, right? So you have like some event, like economic event upset, and depending on the characteristics of that event, well, first and foremost, everything dumps. But then like a few weeks go by and then the market kind of like has a think about everything and they're like, wait a second, we need Bitcoin, and then they just like buy it up. So it's not that you have like an inverse correlation from the get-go. But yeah, there's no saying that you wouldn't have a buy up in Bitcoin under the right conditions.
Yeah. So
Nothing short of SHA-256 getting decrypted kills Bitcoin at this point, guys.
Well, I mean, that's over for everything then, really.
Yeah, at that point, everything's screwed.
The reason why I think this is gonna last longer than like people anticipate is because this is called 3 weeks down. So you have a lower high and a lower low, followed by a lower high, lower low. So far, lower high, lower low. So if this weekly candle has 3 days left, if it doesn't pump up to a higher high, which means we would have to take out 5,900 on S&P, which isn't very likely to do in the next 3 days. Not impossible, but not likely, because we're talking about from here almost an 8% pump.
Oh, dude, let's do it. No, I'm bullish, man. I think we
This
can do that.
QRC, this quantitative
We can do that in a
reality,
couple of weeks, no problem.
I
get
mean,
a
a
big
couple of weeks, but not 3 days. So if this candle closes like this again with a lower high and a lower low, that's 3 weeks down, which means the correction will last longer. It doesn't necessarily mean that the pullback is going to be much deeper, but it just means that it takes a longer time to sort itself out before you end up getting a new all-time high.
I mean,
Could
the
potentially a few months. So
the
just be aware of
8%,
that.
the 8% pullback that we had in July 9% pullback that we had in July 2024 was bought up in days.
So I like that you brought that up, because look, this actually invalidates the whole thesis I just talked about right here. This invalidates it because you have a lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, and then the following week it bought back the entire dip. So something like this could absolutely happen out of this. So that's
I don't know if
also a likely possibility.
A bit like 10th of March 23, 2023, not 24.
Did you guys by any chance get the news that Zelensky says Ukraine accepted the U.S.'s ceasefire?
Yeah, we gotta wait for Putin.
We see it
Don't
in
really know.
price.
We
The
gotta wait
symbolic
for
stuff.
Putin to accept the offer, and he just fired on a Bahamian ship in Odessa. So
Oh, the counter thread is out too. Yeah, 10 of
wasn't
March
they, like, going
23
back and
was.
forth with drones?
what was that?
I thought they were going back and forth with drones, like right now, or not right now, but I guess within the past day.
Well, it was just a ballistic missile attack. But Trump said that all I hear is Zelensky look. All I see is Zelensky looking at Trump saying he's not going to respect the ceasefire. But whatever. Trump said he won't do that to him, right? So we'll see.
You know, we had a big dip on 10 of March this year, and 2 years ago, 10 of March 23 was the bottom of the banking crisis, both on Bitcoin and S&P. Interesting. What's up with
I
March?
think, well, yeah, March just sucks. Well, in 2021, I think it was, the market totally crashed on March 4th, and I just, like, ever since then, I don't trade, I don't, like, on March 4th, it's, like, taboo for me. Like, I don't buy, I don't sell, I don't trade, I don't do anything.
But COVID was also in March. Yeah.
Yeah, this was the following year, I think, was
You said earnings
2021.
come out in March for payouts later for dividends, so maybe it's got something to do with that.
Yeah, no, that's the thing.
And banking
This is sort
crisis,
of a,
March 23, yeah. But last year
this
was
is
okay, though.
an example. So these 3 weeks down, you got a lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. It ultimately took another 77 days to resolve itself. So that's 11 weeks. So like that's like 3 months.
I'm worried that
Yeah,
you
but
guys are relying too heavily on TA right now, and I know that sounds really weird coming from me. But at a time where 7 different people could tweet 8 different things and send this market either falling or ascending, I think you're relying a little bit too much on TA right now. This,
I mean, I'm just,
like, our current movements are not controlled by support and resistance, guys.
I agree, Dbloc,
Unfortunately,
but
right now.
there's nothing else to rely on because tweets are not reliable either. I mean, look at what Trump does.
All I'm saying is don't go too crazy on predictions when we should be reacting right now.
yeah, I'm just
But
suggesting that this could take this drop. It could take another, like, say 3 months to actually resolve itself before we make new all-time highs. And like that's if we make new all-time highs. Suggest, like, you know, that would suggest the bull market's not over. But I don't think it looks like this when it's over. I mean, maybe
That
I'm
is
wrong.
the big question at the moment. If we pull out of this, that white swan, if we get a Bitcoin upgrade and a flight to safety, there's probably a chance that we'll still have this run at the end of the year.
I mean, it goes like what Dbloc says. Like, you know, anybody could tweet and it could either completely dump and crash, or somebody could tweet something else and it could just completely rip faces off. So
it would be artificial. It would be artificial, and that'll be settled with time. We want you know, a fundamental slow driver, not a tweet or some Elon manipulation.
It's not about what we want. It's about the environment that we're in, guys. We can't make this environment what we want it to be. We're in an environment of pure indecision. We're in an environment of pure indecision right now. Pure uncertainty.
Even the rich people feel like crap right now.
It's just too much uncertainty. And when there's too much uncertainty, every news article, every news report, every leak, every rumor sends things flying. We've seen it. Like, we can see it on the chart. Look at the price action that we've had.
Guys, all Dbloc wants to say is to keep and stay patient and alert. Not like FOMO and
all of the tech companies have frozen headcount. That should mean, I don't know, should pay attention.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so two other things I noticed that is, unfortunately, we're below the 200 daily SMA on S&P, and so the last time we were down below it was October 23, but we were below it here, and you made a higher low, right? And then we were also below it here. You made a higher low. So if we go below it here and put in a higher low, I mean, that's still a macro higher low. So there's still room for another leg up. But I mean, if we come all the way down here, yeah, like it's obviously a bear market. It's too late at that point to react unless you're you get a dead cat bounce back up to this level or something. But the other thing is that the weekly RSI on the S&P is below 50 again, and that's not great. It did dip below it back here, and then we took off. But I mean, I don't know if we don't get a second chance here, or a second wind or something, out of this drop, or it doesn't resolve itself and put in a new higher high within the next couple of months. Yeah, it could be a bear market, but until then, I wouldn't jump to conclusions like that.
Oh, there's 5% room left on S&P and Nasdaq.
Yeah, I mean, so far on the S&P, we did
10% down and 15 on Nasdaq.
10%. Yeah. So I mean, still within 12%. The last big nasty drop that we had was over here. This was like the Japanese yen thing, and that was also about 10%, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 9.7%.
It feels like the time when Elon said that Tesla wasn't taking Bitcoin anymore. This is what this time feels like. And look what it did. It went down to 29,000, and it still went to new all-time highs after that.
Yeah, look at what this did, and then if you bought here, you ended up riding it all the way up here. Riding stocks all the way up here. So I mean, this could be another buying opportunity. It's less than 12%. So.
If this is a bear market, then what's the fear and greed index going to do if we go lower?
Well, I mean, that's the
That's a
other
good
thing,
question.
is that
But it
catch
doesn't
on
anymore
fire.
because
It'll
people
go
are
to the negatives.
It'll quantum teleport.
No,
You'll never
it
find
will
it.
make
Is there
higher lows.
usually a rally after the top?
It will make higher lows because people are now expecting a bear market. So
look at
it won't
this.
come as a surprise. We won't be that afraid.
Look at the fear and greed for the S&P right now. Extreme fear, 14. A month ago, you're at 43. 43? Then a year ago, 62. So, I mean, you're extreme fear right now for fear and greed, for whatever that tells you in terms
Now,
of...
guys, do you understand now that
be a balance.
somehow Warren Buffett correlated all his markets, indexes, and all his math for the last 60 years, and that's why he sold those millions of shares of Apple before this crash has happened. So he kind of knew.
He's in a cash trade right now. Warren always gets out early.
Yeah. I mean, he knows.
But he's actually the one who caused the crash, no? With that much money.
Well, people copy trade Warren as they should.
Look at this is if you take the Japanese yen dump low and you take a fib up to here, you've made a 618 retracement as well. 5,500 S&P.
The problem with the points we compared the current dump to is the topping structure you have before the dump starts, right? If you compare to like August dip, we had no topping structure on a daily or weekly. You had a spike up and then retrace down, right? If you compare to October 23, same stuff. We didn't have a topping structure. You had spike up, then
You see, but this type
a fib from all the way back here, it's a 236 retracement, same spot as the 618 from this low.
This type of correlations, you see, it's exactly what Dbloc showed us. It happens after lowering down the QT and going up in QE.
Yeah.
The difference is it took us 3 months to top here. Like we've created some resistance, above us. At 6,000 on SPY, you have on SPX. We've created resistance before dumping. It's not like the other dumps where you didn't really create resistance before dumping. You spike up, you dump. You spike up, you dump. But you don't build you don't form resistance. Whereas here we
resistance here at the 200, but besides that, I don't see where there's going to be another huge problem.
It's at 6,000. The problem is the topping structure, the triple top, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's still all-time high though.
Yeah. But
if
like
if you put in a macro high or low, and then you break past that, you should get another leg up.
Yeah, but in the end, this will be a market structure that you can relate off in regard to your tradings.
I'm just saying it's going to be a bit tougher this time around because it's a triple top. You're going to fight up there to break above it. Whereas earlier, like if you look at August recovery, well, there was no topping structure on the left. Even December 23.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is just what this is the stuff that I'm seeing. I figured I'd share it. And like that whole
Like as a topping structure, it's more comparable to COVID to October 2021 to COVID all-time highs than to any of the other recent tops we did. From just on a weekly time frame. We just spent 3 months around 6,000, and we're doing some red candles.
I mean, all the bad news could just be stacking on so Trump can tell his little minions to short, and then all of a sudden a bunch of great news is going to come out this summer and turn this ship around.
check this out. This is Bitcoin divided by USDT dominance. And it caught this 0.5 here. You have a bullish engulfing on the daily so far. It's got 2 hours and 43 minutes left. But if this closes above here, that's a bullish engulfing above the 0.5 retracement for this entire from the bear market low up to the all-time high. So there's also that. And then one more thing would be that you also have a bullish divergence on this chart. So here to here, and then you have here to here, higher low on RSI, on the daily, bullish divergence on the daily with Bitcoin versus USDT dominance. So Bitcoin, I think, will start out to outperform Tether dominance. We want to break that line, get back above the 200 SMA. But I think we're going up. Long story short,
Yeah.
we're going up.
I agree with you because it doesn't matter if you think we're gonna go in a bull or bear market. It actually doesn't matter. There's a technical bounce in both cases.
I was just gonna say that volatility, isn't that what we want?
Volatility creates opportunity.
Yeah, I mean the TA is bullshit, but the plan is there.
This is bullshit.
Hey, my Sui buy worked good though. Hey, don't be that harsh. My TA is bullshit, but on Sui I got some good one. I think that thing is not at $2 anymore. I mean, although it's only at 230, so it's like
one more thing. I can check
10% green and a few of red. Oh, it's better than nothing, I guess.
Others divided by USDT dominance. You also have a bullish divergence here.
No, but we should pay
bullish
more
engulfing
attention
candle.
to news than TA then. Oh man, I hate doing that.
I
don't
mean,
even
sure,
have a Twitter account.
sure. Like, definitely, like, pay attention to the news and everything. I'm just saying, there's buyers. Like,
Oof.
it looks like there's evidence in the chart that there's people buying.
So let's assume Trump comes with good news. He manages to actually have peace in Ukraine. Like, what? It means to me to hold my long and not
I mean, I don't know. The thing is, it's
vacation anyway. Like, oh.
if you give up the opportunity that's there now,
And he comes
say,
with good news, and I don't buy.
yeah, by the
because
time the good news comes out, like you got to buy the bad news. By the time the good news comes out, it's too late to buy the dip. You know, you could be doing something like this, and then you're
Okay,
like,
you mean good news like Ukraine war starting? Yeah, this was amazing news. You know, the whole pump is on bearish news. The
like
whole pump
Dbloc
is
said, then you go from, oh, I'm feeling sick to, oh no, I'm getting left behind, and then you have to buy the dip here instead, and then you're up here. You know what I mean? Like this type of stuff, you can't really foresee it happening. Like obviously, none of us can read the future, but I'm just saying that opportunities are kind of there. This thing, if I put this on, hold on, let me delete this stuff real quick.
We pumped fueled by bad news, and even sentiment wise with the wars, it's like the end of the world is coming, and we just pump. And now we might start to get good news. Doesn't it make sense to just dump?
Logarithmic here on the weekly.
The probabilities are still to the downside, but the bet is better to the upside.
We got this big symmetrical triangle here. Let's take a fib like that. Bring it down here. Take this measured move. I think I measured it from here. Break out of the triangle kind of brings you right to that 1.618. So the others should start outperforming Tether as well. I mean, theoretically, unless this big triangle was to break down, you could also have a drop down to here, in which case, you know, it might still be safer to buy the dip there in case it breaks out up here instead. But if it breaks down like this, I mean, then you're probably, crypto's probably dead, you know, so you don't want to be involved anyway. But I mean, I guess theoretically it could come down to these lows, and then maybe this area is what Dbloc's waiting for before he buys altcoins. I don't know, but there are some patterns there.
No, there's no going back to 10 years ago. Although you never know, huh? But no. That's not.
You never know.
The 2020 from all-time lows, bear market to the all-time high was like, what, 2,100% or whatever? If we go up to 286K on Bitcoin, that's only 1,700% increase from the lows to the highs. So that's diminishing returns. It's possible.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about 1 million Bitcoin. What I wonder is which news is going to hit first. Are we going to have peace in Ukraine first, or are we going to have the Congress passing? Which bullish news is going to come first here?
It doesn't matter. We have bullish news at resistance and price dumps. We have bullish news at support, price bumps. It's just like, are we at support? Are we at resistance?
I mean, didn't we just have some of the most bullish news ever, and it's still dumped?
Yeah, but because we pumped on bearish news, so it makes sense to now dump on bullish news. No? Like literally, what bullish news came? I mean, crypto-wise, it was bullish. Okay, maybe we got banks collapsing. It was bullish. We got Tesla selling. It was bullish. We got Elon buying back. It was bullish. Well, I guess crypto-specific, it was bullish. But when you look at, you know, global politics, geopolitics, the state of the world, I don't know, inflation, wars, fascism, you know, just the outlook for the coming decade, isolationism, trade, wars.
Where's the fascism?
Wars,
Give me an example.
Well, you know, isolationism, let's call it, like, you know, me first, not the other, like, you know, the...
well, dude, we're $38 trillion in debt, so, you know, there comes a time you got to take care of yourself.
Yeah, but you might be in debt, but for Europe has a lot of debt too, but we're not the poor countries. You know? The poor countries are the southern countries, which look at America as like aliens, I guess. Anyway, you know, like that's the globally the outlook isn't that good compared to what it was during the previous bull runs, where we had peace, we had you know, a better future ahead of us. I don't know if it's still the case. Like maybe with Trump that changes and people are becoming bullish again on you know, just in real life. Like COVID also hit hardly morale, right? I don't know. I don't feel like I've heard any really long-term bullish news. I mean, we have Elon feeding us with we're gonna go to Mars. It's gonna be great.
You don't think a Bitcoin reserve, basically the federal government
No,
embracing...
crypto-specific ways there are very bullish news. I know, but you know, just what if we get really bullish news? Not just crypto-specific. Yeah, like peace in Ukraine. That would be a good start. Peace in the Middle East would be a second good start.
Well, the thing is he'll you know, maybe peace in Ukraine happens, but then so on one side he's, you know, maybe that works out, but then he's trying to start crap with Iran on his other hand. So it's like it's never gonna stop, dude. The shit's just gonna keep piling up.
When you look at the 2000s, 2010s, you know, I don't know, it felt more bullish to me. Maybe it's just
It's all just like a football game, man. It's like choose a team. You know what I mean? Like it's the way. There's always going to be some sort of war.
I think the
Oh,
market
that's a
will
serious
keep
keyboard.
on
I think the question is like, when do people stop caring? Because with every news event that comes out, or with every repetition of a new tariff or something in the line of this, people just care less and less, and they start to over time understand the side effects that these things bring with them. And the market adapts and it finds a way to move despite the FUD.
That's a really good point, man. Normalcy bias is like a real thing.
Yeah. I mean, but I suppose we can all agree that Bitcoin and the rest of the crypto market is heavily tethered to legacy at the moment, and that's fine. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to be bearish overall for legacy.
Oh, I'm not sure it gives us a hedge to follow all that, but I do follow and I love it. It's fun. It makes trading more interesting, more geopolitical, I guess. And that Taiwan hammer is still there too. It's gonna be interesting stuff happening. Unfortunately for those people, it's gonna be horrible. But
El
said
Salvador
Iran?
is bullish on Bitcoin.
We want to bomb Iran, really? Again? Oh, well. Well, these bombs, you need a use case. It's like Doge that doesn't have a use case. What's the use case? Shut up. I don't want to break the mood, but that's why I feel bearish. It's a bit geopolitical stuff that makes me feel ugly stuff
It's
going on.
normal, man. I mean, there's every day it's something new is coming out that's it's not like these are small things, right? Like these things going on with Iran and Ukraine and trade wars and energy issues and debt and all these things. Like there's no way that you can just smile when you hear all this shit.
Yet we pumped like hell, right? Energy like look at Germany. Look at like we lived through energy crisis and everything pumped. It's a monetary crisis we're in. It's not just kind of like I'm not sure we really pumped, right? They called it a monetary crisis.
You guys think it's gonna be like 2008?
Money. As long as we're above COVID all-time highs, I'm not worrying about that. We're just pumping. But yeah, eventually something has to happen.
2026 is when the real estate crisis shows itself.
It can even continue longer than 2000. Like we could just get a typical bear market, nothing different than typical this cycle, even though there's housing crisis and all. But eventually something will happen. And if you want to try to bet on that, then TA helps a bit because you can look at what happened last time we had energy crisis around, or when oil was getting expensive, which it's not, by the way. Oil is politically manipulated to stay around $80, so it's around $80. Currently at 70 because Trump said that he'd drill. Whatever.
Drill, baby, drill.
Still, the MA is at $80. It's gonna stay at $80 because we decided not to buy oil above $80 anyway. So,
like the answer probably lies somewhere in the middle, right? Like Raoul Paul said today, like he said, look, everybody's screaming recession, blah blah blah. He's like, look, I think the economies are going to contract, but we're not going to go into recession. It's like he's not denying that it's going to contract, but he's and aside from what the definition of a recession is, aside from that, I just think the answer lies somewhere in the middle.
And because there's still high inflation, the contraction is not gonna go as low as maybe COVID all-time high on an S&P. Like we won't even retest our previous highs during the next bear because there's been 30% inflation since 2021. So even you might just put a higher low on a much bigger macro time frame, looking at the 18-year cycle and all that. Because 18 years ago, yeah. Like there's no retesting COVID dip. No, right? Please tell me there's no retesting COVID dip.
I think like a soft landing essentially just like delays
That-
the inevitable. I mean, there's some cases where you can succeed in a soft landing and actually completely circumvent, you know, any downfall, but it's not.
I think Powell managed this soft landing thanks to the weapon manufacturing increase, thanks to Ukraine war, and it's probably one of the reasons why that war started anyway. It's to prevent a crash in the stock market. That's why it's horrible. But anyway, we kind of got our soft landing through good actions of Powell, hiking and stuff like that, or whatever he did. And he acknowledged that we didn't have a recession once, literally at the all-time high. Well, 1% lower.
A lot of the news that comes out is all smoke and mirrors anyway. Like they don't tell us the truth on half of the stuff.
Now, because America pulls out of Ukraine, Europe did a big loan to manufacture weapons or buy weapons from America, whatever, and that thing made all our stock markets pump like hell these last 2 weeks. Like we made new all-time highs in France, in Germany, in most European countries because of weapons manufacturing. Is that really a good future? Like, is it the future we want for a decade-long investment? Like, do I want to really invest in weapon stocks? I guess it's a good future. We'll be safe thanks to our weapons. We'll fight our enemies. We might avoid fighting thanks to good weapons. They'll be like afraid of us, and also, I mean, I guess I get the idea. It's just not very bullish, you know, overall. Like, I'd rather not have us spend money on, and that's what Trump wants, by the way. He wants to spend less money making weapons, more money for the people, right? So, yeah, I guess that's what I'd like to see. You know, real peace and less money spending to make weapons, more money spending to buy Bitcoin.
Technology that's not used for weapons. Interesting.
Yeah, I know it doesn't exist. Everything is weapons first, and then it becomes for the civilians, right? Also, Trump said he restarted Star Wars, right? Like he wants to invest in lasers in space and stuff like that. I don't know.
Oh, the Star Wars missile defense system.
Yeah, he wanted, like Reagan. No, he wants to do the same stuff.
I mean, the satellites for Starlink aren't that far of a stretch from accomplishing something like that.
Can you believe Elon got DDoS attacked?
Is that true, really?
Yeah,
you know what he did though?
He
When
left
he
Cloudflare unset up. It wasn't set up properly. His DDoS shield. He just didn't configure it.
But when he was asked, like, how did you guys deal with it? He just like, it's taken care of. Like the way he answered it seemed kind of highly suspicious.
Yeah, he didn't know what was going on, but apparently they said it was like there was 4 doors with locks, and he forgot to put one lock on one of the doors. But they just didn't configure Cloudflare properly. It's amazing it was to do with Cloudflare after the big shutdown, you know, a year ago or 6 months ago. But it wasn't Cloudflare's fault. He just didn't switch it on properly. But like Twitter being DDoS attacked was insane. I mean, it's a bit of a worry that he didn't configure it.
He was behind on his firewall subscription.
But again, think of his philosophy, right? He wants to fail so he can fix the holes. Like he loves it when things get exploited.
He's running Starlink and he can't.
Like a painter that retouches the paintings.
I mean, but that's the whole, like, his SpaceX, you know, let's crash a rocket, let's blow it up, let's see the telemetry, see what happened, learn from it, move on.
Get one of his rockets DDoS attacked while he's launching humans into space. Whoops, didn't configure Cloudflare. Shit. Pretty epic.
Here goes Sinlos with his anti-Trump diatribe again.
Oh man, it would have been heaps better if we had Kamala Harris in. That would have worked out really well.
In the end, stock market doesn't care about politics that much. We would have probably done the same stuff if it was Kamala.
Neither do I, honestly. Y'all care way too much. Hearing how easily offended and how easily defensive people get in here over politics is insane.
Yeah, but TA is a bit boring when you mix up. I remember your chart where you had all presidents since 1970 and
Yeah.
all the different, big geopolitical changes like oil crisis, like Saudis. I forgot exactly, but you had plenty of events on that chart. It's always what makes it more human than just technical, though.
Did all y'all grow up in the 90s or 80s?
I never grew up.
I grew
never.
up in the 80s and 90s.
Like 1995, 1990, yeah, about 1995, 1994. That was a good year. Was that like Clinton?
It was the collapse
Yeah.
of the USSR. It was Europe's construction.
I
China
remember
was
like that
yeah.
time being really, really good. Like in America, like people were getting along and stuff like that. That was a really good time.
Yeah, that was when Nelson Mandela came into power in South Africa.
The last
Look
time
at
the United
price.
States ran a surplus.
Yeah, and look at price. Look at S&P in the 2000s or the 1990s. It's just 10 years of going only up.
It's literally the last time the United States had any money that we weren't in debt.
From 1990 to 2000, well, it's before the 2000 bubble pop, right? You have 10 years of just up.
I mean, the 90s seemed smooth depending on your point of view. I mean, I had 3 major deployments to a foreign country during that decade. So, there was still some stuff going on while everybody else was chilling out with their Nintendo at home.
Super Nintendo.
Yeah, but it was appeasement, right? It was the end of Russian threat. There was a lot of... Well, we started spending less on military stuff, in the 1990s because there was no Russian threat anymore. It collapsed.
They had ended NATO then, we wouldn't be having half the problems we're having now. As soon as the USSR fell, NATO should have been dissolved.
It's definitely different times. It's definitely different times now. Now's not normal. I mean, it's not the same.
We brought down the Iron Curtain and we put on. We cut down the Iron Curtain and we put up our own. Is what we did.
Yep. You would compare. I mean, in Europe, the mood is really bad. We're comparing this. We had Munich conference. Trump came to negotiate peace at Munich. It's to send a signal to compare this to 1938. It's like we're 2 years before World War III. So the mood isn't that bullish, at least in Europe. I don't know in America, but we're like expecting World War III to start. So
it's not great anywhere, Zusi. Everywhere's depressed.
And there's inflation, and French politics only care about how are we gonna retire and social stuff.
You mean you're not arguing over like social issues over there?
Yeah, we are. I mean, not right now, no, because we have no government that can do anything. So it's just gonna stay like it is, which is a good thing. It's stable. There's not gonna be any major political change.
Just a quick look at my chart, real quick, just real fast.
1937 was a year to sell, by the way.
Bitcoin chart. If you guys looked at my Discord link where I said Bitcoin tops and bottoms cycle signals, these are all the signals, right, that pop off when you're at tops, right? Followed by the BTI. You get your red BTI once everything's done. It's just a different sort of CBBI. All the same things that the CBBI follows, except it's charted out. Right? These are our tops. This was our only super cycle in history. People like to call these different bull markets. They weren't. This was one super cycle. Our bottoms. Right? Marked every bottom. See how you go red when you're at tops. Red, white hot at tops.
What's the probability of Wall Street
Do you
changing
see where we
behavior?
are? You see where we are and what everything looks like?
But we now welcomed Wall Street much more than before, right?
What does that have to do with our macro, with our on-chain analytics?
They're more greedy. They TP earlier.
Yeah, but these watch that. This watches big wallets. This watches outflows. This watches long-term holders versus short-term holders. That would all be in the chart. You can see it here. You see how you start to go red while you're still going up because everybody's TPing.
We need people to go short here, not long.
Oh, listen, there is no shortness of FUD right now. You don't have to worry about that at all. People can look at this and still find something to FUD about it. So yeah, don't worry about the lack of shortage.
Still, my point is valid. No, it's like the fourth cycle. It could just do stuff it hasn't done before, like we did during the bear market. Breaking below the 200 MA on the weekly, breaking the pi cycle. Maybe this bull market top isn't gonna be that.
Wait, can you bring that chart back, Dbloc, so we can comment on it? Like the two orange hot areas that are now currently to our bull run. That's never happened like that.
What are you saying?
So okay, so you were showing the different colors, like so those two oranges in the far right.
Mm-hmm.
That
far right where? Where?
On your chart.
Obviously on the chart, but where, bro?
Well, actually, it did
Here?
happen in the past.
So 2024, July 2024.
Okay. This.
It did happen in the past. You can see it on the second spike.
Yeah, you see them on the build up to the parabolics.
But this one is wider. You know, it's like it stayed orange longer than previously.
Hold on, let me drop Bitcoin back on there because I guess I lost it.
But it's because we broke metrics too. We did the most weekly green candles in a row ever, or stuff like that, right? So it stayed orange longer than it typically did.
Hold on, let me drag this down.
Going red,
Damn it. Right. My bad, I just had to snatch Bitcoin down real quick. Alright, so there's our Bitcoin chart. Let me put it on candles. It's funny because this even shows our false top during the last. Remember how we always talk about that on RSIs, on MACD, on every metric possible, we topped out. This was our top. And then we got a lower, even though we popped up and when they accepted the shorts, I mean the long contracts on futures, we popped up. But
how do you protect yourself against such a fake second top?
Against this, they can profit early. They can profit early.
No, I mean, let's say you're gonna try to short the top, and then you get like a second top.
Low leverage and making sure that your take profit isn't that close. I mean, you were at 64 and 69. You're gonna short 64. I mean, I would hope that your take profit is way higher. You shouldn't have got liquidated by that, but you would have been scared as hell. You would have probably closed
That
your short.
had divergences written all over it. I mean, we can see one here as well, even on this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I just
by every metric, it was divergent.
Okay, well, I just put it into a research model, and and I didn't tell it what kind of data it was, and it says that pattern is absolutely broken.
Okay, well, tell it to go short then.
No. Well, a way it could be broken but still be valid is, if you don't go into the red, get crazily overbought, then you will also not go into the blue and get crazily oversold.
Dude, you could visually see that it. Never mind.
Bro, explain yourself because I don't see what you're talking about. I hear you getting frustrated and emotional, but I don't see what you're saying to me. What's different?
It didn't go as high, but it did the same spikes up, right?
According to that model, we are in the bear market and we're going down.
Well, you got it. You got it, bro. You got it.
Okay, so you're in a short.
Dude, I'm not
right now.
saying we're in a bear market. I don't think we're in a bear market. I totally believe in your 4-year cycle theory, man. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that chart is not representative of what's happening.
You don't understand the chart, bro. That's the only way that I can put it.
You're
not understanding what you're looking at.
The chart hasn't actually. I think the point here is that the chart hasn't actually spiked
Played
out
out
yet, and so essentially Zeus's theory, if we are going to contend with the theory here, is that perhaps Wall Street are involved and they like to TP prematurely, and well, that will be
They'll also buy prematurely.
that well, of course, that will be apparent within the next year. We'll be able to see if that's true or not. But there's no way of actually looking at whether the model's broken with where we are in price, where we stand at the moment, right? We need a loss of 70k, a monthly back test of 70k with conviction without that model topping out to even start to explore that the model's broken.
Well, there's 3 examples, right? The problem is you're going with 3 examples. Like we don't have more price history to be more confident in the cycle.
But if you guys want to stay bearish, feel free to stay bearish. I'm just presenting the data. You can do with it what you
Oh my
what
God,
you will.
I'm not saying we're bearish. I'm
I'm
just
not.
saying
Stop
looking at
being
that-
so emotional. I'm not talking to you. Zeusy was just talking when I said that. Relax,
Yeah,
bro.
No, I'm just trying to break the cycle, assess if the cycle can be broken, in which way it could be broken and all.
Yeah,
but we
but
see 2 spikes on your chart. Like there's been 2 yellow spikes. It didn't go in the red, but there's been 2 yellow spikes.
Yeah, but those two orange spikes are currently forming because we are in a bullish trend overall, as you see, and we haven't reached the all-time high that is currently forming, and this is because of the liquidity.
That's weird.
It doesn't have a strong sense now, as Dbloc was saying earlier regarding QT in relation with QE, and all the markets contracting for about, let's say, crypto market for 30-35%, and stocks contracting with ratios between 8 to 12%. So this somehow is correlated on a macroeconomical in a macroeconomical sense, if we can actually agree overall. But as currently as market structure is situated, I think we are still on the safe side by trading either bullish or bearish sentiment regarding to what's happening in the charts at an intraday level. But regarding on the macro level, we're still haven't broken under 200 SMA. Either we are at 1 day candlestick, 1 week candlestick, or 1 month candlestick.
We're not much different to 2021 except for the altcoins.
There's 6 months left to prove Bitcoin can reach 180k. You know, that's
Yeah,
where the
and you'll
thinking
see
is
that
gonna be.
in 6 months we will be there.
I don't know. There could be signs that things are changing, and I wouldn't bet too much on that. But
To be fair, like if I was to, after witnessing prior cycles, place a bet on, is there a chance, like a more likely chance that this cycle could be a broken one, I'd probably tip the odds slightly more in the favor that it could be. But it's essentially like we've just not seen a broken cycle yet, so you just can't really. You have to kind of stay on the side of caution, really.
like, how about a less volatile cycle rather than a broken cycle? Like, you still get your.
I mean, that's just well, yeah, I agree, and that's just well, I mean, volatility I think is going to be there either way, but in terms of diminishing returns, absolutely.
Yeah, but with Wall Street in the game now, they might not let it pump as much as before, and also not let it drop as much as before. So maybe there's maybe that 2026 bear market.
I was talking about this last night, and what I was saying was I think Wall Street is going to get involved, but they're going to try to short. They're going to try to short the top, and it's going to just keep going, and they're going to get wrecked, and there's going to be a huge short squeeze. They're going to try to put a ton of money in trying to short the tops, and it's just going to short squeeze even further up.
Yeah, they're just going to add fuel to the fire.
They're already hedged. They're already shorts. Of course, they're doing
Yeah,
this.
I heard.
Like,
what if it starts behaving like gold, right?
I was watching a video of Michael Saylor, and he was saying that Bitcoin allows Wall Street to short the general markets with more leverage than they could with Wall Street, because they're limited on Wall Street. With Bitcoin, you can short as much as you want with 100x. And since it's correlated to the NASDAQ and the S&P, it just gives them an instrument where they can short with higher leverage.
Yep, you can do a lot of things in the crypto market. You can spoof in a crypto market. The list goes on.
I think they're gonna be involved, but they're gonna be trying to wreck us and wreck the crypto market, but they're the ones that are gonna get wrecked. Like that's what I think is gonna happen.
I mean, that's kind of like a GME situation, isn't it? And I think that's probably quite different because that's just one stock and, maybe like a couple of banks that were just completely overexposed, so it was very easy for retail to take advantage. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, but like it's not just them versus us. It's actually, a lot of these big players versus each other too. And that's where the biggest swings come.
And in reverse, we might see in reverse, guys, we might see an effect that has happened in the dumb money movie from 2023 with the GameStop stocks.
If exchanges have incentives to squeeze them out, then it makes their whole, like all their earnings and portfolio and holdings and reserves go up in value. They'll cause a short squeeze on Wall Street. They can do that, and Wall Street won't even know what hit them. I mean, think about GME. Like two of like the biggest like Citadel and Melvin Capital, like big hedge funds, like professional hedge funds and like market makers. They got wrecked by a bunch of college kids on their phone using Robinhood. They literally had to call Robinhood and say, "Hey, you gotta shut this shit down."
And GME is doing fine compared to AMC. AMC is like putting new bear market bottom almost.
I'm not trying to be like an ape or a moon boy with that. I'm just saying like those stranger things have happened. Like it wouldn't be odd for that to happen in crypto if Wall Street, gets in over their head.
Of course, Wall Street's scared of the public. If the public find out that Wall Street's vulnerable, of course they are.
My whole theory on like I've heard a lot of FUD around liquidity providers at the moment, and although I'm not denying that they might be partially responsible for driving price down, well, actually, the reason that exchanges send money in the form of tokens or whatever to these liquidity providers is actually because retail and even big institutions alike are actually less active at that point in time. So, well, if you have, a bunch of wrecked retail and you have a bunch of institutions who are already positioned and do not want to compete at the current price, you kind of need to just like hand over price action to a liquidity provider, which, well, I mean, what we've seen over the last month has been quite dramatic in terms of driving the price down. But actually, this is to be seen as an opportunity. Prices had to move here in order for retail and for big players to step back in.
Yet they are not. Volume is low overall in this dump. If you compare what's happening like below 90k to what happened above 90k, it's pretty low. At least on Binance. I'm not looking at every exchange and all, but I don't know. I haven't seen that huge volume spike because of price moving to the next level. No, do we have that? Maybe we do. It's been steady and slow, I guess, but no huge spike, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's check it out. We've certainly had.
Like
I mean, yeah, we've had decreasing volume
since 5th of November.
Since the beginning of the year, really. I mean, we've started to see an uptick in volume actually since we formed this asymmetrical triangle, which we've just potentially faked out of to the downside. Well, I mean, we have. Whether it's a fake out or not is to be seen.
Last week was about retesting the wick we left with that very bullish weekly candle, and the overall volume in that down move is lower, so it's not going to be hard to go back up there.
I mean, volume doesn't look.
Dump on low volume, you can.
It doesn't look terrible. I mean, it's nowhere near the kind of volume that we were seeing in 2021. But yeah, here's my thing about volume, and maybe I'm wrong in this, and maybe someone would like to correct me. But I suppose volume is volume. But like, You know, when an asset is cheaper, well, you can achieve higher volume, no? Just because, well, you can buy more with your capital.
That's
Am
right.
I wrong? Yeah,
It
am
depends
I
if
right or
your
wrong in
volume
saying that?
measure.
You're right.
No, it depends
Okay.
if your volume measure is in Bitcoin or in dollars. If you measure,
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
if you
Which
measure
is
volume in
why
Bitcoin,
actually
you'll have
measuring volume weighted somehow against price would probably be more accurate.
or it's the VWAP.
There's a difference between the participating volume and in regard to the total volume and the traded volume. Because currently maybe on Binance there are 100,000 Bitcoins, but not all of them are traded. If let's say 20% of 100,000 are traded, are doing are establishing this let's say market structure, but not overall 100,000 are participant to the tradings.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, either way, I mean, we could speculate about this, but there's not really any excuse because basically the entire altcoin market is sitting at the bottom, and we still are below the total market cap of the prior bull run. So, I mean, yeah, fine, Bitcoin's was flirting at around 100K. Now we're flirting at 80K. There's really actually no excuse for volume to be this low.
Yeah, because people and mostly the retail traders like you and me and everybody around are waiting for prices above 100,000. 100.
Well, I know retail have run out of money. Okay, let's be honest. Retail have run out of money. And that's not to say that the big boys won't move price without them. They absolutely will. And so I wouldn't worry too much about that because, you know, another payday will come, FOMO will kick in, and retail will jump back on board. But yeah, all I'm saying is that you know, there is actually really. I mean, I suppose the excuse in there being a decline in volume is that we do not have a QE. That is literally the excuse. Because we do not have central banks buying up assets and driving the price up of everything, and then funneling the profits into more risk-on assets.
I put the volume chart in TA chat, and you know most of the volume was March 23. Overall, it's in Bitcoin, right? That's when we got the biggest spike with everybody trading because stable coins were depegging, buying Bitcoin. Elon tweeting, "Do you want to trust banks or crypto?" And a lot of people bought there. Probably Elon himself bought like hell there, yeah.
Ah, now that's interesting. So that's on Binance. You'd want to check
Binance
out
USDT spot, and then you know they banned Binance from America. They banned Binance from like during like maybe volume
yeah,
is
exactly. That's why I don't look at volume on Binance anymore.
but it's not
Just because
Binance
of the fact,
US.
like,
It's Binance. It's not
well,
Binance.
no one really uses. But I mean, people do use Binance. I've got nothing against using Binance, but it's just not a really good volume indicator.
But still, you know, the bans were before the spike. Binance got banned in Europe during the bear market.
Right. Well, exactly.
In America during the bear market, not during the. It was already banned. I mean, the crypto wars against exchanges were already over at that point, I think.
Actually, check out.
But you see how most of the volume in Bitcoin is at the bottom of the. Like overall, most of the volume in Bitcoin is at the bottom of the bear market. It's not at the tops. So it's kind of normal that we don't see huge volume. When
Coinbase has got a really good representation of volume, and actually, what you've just mentioned there is completely correct. There was a huge upsurge in volume around
Also
the
in
20K area,
and you know the date is 10th of March. The bot found on the 10th of March, 11th. Yeah.
Well, the highest spike in volume on Coinbase was the 15K.
Who trades on Coinbase? Maybe Coinbase USD could be
Well,
interesting.
like I don't know, MicroStrategy to start off with.
No, you
So
don't see.
in a good day, do you expect 100,000 bitcoins to be traded? Well, that's a low volume. I assume on a good day you trade above 500,000.
It's crazy, and then you look at like derivative volume,
couldn't
like
trade,
achieve at least
example,
1 million bitcoins traded.
on Bybit, for example.
You couldn't trade
if
on
you check
Coinbase
out
anyway.
derivatives volume, well, derivatives volume peaked at the cycle top in April 2021. Then if you look at spot, well, it peaks around bear market lows. It is very interesting, actually.
It's cause and
funny
effect.
because volume is in
Supply and
Bitcoin,
demand.
so you're gonna have easily the biggest candles at low prices because this volume is in Bitcoin. The unit of the bars is Bitcoin. It's not dollars. Now, if you look in dollars, it's going to be a very different story.
If there is no supply, the price goes where's the demand. This is quite easy. It's basic math.
No price. Well, if there's no volume, price isn't supposed to even move because nothing is happening.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. It just means there's inactivity. Like that's fine.
Yeah.
And actually,
why
sometimes
Coinbase
that
short?
creates a calm before the storm. Like, there's been many times where actually I've got into some really nice positions on extremely low volume.
You know why? Yeah, the volume isn't that important, you're right. But you know why Coinbase has less volume at March 23 dip than at all-time lows? Well, it's because it was closed when that happened. You couldn't trade on.
What was
Coinbase.
closed?
Coinbase.
What on? What? Remind me.
People couldn't buy 19K on Coinbase that day.
Oh, did they go offline for a day or so?
Of course.
Oh, of course they do. I mean, every time there's a game-changing moment in price, they go offline.
The good news is you couldn't panic. Like you couldn't sell below 22K, and when it reopened, you were above 22K, so couldn't like. No harm was done in the end, right?
Stamp volume is pretty solid.
Except for the people that wanted to buy below 22K.
But also nobody panic sold at 19K, so. It's worse than just an exchange going offline. We had a bank where people lost millions of dollars. People had stable coins, well, fiat sitting in their bank account, and it just went to zero. Imagine you have $1 million, your company has $1 million in its banking account, and it just wake up one morning and the bank is bankrupt and you have zero. That's what happened there.
Like Coinbase, the reason that they go offline is just basically because they haven't configured their systems to be able to deal with the traffic when there's like an upsurge in, at very busy times. Now, their custody users are probably operating off a different API backend, which I assure you probably are still able to trade whilst the rest of retail are blocked out.
Yeah, and so we turned the 200 into support. Well, not on the weekly, on the daily. Oh, talking about the 200, Bitcoin is now at the 200 MA on the daily, not the EMA.
I mean, that's
We have
why
2
I bought.
hours.
We tapped the 200 EMA, right? Oh wait, no, I'm going crazy. The weekly, the weekly 50.
We're below the 200 MA on the daily, but we're coming back towards.
We can always faking out on the 200 on the daily is like normal.
but 3 times. And this is the third fake out.
Yeah, I mean, but like it always fakes out.
28, 4th of March, 10th of March, 11th of March, 9th of March. We're spending a bit of time below it, yeah.
This is my only kind of problem still. I mean, like I was mentioning earlier on, I'm happy with total market cap. I'm happy with total 3. I'm happy with pretty much 95% of alts that have hit
are you
that I've
happy
been interested
with
in.
total? You said it earlier, but you said it's golden pocket, right?
Okay, so
Because me, I'm not happy with total at all. It's below 3 trillion. Like that's like I want to see it up back above 3 trillion to become fully bullish again. Because
right, no,
as
no,
we're
okay, so
below
I'm not.
the previous
Yeah,
all-time
no,
high,
you're right. Like I'm not
it's not looking
happy
good.
with it in terms
We're
of
at
like.
70. It's at 70k, 72k somewhere there. It dumped
Yeah,
to
yeah, I'm not
72k and
I'm
it's
not
trying
happy
to
with it. Like
recover.
where I'm like looking at it and I'm like, oh wow, this is great. This is really bullish. I'm just happy with it in terms of it's flushed out to where I'd like to see it flush out to.
50%, right? We pumped from 170 to 370, and now we're back to 240, which is the midpoint. And golden is at 228.
228.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we pumped from 1.7 to 3.7. We did 2x up, even better than 2x up.
Nah, golden's at 245, man.
Not on log.
I'm not using log.
As long as you always stick to the same metric, I guess it doesn't really matter. What would be cheating would be to sometimes use log and sometimes not use log according to, I don't know, what fits your bias.
It
I
looks
think
really good on like
assets that move a lot in price, like do 2x.
yeah, and also if you're kind of a technical analysis fan, kind of like pitchforks and like shift pitchforks and big long trend lines and so on and so forth.
It's the
But
exponential
otherwise,
nature of crowd, crowd movements a bit. So when you have Twitter going crazy on a coin and all, I guess log scale makes kind of sense, because otherwise you don't see
yeah,
post price action. Like literally, it's like everything is flat except the spike up.
yeah.
It's good to compare the size of moves.
For sure. Log's really handy. Like, I think there's just like a time and a place to be using it, right? Oh, Athena has hit. Man, I'm so bullish on Athena, dude.
Running ETH. All right.
ENA.
Yeah, I know. I got Web3 stuff going on that for a while now. It's just free money. It's crazy. Free algorithmic money, and it works, man. That thing works. Like the
Well, dude,
stablecoin.
you actually mentioned me. You got me into it.
I've been in it for 2 years now. No, I forgot when the launch was. It was a while ago. I staked a mental token for like 1 year. It stayed staked to be in, or at least 6 months. It was during the bear market, I think. It got you had to stake mental to get well, for the launch of Tana, yeah. And then it launched with like already a few $1 billion of open interest, and I think the
Don't get me
stablecoin
wrong.
is
I'm certainly
5 billion.
very cautious on it. But I am extremely bullish on it. And I'm adding.
Yeah, I don't care what the price does. I'm just gonna. I literally don't care. It's just free money anyway. If it goes to zero, it goes to zero. If it pumps, cool. We got typical stuff. Coin gets launched, it finds resistance pretty quickly actually after the launch, right? Like April 24, while Bitcoin also is at 74. It comes down, finds a support at 20 cents, and then attempts to make a new all-time high, fails to do so, so it's pulling back towards 20 cents. And I guess, what's golden? Yeah, we're roughly around golden pocket right now, so it would be a good area to stop going
Yes,
down.
that's literally what I just added. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a good area to find support, especially that blue line, the pivot on 4th of July. Oh, that's your Independence Day, right? Yeah. Independence Day of last year. So 4th of July, you had 34 cents. We just touched that level. And yeah, for now, we're getting a slow bounce and retracing even the bounce. But if it can stay above 34, then it stays above 34, then you could expect it to go for resistance. And well, the first one is like 70 cents, no, 75 cents, or 73. And after that, you're gonna end up with the same problem as last time, which is, can we go into price discovery or not?
I think it deserves a new all-time high at the very least.
Yeah, especially
I
if they
mean,
didn't get hacked their ETH.
yeah.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
I don't know.
I
I know.
heard
I
some
know you are. I know
Etana,
you
it's even staked. You know, you get 25% APY if you hold USDE. So I'm also holding a bit of USDE.
But it's really cool,
That's
dude.
crazy.
I was reading the I did a deep dive into the white paper a few weekends ago, and I was really impressed actually.
Yeah. It's algorithmic. You know, it's no. It's a cool thing to follow because if that thing breaks, it'll leave a price
Oh,
impact on
dude.
Bitcoin. It'll leave a price impact on Bitcoin. Trust me on that one. They
For
have
sure.
$5 billion of open interest or something like that. Like it's literally 1/4 of open interest is just Etana, which is the Bybit. That's a bit where the Bybit. You know, Dbloc said Bybit is. I discovered how rich Bybit is.
Sounds like
well,
a Luna.
Yeah, well, that's you have to be cautious.
Yeah, but Aluna
Funny
made
enough,
by people who are really rich, so this one could work. And if it doesn't work, yeah, it'll be like Luna.
well, yeah, that's the thing. After reading the white
But
paper, it seems a lot more promising than the UST. Was it UST? I can't remember the Luna stable.
Yeah, UST.
it's literally
Hey,
let's
so
get rid of banks. You know, let's just completely get rid of banks. We don't need banks to create stable coins, issue USDT, USDC, Circle, and no, we don't need any of that. You guys want a stable coin? We're gonna create one. How? We'll open longs and shorts on Bitcoin.
yeah, it's cool. No, it's just yeah. If you're a nerd and you're into like kind of like how like can we systematically achieve this, it's really interesting. So for all of those that are into SMAs, Bitcoin is now back testing the 200-day SMA.
And closing the daily around here or even above it would be kind of cool, huh?
Yeah, no, that'd be cool. I mean, it's been really strong all day, actually. I've been quite impressed. And I was biting my fingernails last night with. Because I was like, oh, this is like really good support, but also just kind of like I was like, man, today is like super crucial. But because like what we've observed for literally like the last 3 weeks is basically US opens and just dumps the price. But today we prematurely dumped into US Open and then we front ran the GP and then we just kind of like bought up and it's quite nice actually.
You know, we can only sell American stocks when your market is open. I don't want to sound harsh, but it's reality, right? When Nasdaq is closed, we
Yeah,
cannot sell.
exactly. Is it really US selling? I'm not so
No,
sure
it's
about
not. I don't think it is. It's not Trump selling himself. Although, who knows, he might be doing that too. But no, it's really investor confidence that's broken with uncertainty and mistrust now in the American. Like we're realizing that we have way too much money in the same stock market. You know, the world's money is in America. Like 60% of global money is in your stock market. It's pulling out. It'll come back, but
Yeah, man. Be right back.
it'll come back maybe at midterms. No? You should ban me from Discord. Yeah, I think confidence will come back at midterms.
You're a good counterpart in discussions, you see.
Thanks. No, I'm just joking, but we'll see. Who knows?
Yeah, it's better to see the both sides of the coin, you know.
But we see it in price. You know, we saw euphoria that Trump was elected. Now we're seeing a bit the downfall, like Dbloc predicted it, right? Didn't want to be too much in position after. Well, sell the news, right? Once he got into affair, like we've just been going down. Basically, he came to office on the 24th of January, and Well, we created a top, and now it accelerated down in February. Well, probably to find a bottom, and well,
And
let's trust
probably
the
we'll
guy.
find the top.
Yeah, but let's trust the guy. He wants to dump us so he can create something different that will bring growth longer term, I guess. Well, hopefully we'll have proof of that in the coming 4 years. Huh? Like, if he achieves, like even the 2026 bear market bottom, you know, if it achieves a higher low than COVID all-time highs, then that would be an amazing achievement, actually. Yeah, it's just starting it 1 year early, but hopefully it's a fake out.
In the meantime, let's see if trading is gonna be played according to Dbloc's chart. I'm curious.
What does it show? Parallel downwards.
It has a target at the CME close.
This price action has been CME compliant. You know, that 102,000 gap close, a lot of traders took the short or exited along. Then 99.5, and yeah, now this is a tiny gap though. Like, it's not left over very high. It's at 85, right? 86. I think 90K is the issue. Like, we go up to 86, we get rejected because traders TP. Actually, we might even front run it a bit. People are gonna either enter shorts or take profit on longs. That should act on price. But the bigger question is 90, yeah. That's what is at play as long as you're above 78. I think resistance is more like 90, yeah. It's gonna take a bit longer to get there, maybe more like
Resistance is that it's between, let's say, 89.5 and 91.5 is because the 200 EMA and 200 SMA at 4-hour time frame will create downside pressure, you know.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we can't even get up there before. Well, you know, the question is, are we gonna touch 90 first or 76 first, right? We're not in the middle yet, so I guess 76 first is closer than 90 first. But it's on its way to being not too far from the midpoint now. The midpoint would be 83. Oh, wait, we are at the midpoint. Wait, what am I saying? Oh, actually, Bitcoin already had a nice bounce there. Yeah, we're above 50%. 83,100 was the midpoint between 90 and 76. We're at 83,100, so we're at the midpoint.
Currently, there are more buyers than sellers in the market participating.
No. Well, not on spot, actually. I don't know about leverage and other markets, but I mean, there are more buyers than sellers because prices are going up. But there are more people limit buying than people. There's more people market selling than people kindly absorbing this. There's more sell absorption than buy absorption. If you buy, you manage to pump price. If you sell, you fail to dump it. At least today. Yesterday, it managed to dump it. When we retraced to 79K this morning, CVD reached minus 900. So people sold 1,000 Bitcoin.
Yeah, I saw that.
CVD is still negative. It's still at minus 500, but price just went up. Right? So
Currently,
it went up.
CVD it's minus 70 as far as I see.
Which
At 1
exchange?
hour. Sorry?
Which exchange?
Binance.
That's the hourly candle, right? No, I mean it's the
Yeah.
aggregate. It's the aggregated CVD since I opened
Yes.
book. So it's the aggregated CVD since 3 p.m. 2 p.m. UTC. People haven't really FOMO'd yet. Yeah. But price is being marked up. Like there's someone who has interest in bringing it up. So when there's a big buy, he matches it with a limit. When there's a big sell, he matches it with a limit buy that just appears through algorithmic bots, preventing price from going down. And overall, people are pressing sell. Even in this, in this area, like just right now, people are pressing sell. But price is going up. It's odd.
I think the price will go up on Asian session for the second time in 24 hours.
Maybe someone wanted to get shorts and he put the money on the table to get shorts.
Let's see.
But now funding rates have become positive again. Oh. Not on ETH. Okay, cool. ETH is still negative. Not on Cardano. Barely on Doge, but Bitcoin is positive. Yeah. It's back to the 0.01%. Wait, does that make Bitcoin the best bounce here? I guess. Oh yeah, with dominance going up, yeah, Bitcoin is one of the best bounces. In the end, Europe dumped more than America today, so at least the dump is slowing down.
Yeah.
But still, it closed red. S&P dumped 0.8% and Nasdaq 0.3%. And Europe was down 1%. Less volatile day. Dixie though is not getting its technical bounce up. It's still continuing down, like 0.5% down for the day. That's a lot. And it's now trading below 103.8, which is the high swing point from 2016. No, 2016. So it's a huge ABC. Well, it's the same setup as last time we dropped below. You go up from 2008 to 2016, then you create a downward ABC, and then we get the inflation crisis with the spike to 115, which ignites wars all over the world because even just feeding becomes expensive, so you have to fight. Anyway, we get the spike to 115. So now that we're back below 2016's high, well, yeah, we're probably gonna play with it a few times again. But overall, bearish setup on Dixie. I'll stay short from 103.8. Now it's very late to enter short. There were better setups, especially during 2022, where the dollar was so strong that buying the world was cheap. You housing was 10% cheaper for Americans, for example. It could take us 10 years, 10 years to pay off. This took 10 years to form, so it could take 10 years to pay off. Multi-cycle stuff. Like the next bear market.
If we can squeeze, or if we can get back above 84 here to change market structure on Bitcoin, we could actually squeeze up to 88. It was crazy on the weekend, that really tight trap. And it kind of reminded me of a rule that I had, which I shouldn't have broken, which is when price is constricted and all of the alts were tempting you into positions, well, not a good idea to get into them. But of course, we were met with the classical Sunday dump, and that was no surprise.
Last weekend, you mean?
Which actually started early. It started at Sunday morning, UTC.
Well, yeah, probably Twitter stuff going on during the weekend with no indices to rely on.
Man, the sentiment on Twitter is pretty dire at the moment, man. I've seen a lot of people who are pretty wrecked, to be honest. I mean, everyone's wrecked, but...
Well, for long-term traders, are we really wrecked? I mean, yeah, it's sad to see unrealized P&L disappear, but I mean, it's just unrealized.
I mean, there's levels, isn't there? I think even for long-term positions, like, I've got some really long-term positions, but I'd consider them wrecked. Like, I'm up on them, but I consider them, like, really not good enough.
No, well, maybe some are not up. They're now way lower even.
Yeah,
Like
I have a mixture, but it's like my problem is that essentially I would have been better off just in the S&P.
I bought Atom in like 2023 when it double bottomed during the bear market, and that was like around $4 or $5, and now we're at 4 again. I don't know, same for DOT, same for other faults. Bitcoin though is it might be dumping, trying to scare us and all, but overall
Like
good.
Bitcoin's fine. If you bought Bitcoin at 15K, you're chilling. If you bought Ethereum at
no, but even if you
500.
bought it at 70K, you're still in profit, right?
Yeah.
Compared to if you bought S&P when Bitcoin was at 70K, you're in a loss on S&P, no? Actually, no, you're not.
I don't know. I'd kind of be biting my fingernails if I'd bought Bitcoin at 70K here. I mean, it's not bad. It's a great trade. I've got nothing against the trade, but I'd be anyway, we don't need to revisit that just yet.
It's roughly similar. We underperformed compared to the stock market, so now we're gonna overperform.
Yeah. But yeah, that's my point, and it's like, oh man, this nosedive on the ES is hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really Ukraine dip-like or COVID dip-like, or like it's just.
Yeah, no, and you're so right in saying that, because I was comparing it to the I mean, obviously the Corona dip was ridiculous. That was 35%, but
Just at the
it's
beginning.
the same kind of configuration, same kind of setup in terms of just like, well, no ABC, just like straight down.
Oh, there will be ABCs. They'll just all fail until the last one that works out. And the last one that worked out was at 3,600. This ES is just an upward chart, and it loves to bottom with ABCs. Like, it literally loves them. Okay, COVID was not an ABC, that's true, but overall, it just loves it. 2008 was an ABC. 2002 was one. 2010, 2011, it really likes it. Look at 2015, same stuff. ABC down, continue up. Then it gets a bit more complex, yeah. What happened in 2018? We got a bit of a test of the 200 MA on the weekly. That's 4,700. Something bad must have happened end of 2018. Well, it's just the 4-year cycle.
Been quite a while since we've overshot the weekly 50 SMA in this manner. Well, I mean, in November 2023, we overshot it by 2.5%.
November 23.
Well, actually, we've overshot it quite a few times, but generally, most taps are, within 1 to 2% overshoot. Unless you, of course, have a ABC leg down, big dump.
Bitcoin's going to probably make a move soon out of this sort of ascending triangle. Could be a bull pennant, I guess it's in.
Yeah, Bitcoin needs to prove itself right now. It needs to prove itself. It needs to, first of all, change market structure. And in order to change market structure, it needs to get to about 84.3. And if it can do that with conviction, we can actually squeeze up quite significantly. I guess, the big question mark is, are we going to be met with this ascending triangle resistance? So, the big triangle that we formed since the 78k bottom in 28th of Feb, up to that fake pump up to 94k, which of course was the Eric Trump Twitter tweet, which essentially just created this structure, which we've lost, but the resistance is sitting at 87 to 88, which I believe, actually, if I just check Dbloc's chart, is the ballpark that he's looking at too. We have the golden pocket at 88 as well. We have, I don't know, we've got a anchored VWAP from 99k coming in at 87 as well. Yeah, kind of like 87, 88.
Yeah, it's going to be a big point of contention. We'll have
Yeah.
to break through that quite quickly. I think we might see some.
Well, I mean, I'd expect there to be resistance there. I suppose what you want to be met with on the other side would be a higher low. But man, things would be looking dire if you kind of lost the prospect of there being that higher low.
Yeah, if anything, I would expect probably more resistance at 86, where we had that, like you spoke of, that trap, and people got enticed, and then they just dumped it on the 8th of March, 9th of March.
Yeah, this is why I don't trade triangles, man. They just end in tears all the time.
Yeah.
Low time frame they work out, high time frame they end in tears.
Like,
I think 78 support is going to be retested again. I don't know if it's before 90 or after, but
yeah, I think probably up first now.
If it fails, it fails. But if it holds 78 next time we do a down move, it's going to be pretty solid. Especially if
it would actually be more healthy if we came down before. Like if we came down now towards 78 and then pumped up.
Pretty volatile, so it can go up to 90 and then come down to 78 if it wants to.
Yeah, I mean, we could hang around here for a little bit. I'm watching on the 1 minute because if we lose that 200 SMA in this ascending wedge that we're kind of in, ascending triangle, whatever, if we lose that 1 minute 200, we're going to probably come back down to test that resistance, the angular downward resistance that we broke out of.
It's up to Asia tonight because well, evidently it's up to them because we're approaching the Asia session, but well, they actually dumped it. You know, they formed the low. So do they want to continue? I would assume they do, because I would assume they're positioned.
They found a low, but they most importantly they absorbed the cells, right? Like there's a difference between.
Oh,
you see
big
what I mean
time.
about? Like yes, price dumped, but they bought.
I mean, sellers, but this is like what I was saying earlier on. Sellers were absorbing buyers for a very long time. So from when was it? Let me just get this right. Yeah, yesterday, you know, we had that 80K CME gap, dipped back into the CME gap, right? Everyone's like, right, high or low, let's go. The day progressed. Well, we got to midday, and then that's when the dump ensued, all the way up to well, midnight. I think the low was created around about 12:30, 1 a.m. Asia session. But it's a really nice bottoming formation, to be honest with you. If you look at it on the 15-minute, it looks nice.
Yeah, it does. It does.
The 76K one?
It's way better than all of the other potential bottom formations that we had before then, which evidently were not bottoms.
Well, I would call the other one at 77 that we had. I would call that a second bottom, and then well, this is actually a triple bottom.
That one was always fishy. I was in that. I was really not happy at all. Actually, but I wasn't in a Bitcoin long there. I was in some alt longs. But then when we hit the 76,
that one, I mean, it did a 20, almost a 20K move, so it was a pretty good reversal. It was a good bottom.
oh sorry, 77K on Monday.
This was on the
what
28th
you're-
of Feb.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you're speaking about one a while back. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, well, at least my point of view on this is if I zoom out on the daily, I think we had a bullish wedge flag and then we retested it once, and then we had a second bottom, and now we're actually doing a triple bottom on that. But I do think, I'm not saying 73,800 or whatever is not out of the picture for one final capitulation, but in terms of macro, I'm seeing sort of bottoming here.
Yeah,
A
this
failed
is my thing because
capitulation.
when go
A
ahead, man.
failed capitulation. that doesn't stop the C out by bouncing from 78K where the stop loss is gonna be. Just a bit below.
You got to give some breathing room, that's for sure.
How about a failed capitulation?
We technically had a failed capitulation because really
because we're
it
back
seemed
above
like the sellers
78.
wanted more. Like the CVD was insane. Like we had on yesterday, we had like positive CVD all day with price basically consistently going down.
Really?
Which is a bearish divergence. Which actually, of course, panned out in the end because we had this push down towards 76.5.
Maybe something is wrong with the times I look at Binance or the flow, because I think it's just always red. I don't remember seeing any green. Like even the
I'll
the
post.
pump, I didn't see it because I wasn't. Well, I came after the pump, so I didn't see the breakout there at
I'll show
86.
you what I'm looking at.
But I guess people press buy there, yeah. But other than that, I think overall it's since November we're very short of flow. Doesn't matter what price does; it's just very short of flow. At least on Binance.
Yeah.
Well, with CZ selling, it makes maybe sense, no?
Let's see if I'll delete everything else, make it very clear.
For taking.
I think XRP should get a pump soon as well, because like prices hanging around waiting for the 15-minute 20 SMA to catch up. Usually when that happens, it gives it a good push. Like if you fall into it, sometimes you break through that 15, 20 SMA, but if you just hang around and it catches up, it gives you good momentum.
Let's go XRP, altcoins, Bitcoin, ETH, SMP, money supply, whatever, everything. We all dump together. We'll also all
There we
dump
go. I
together.
posted the bearish divergence in TA, which actually did pan out, I suppose, in the end, but it was just very interesting to see that amount of absorption from the sellers.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
So the
It resets on the daily, right? So when the daily opens, your CVD goes back to 0 and then it counts, right? Like the third
I
indicator
mean,
at the
essentially, it's
bottom,
just like you
it's
basically
CVD,
had
right?
a. Yeah, I mean, the CVD is at the very bottom.
Yeah, but notice that if you didn't have the daily open, then your rise in CVD still stays below negative, right? Like it's just
It's isolated to the daily. Yeah, it's isolated just to that
yeah.
day.
So what I mean, it's just a feeling. I don't have the metric. I could find it actually, but overall, these last 3 months, this CVD has always been negative. It's like it never went above 0 since we came in the 90K area.
It depends on the time span, actually. I mean, that's worth checking out. Let me increase.
Well, if you look, I
the
guess the whole, since the breakout above
increase the time
74,
frame to the weekly.
like we've
for
probably seen
example.
massive bullish CVD in November, and after that, it's been overall more market sells, and they were matched by limit orders around 92K for a while, and then actually, I have a conspiracy theory. Trump was buying at 92, but then he ran out of money. So he had to tweet to bring price back at 92, where he could exit all he accumulated at 92 earlier when he actually noticed that it wasn't going to work. And then he exited when he told us to buy, and now he should be buying back again.
How down
lower.
is their how down is their bag at the moment?
Well, it's probably up because it probably bought way earlier, but I don't know. But Bitcoin was ranging between 90 and 100K. When you break a range to the downside, sometimes you just create a new range, roughly the same size, on level lower. So we could just be ranging for like a few months between 80K and 90K too. Not a very funny outcome, but it's quite likely. And eventually we'll get the breakout at 90K to go back inside the old range and probably eat every sell wall like there's nothing. With finally some bullish CVD that's sustained in time. Because the problem is these tweets, they give you bullish CVD, but they're not sustained. It's like people,
Yeah, nothing's
they
been
listen at
sustained
Twitter,
recently.
Twitter
That's the
says to
problem.
buy, they press buy, then they run out of money, and there's no follow-up. Whereas when you get like ETF, like long-term bullish news, or I don't know, strategic reserve stuff, then Maybe it can.
Well, I mean, it's
turn
just that we've
close.
been in the downtrend, right? When you're trying to snipe
No, we
a
were going sideways.
bottom.
Now we're in a downtrend, but we were going sideways for a month with overall bearish CVD.
Oh, you're speaking about when we're going sideways, okay?
Yeah. Well, since November, like it's just a feeling. It would be interesting to check the real metric, but on the exchange I'm monitoring overall, yeah, when Bitcoin had just pumped 2x. People were pressing sell.
Mm.
They were putting limit buys and pressing market sells.
Well, open interest has gone off a cliff.
Whether it's at 100k, 105 or 90k, it didn't matter. They were just pressing sell.
Actually, open interest.
And in your TA chat, we see that too, because the daily resets your CVD, so it shows you it's positive, but it's actually not if you aggregate it with the previous days. And if you go
Of
with that,
course, yeah. No, I just feel like that was a
even-
very interesting session to isolate. Because well, you had a divergence all session, and then Asia opened, and they just took advantage of it. But we've had a nice reversal so far. And the also in that same image, I mean, check out the uptick in CVD around NY Open today. Quite nice.
Well, my point is all the people who pressed sell between 90 and 110k, where they redistributed, they're gonna need to press buy eventually, unless they're just done with crypto, which is probably not the case, right? So we're gonna see the order flow change for a sustained amount of time eventually, and yeah, that's when you'll break resistances and not come back down.
Yeah, it's a brutal downtrend though. I think everyone, everyone's looking for some sustained price action, but really it's just been the market getting into, maybe this is the bottom, get into it, take a quick TP, and then everyone decides to take, it's just like a game of heads up poker, and then before you know it, the pot's gone.
I see what you mean. Until the trend reversal ABC.
I mean, we've complete ABC technically. I mean, I'm not sure how you're drawing an ABC here, but I suppose you have this problem with, I mean, I see an ABC with a asymmetrical triangle in the middle. I suppose an extended? It looks like an extended.
Oh wait, I'm
At
looking at the wrong
ABC.
street.
So how I'm looking at, I mean, if we want to talk 88 waves all the way from 15k, my theory is that I mean, we could basically either the top's in, or we're in an extended fifth wave, and an extended fifth wave typically has two corrections within it. So this would be the first correction, and there'd be an uptick. I don't know. Let's just fantasize 121, and then we'd have another correction.
Size 122.4.
Okay, cool. And then you'd have another correction, which would bring you to mid-year, followed by your extended fifth completion, which would be autumn, which would be your blow off top around whatever they're 137 or something.
78.
No, too high, way too high.
Really, is it?
I mean, me personally, I'm mostly out at like 121. Like, honestly,
200k.
Nah, I'd take my money and run. To be honest with you, I don't care.
215 is good. Fib extensions. If you want really an extended wave, then Never mind. Like the wave I want to extend is the bear market retrace. So it gives you
Yeah,
an idea.
yeah.
So okay, Bitcoin has diminishing returns, right? So we don't need to do 20x up. We can just do 78%, between 78 and 85% of the previous bull run. That puts it between 174 and 215 on log scale. I think it might be different without log scale. Probably lower. But yeah, somewhere between 174 and 215 would make this bull run as big as, well, not as big, but coming close to the size of the previous bull run.
I can show you some fun extension confluences in TA right now, which of course is just complete TA bullshit. But anyway, those are the ones that I'm working off. First one coming in around 120 to, I don't know, 125. Second one coming in from 130 up to 140 roughly. That's a really old chart and it's a messy one, but whatever.
Your stream is not moving.
Oh, it's just on TA. It's just on TA.
Okay, okay.
I typically look for clusters and I like to use 618s, obviously 3s, 1s and 2s and 272s because 272s actually surprisingly get really good respect.
I'll try to find a clean chart. There was a research paper about the size of your third up leg and what is the most likelihood percentage compared to the size of the retrace of the second up leg. I think the answer is between 78 and 81 is pretty likely. And then if you get the extended leg, then you're talking 138% to 160%. But the likelihood goes down compared to just getting 78 to 85%. Yeah, an extended leg is between 138 and 168, 61% of your previous up leg. So the previous up leg was 3x up. Now, if you start from 50K and you want something extended, you're going to need to do better than 3x up starting at
An
50K.
extended's bigger than the third, right?
Yeah. Well, otherwise it's not extended.
Well, of course,
It's
yeah.
more than 1-to-1. So if the third did 3x up in logarithmic scale, so we're not looking at the dollar amount, we're looking at the percentage. Then you need at least 150K to even get to the 1-to-1. And your 1.382 is 217 and the 1.618 is 280K. That doesn't sound very realistic, right? So maybe we cannot extend this fifth leg, but
I can't accept 180. Honestly, I'm happy
280.
to.
Sorry, 282.
Oh, 280.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, the 1.618 extension of the third elite leg up after the retrace we saw gives you that as a target. Huh?
That's like super cycle vibes.
It would
it's
be
not out of the question. Nothing's out of the question, of course.
Would be an extended third leg up. Huh?
So I was conservative. Oh.
Hey, it's better to be conservative and to have taken profits and to be drinking mojitos on a beach rather than worrying about whether you caught the top or not.
I'll be conservative at 200K then. We're going to need something, but we're going to need mass adoption, quantum resistance, cryptography. We're going to need
Bitcoin at 122 is not hard to reach. Like it's not that hard to reach. It's just 10%.
Yeah, we can we can do it another cycle. That's fine.
Pretty good.
It's like you have these like maximalists on Twitter, which are like seriously like heavy bag holders and like have like insane cost basis, like, and are holding like huge bags. Which actually, funny enough, like the biggest moon boys, which are calling for the like the 250, 300, 500, 1 mil, which is fine. I can understand that over like a 10-year time horizon, but it's like, actually, dude, stop doing everyone a disservice by shouting out these numbers now, because it's actually really incongruent. Because essentially, you're a multi-millionaire. You're sitting on insane profits. You're sitting on like
Doesn't matter
a
to you.
cost.
They
Yeah,
can do
you're
it.
sitting on like a cost basis of like, I don't know, like $1,000 a Bitcoin. And you're calling out these crazy numbers, giving hopium to everyone that's bought in at like 60K, 70K.
But there's a huge argument that we're actually hit the high, because there was like estimates of 115, 112, and we're like 5% below that, slightly front run on the all-time high. But yeah, well, I guess you just start shorting now, but
maybe
Nah,
we
cannot.
just pump again, beat all-time high by like a couple grand, and then or everyone thinks we go higher.
Do a 2021.
Yeah, pretty much.
That would be brutal. That would be. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd carve out a very small short, 110, just in case. But I wouldn't. I think it would be extremely bullish the next time that we're up that neck of the woods. So I wouldn't bet the family farm on it.
oh yeah, Fort Knox. If there's less gold there, maybe Bitcoin flight to safety, the new gold.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, when's that happening? That kind of faded away, that news story. What's happening with that?
It's like all of the disclosure stuff. It's not happening. They won't happen. It'll never happen.
What? Why not?
Security risk, no, of sending someone with a video cam inside Fort Knox. It's like
That's
not a good idea.
No reason as to why you shouldn't check a reserve. Like, meanwhile, all crypto exchanges, which have been forced to prove their
It was
reserves.
audited in 1951. I mean, that's good enough.
So you think it's going to be the same story as with the Epstein files, where they promise and
The drones, the aliens, JFK, the whole lot. All of the platform of disclosure and transparency.
much fake stuff.
Mm.
Those drones were fake, right? Were they real?
Who knows? Trump said they're all his, but then if they are what people are filming, there's no way for them to stay up in the air without some kind of other power. So, I mean, it's all probably fake. But
And aliens are just immigrants, no?
They're from another dimension, aren't they? They're not extraterrestrial. They're just like water or something like that. Who knows?
But Trump calls them aliens, so I mean that's what I heard many times now.
Well, you've got Tulsi Gabbard as the defense secretary. She's a big alien freak, so we'll see. Don't know, but there was a lot of promises of transparency. But I mean, Elon's doing it with some of the budget, but that's like 1% of the US budget. They've given transparency to USA, just like 1% of the whole total US budget. So it's not really that big. We'll see. Barack Obama promised to be transparent as well, so but he was just like Bush 2.0. So we'll see.
You know about that?
a lot of stuff.
You know that 78 to 85% idea. If you look at Nasdaq, it's where we topped. Well, we even went above that actually. Yeah, we even went above it, but not by much though. So 22,000 was the 85% of your previous bull run.
I'm super bullish on Nasdaq as well now. It's come down to a really nice level.
Yeah, but we haven't seen as much bullishness in Bitcoin's price, right? Like,
what about Tesla stocks? Are you bullish on Tesla stocks?
Yeah, I don't own any, but if I were to, I'd be very happy with this level.
Yeah.
Well, it's trying to exit the 4-hour Bollinger Band. That should catch it a bit of technical support. No, roughly around 200. Yeah.
Like if I wanted to invest, I'd invest here. But that could wreck me. Like whatever, fine. But I'm not going to. But that's because I don't have any legacy market accounts set up at the moment, so that's my fault.
Exposed to Tesla through Bitcoin, right? So they go a bit together anyway. So it's a bit pointless to play both. Right?
Yeah,
Tesla,
I mean, and that's the thing, and I
Bitcoin,
kind of just want to play one market at a time. I suppose if I were to have any other assets, I'd maybe have some gold, like some commodities or something like this. But really, it's just kind of like, well, if you want to play tech stocks, well, as a side effect of that, if you want high volatility, high risk, and potentially huge upside, just play crypto.
Yeah, fair. That's actually fair. Yeah.
But I mean, hasn't been pretty.
always go together, but overall,
yeah,
Bitcoin up. Often Tesla isn't doing too bad.
I mean, banking is fully adopting distributed ledger technology this year. I mean, all their rollouts kind of finalizing this year. So there's still hope for us. I'll be happy if we have to wait 3 months, to be honest. I'll probably have dry powder by then. So
the hope isn't even in that. Let me find this meme that I posted to someone the other day, which I feel like rings completely true. Anyway, it's just kind of like basically I'll try and find it, but it's like, in like 2017, we're talking about like utility. Yeah, maybe you guys have seen it. Talking about utility, talking about mining, talking about, and now it's just like we're spending all our time like talking about like ETFs, talking about institutions, talking about reserves, and it's just like, well, it's just not really that great. Like, it depends. I suppose it depends your reasons why you've got into Bitcoin or into crypto in the first place. My reasons is that obviously I'm up for just kind of in and out quick volatility and capitalizing on that, but I do believe in it in the long term. It's just very hard to stay.
freedom of money, freedom of movement, freedom of speech.
Of course, yeah, everything, all of those values, everything. That's
Also, I'd love to make some bank on it, but it's different technology. Like since the internet, we had the internet, and then nothing really different since then. And you look at these attacks, like these hacks and stuff, they do need to up their security and protocols and standards to something that's a bit more resistant, especially as there's more satellites up in space. So there's good technology behind it. It's not fake, and a lot of people still think that Bitcoin's just some kind of tulip. So I don't think it is.
Here we go. I posted it in memes. But look at that one. It's a good one. And that's the thing, like, like, obviously, like, used catalysts are important, and there's no denying that. I mean, could you argue that everything's priced in? Yeah, I mean, most definitely, but this is why this cycle is so strange, because
it
it's
is
just so
priced
different.
in, but I mean, I think even Europe's the CBDCs and stuff are still rolling out, and then people are going to have to react to what that means for them. People are going to look into this technology more. People are going to hear of a digital currency. They're going to hear of an internet money, internet cash. We live in a bubble, right? So we hear it all the time, but the average person still hasn't fully grasped what it means yet. You can't do chargebacks like a Visa card or a MasterCard. There's still so many of these things that they take so long to roll out. And the timeline on technology is quite large. So
yeah, we're definitely going through some growing pains at the moment, that's for sure.
Yeah. I definitely believe in, I mean, whether it's going to be Bitcoin, whether something new rolls out and Bitcoin becomes less significant as a technology.
Well, I mean, the only reason why Bitcoin is significant is because it's the most secure, it's the most decentralized, and so essentially, if you want to like,
well, yeah, they had the block wars, and they allowed people with dial-up
if you want to
download the block.
snapshot,
Yeah,
if you want to snapshot, basically like billions of dollars in a hashed.
But we're going to have to come up with a few classes, right? We're going to have Bitcoin's not inflationary. We're going to need money to spend because this is a money not to spend.
Yeah, and exactly, and that's why we don't use Bitcoin and for things like that. And I'm certainly not a fan of Lightning or anything of that sort either. I mean, there's a lot of really impressive layer zeros coming out at the moment, which I think are the way forward.
Yeah, they might just standardize on a tech and all the software can update. But they can, if they decide to change Bitcoin's code next week, they can do it. So we might come up with a stable, a spending coin, a saving coin, and these alts, they might keep fighting for their position. But the hype of the meme is obviously over a little bit at the moment. So, but we might end up
It's
with
interesting, like, because, like, you know, Satoshi's vision was that it was going to be like a peer-to-peer electronic cash, but it's actually like indirectly turned into this kind of digital gold, which is actually completely fine, and it serves that purpose really well. The problem is that you
it's
have
not really a
people, like,
Keynesian,
genuinely thinking.
model.
Yeah, well, exactly. And you have people like genuinely thinking that, like, oh yeah, like I'm going to be able to pay with Bitcoin in the future, like in stores and stuff like that. And it's like, no, you're not. Like, that's not. It's not. It's never going to fill that utility. Its utility is the Michael Saylor kind of vision, which is basically like digital real estate,
Store of
secure
value.
store of value. Exactly. That's Bitcoin's utility, and that's why I just don't think that you should even try and build on top of that. Like, no Lightning Network, no nothing like that. Just leave that to other chains to figure out. It's fine.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I think there's still these things to tackle. And I mean, no one even believed Bitcoin was real until the US ETF. Like, we had the whole thing, is it going to get banned? But we know it's there now. It's like oil now. But, you know, we'll see. That's why I believe in Bitcoin, because I know the technology has solved problems that we couldn't solve before, things that we couldn't solve before 2008 and 9. And
Dude, there's no way you can't read the initial white paper and just not be absolutely like.
Yeah, I coded it up immediately in 4 hours to prove it. I'm like, yeah, this works. I'm like, this is great. And I'd done distributive computing. I knew what they were trying to solve.
Yeah.
And
this Byzantine problem's been going on for a very long time.
Yeah, a few hundred years, yeah. And then, like, even in 1999 and 2000, the general consensus on computer science is we knew everything. But it wasn't like until 2002 where we even got some standards in software architecture. And then, like, big data as well.
What's so beautiful about it is we already had all of the tools within the kit to actually achieve it, right?
Yeah, but we didn't know how to utilize it.
Exactly, but the most remarkable thing about it was, of course, when the network first launched, and you know you were able to mine a block on your laptop. Well, because the value was so low, and no one wanted to try and perform a 51% attack, it was just like, well, whatever. But actually, the network was able to organically grow to the point where actually performing a 51% attack just can't happen. And then you've just had like 100% uptime. And it's just like, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, it did spawn and it went under the radar long enough. And that's probably why they wanted it to seem like, oh, this, because there were so many other internet caches you could get paid credits and everyone was collecting different things. And it was, you know, so.
And that's the thing, is like, if I wanted to like
huge,
build my own proof of work system tomorrow and launch it, well, someone would just literally perform a 51% attack on it and it would be over. And so that's why proof of stake is like really like, you know, popular now, because like actually it's the only way to bootstrap a decentralized system without.
But proof of stake hasn't been around as long. And the only reason that we trust Bitcoin is because not because we have a proper proof. We just know over time if it hasn't been hacked, therefore it won't be hacked. But I don't know if proof of work is out the window yet. And you could launch something, but you do need to have enough people on board and enough people not attacking it and not too much attention to get to that critical mass. I mean, but yeah, other chains.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually proof of stake. I don't know which one I prefer actually.
Well, I prefer proof of stake, but because it's less energy.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's that. There's something kind of physical about having to actually expend energy to secure a network. I mean, I think the thing with proof of stake is that it can more easily be corrupted because essentially, if you have more capital. Well, I suppose the same goes for proof of work because if you have more capital, you can set up
Well, if
more
like
GPUs.
if I had satellites up in space and I was trying to defend against a DDoS attack, and you had to pick proof of stake or proof of work at this stage, and you didn't care about how much it cost, you just needed to protect your network, then there's more proof that the proof of work aggregate. But either way, I mean, look, the blockchain itself is one part of one component, and then the mechanism for the proof and the building the security is another. But there's no actual proof for either of them. It's just over time we become more confident. So that's interesting to see what will happen. But it would be nice if we could have a more energy efficient version. But I don't know, for some reason waste like more energy means more safer to me. But I don't know, but not very well explained. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Isn't that just like a irresponsibility of just basically like how some country? I mean, because like you basically like if you have like there's a lot of spare energy on any particular grid system at any one time, which could just be
Well,
redirected.
Michael Saylor would say that it's not as much energy as backing the US dollar with tanks. So
Yeah, and it depends how you look at it, because on the one hand, it seems like a bug, but it can also be seen as a feature, because if you have the high energy cost, it's like you can't fake it, right? That's what proof of work, how it works, why it's so powerful.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, since energy costs money, the miners will seek out stranded energy. So, for example, you have these wind farms where more than 50% of the energy doesn't even go into the grid because the grid has to be at balance. So if there's too much energy, they turn off the wind farms and it's just stranded. And it's the same for all, even like with I think with natural gas, they burn it because sometimes there's too much gas and they can't just let it go into the atmosphere, so they just burn it for nothing. And now there's miners using that heat. So it makes the whole ecosystem more efficient. And there's also this thing called the Kardashev scale, where you measure a planet or a society by how much energy they produce. I think everything under 1 is like where you only have the energy less than what's available coming from the sun. And when you're above 1, it's like you get more, you get like the energy outside of this planet as well. And then there's like different steps. And the higher you are, the more
I don't know if the economics are more like beneficial. I suppose because like if I wanted to start a mining rig, well, first of all, I'd host it in a country which has the lowest amount of kilowatt per hour, which by the way, I mean UK for instance, I mean it's ridiculous, but I mean Germany has the highest in the world. So actually,
it's super bad.
If you take Germany for example, it's actually the most expensive, and you've got energy which is 10x cheaper in other areas of the world.
Well, it's where they're capping the
So you have two options. It's like, well, okay, I can move my rig to a country where energy is cheaper, but then you have a conundrum because it's like, Well, probably because that energy is cheaper, odds are that actually using techniques that are probably less environmentally friendly, you could argue. I mean, maybe
Because
nuclear is
they
probably
can use the extra oil and gas coming off where they cap it, the wasted energy. But I think we're still
then,
out.
of
The
course,
energy debate's still massively big because people, you
yeah.
look at now in the media, people are scared to say that it's human created global warming because there's all sorts of weird hockey spikes in the data
Well,
and
exactly,
stuff.
dude,
And we could be
exactly.
going into an ice age. There's still, this is like outrageous statements in a way, but it's
And
still,
this is my
we
point.
haven't
This
proven
is
yet.
what's so beautiful about the protocol is it basically exposes the energy business
Yeah.
and gets us thinking about, well, how do we utilize energy in a different way, and what does that mean?
It forces you
And
to
it also
become more
exposes how
energy
much
efficient.
energy is all across the board, like, right? So like UK, really expensive energy. Let's take another example, Germany. Well, there's
But this
literally
is an
no
OPEC
reason.
cartel. This is because of the OPEC cartel.
There's no reason. Like, we could quite easily invest in something like what France have done. Actually, what's France energy? France is up there.
They're
But I
very
mean,
cheap because they
France,
use nuclear energy. But you also have the thing is most of the energy price is actually taxes in Germany, for example. And if you want to be a profitable miner, you will have to get that energy before it goes into the grid. So you'll have
Yeah,
your
it's not
own
grid
cost.
energy, which we're paying is
Yeah,
what's on grid.
you
That's the
don't have like a
distribution
normal
network.
price. Yeah.
yeah, no, totally.
It's like food. Like there's no shortage of food. It's a distribution issue. It's ridiculous.
And then if you compare it to other things, like if you see Bitcoin as a huge data center, which replaces accounting, for example, and security, then I mean, all the data centers and all of those things, accountants, they use a lot of energy too. So the grand scale, it's not that much. If you really are interested in that stuff, you should listen to the Michael Saylor interview with Robert Breedlove is his name. It's called What is Money series, where he goes super deep into it, like starting from the Stone Age, basing the whole argument on first principles.
Yeah, I'll
So
check
he
that
lays
out,
down
dude.
her story, how he became like a super bull. It's quite
I
interesting.
feel like I've had a bit of a Micro Sailor overdose at the moment, but I'd rather listen to
Breed
somebody
love.
else.
I've consumed it. You can't.
You also know it? Yeah, okay.
Well, you can't. If you've ever looked up crypto, the algorithm will spam it to you 3 times a day. So
Yeah, of course. I
But
mean, I
it's-
know a lot of people who never watched it because it's, I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing because I think it's like 30 hours plus, but I think I
oh,
watched
maybe
the
I
first
haven't seen
10.
30 hours of it. I don't know if I could handle 30 hours of Sailor and Breed Love, but they're not bad guys. It's just, yeah, maybe they're smart. And the thing is, it's hard for someone in a professor in a maths, building to try and prove all this stuff when all of this other stuff's on the table. It requires a lot of thinking and a lot of consumption of information by everyone.
It is kind of hilarious though how exposed like Michael Saylor is. Like, I couldn't help but think at that strategic reserve summit, just seeing. There's a few memes around as well, just like Michael Saylor's just kind of like general sentiment and face, just like, and I was just like observing him and like he just like observing him observe other people, and I was just like thinking like, what's he thinking right now? And like the one thing that I came up with is just like, holy hell, I'm so exposed right now. Like, and
Yeah.
you know that he must think about this at like certain stages.
Well,
Just
at the
like,
time he got
wait a
into it
second,
as
am I
well.
right here? Like,
Yeah, at the
the
time
thing
he
is,
got into it, he knew he was right about a lot of things, and everybody was like conspiracy. So he's sort of come from that corner of fighting where he's probably not as
Yo,
balanced as he could be.
are you a math professor, or why did you say that?
I've got a maths degree. I'm just saying you can have all the theory in your ivory tower, but there's the applied side and the pure side, and there's a lot of computing. Like you look at cellular autonoma, the way that things are built, we can have very simple structures creating certain patterns, and we can't prove them. And this is what's like with Bitcoin. We only become more confident over time. So you can't have some kind of proof that says this is perfect. And then you've got all of the economic stuff, and a lot of pure mathematicians might not understand the harsh reality of Wall Street. And then you've got the engineers that want to drill, and then you've got the greenies who think it's the end of the world. But we've got other stuff like nanoparticles that we can block the sun, we can get more energy. Energy is so controversial because it's controlled by the OPEC cartel. The big mining companies run our governments. All of our prime ministers and presidents are all subject to Exxon Valdez, Shell, Rio Tinto. These big players, they're obviously getting houses in the Cayman Islands. The banks, there's a lot of corruption, so you don't get the truth. And Bitcoin, it's an interesting technology. It's something that mixes finance and technology, where you had internet, the technology people, then you had the environmental people and the economists in different rooms. But it kind of bridges all of those things. It's just such an interesting technology. And I just don't think that in our little echo chamber that we might understand some of these things that everybody else does. So there's still that adoption curve that we're going to have. And like, I'm ranting now, but it is an
I
interesting
mean, like
technology.
people use a debit card and they don't understand the technology behind it. That's fine. Like, it doesn't mean that it can't perform its service, its utility. That's cool.
But even Visa, like my sister worked in Visa International in London back in the 90s, and they were very slow to adopt technology. MasterCard did. They didn't realize the significance. So even these big companies still make massive mistakes in their approaches to things as well. So it's like, another example is like the whole web now, everything's gone to Chrome. So we standardized that. That took forever. The HTML5 standard, it was brought out in about 2011, and its roadmap was to be ratified in, I think, 2023. There was almost a 10-year timeline there for that ratification. And this is the type of timelines it takes. So just because we think, it's over, it's end of the bull market. And like someone said earlier, like this was born out of the GFC. And we're right now having this whole economic cycle, empire cycle. This is what this is for. Like, this is a battle. And freedom of information, freedom of movement, freedom of money. You can't have freedom of speech without freedom of money. You can't have freedom of movement without freedom of money. There's a lot of libertarians and good libertarians that are fighting for this. This is the big battle that happened with SBF just before he got exposed, that he was trying to capitalize this stuff. So I feel like, the white paper is more than just a tech paper. It's a social economics society paper as well. So I still believe in Bitcoin. So
And the proof is, can it stand the test of time? Like, for example, and in the meantime, we can have banks go down, we can have legacy payment systems built on assembly go down, and meanwhile we have a decentralized network which has had 100% uptime. And yes, it might dump when legacy markets dump, but essentially, if we look at its track record, it just has existed and continues to exist. And it's like, well, that's cool.
And we have always gone through cycles of centralization, decentralization. When you had mainframes, original computers, it was like the original cloud. And then Bill Gates wanted everyone to have a desktop. We kind of decentralized. Then we've gone back to cloud centralized. We've got now moving from, decentralized economies to a heavily centralized economy sitting in Wuhan and Foxconn. And now we're paying the cost to decentralize. But this is a decentralized technology. I mean, we might have CBDCs, which is a more centralized digital ledger technology. Then we've got decentralized Bitcoin. This battle is never ending. But you know, maybe Bitcoin or might stand the test of time. Maybe we'll have another war on which currency is going to be the one. But even the US dollar's got a battle going on at the moment. So they've
Well, I mean,
printed
how do you get the hashing power of a proof of work network like Bitcoin from ground zero? You kind of don't at this point. The only upset, and you touched on it earlier on, was you know, this quantum proof hashing problem, which essentially we need to port to at some point. But
mass adoption, when people get, like, if all governments start to say there's a global index or something and people adopt it very rapidly, maybe through sharding technology, through breaking it up into separate, because Bitcoin's very monolithic at the moment as well, and sharding inherently brings in a problem to have these separate sectors, so we could have geographical shards or, you know, demand shards or whatever they want. But like this Bitcoin, there's no problem. Like bitcoin.com and the Bitcoin logo is a meme, it is a brand, but they can, and they are trying to swap it out because the code itself is fairly poorly written. It needs to be modularized and they're working on it, but people don't want them to change it. So everyone thinks we know everything now, but
I mean, they did
another
update
10
the
years.
code already a couple of times. Bitcoin Core is constantly updating the
Yeah,
code.
it's not modularized though. It's built before standard engineering technology. Because like if you change one bit of Bitcoin, you can damage the whole thing.
it will just stay that way though, honestly. Like it's a trade-off between, okay, so roughly you have, what is it, like somewhere between within the ballpark of 2,000 to 3,000 transactions per block. You have a block every roughly 10 minutes. But this is off the backbone of one of the biggest decentralized network in the world, and like that's fine. That's what you pay for.
No, you can have interfaces and say it performs exactly the same functions, but you can still break it up into modules. You can have the proof of work module, you can have the consensus module, you can have, you know, the distribution module or whatever. But that way
I just say leave that for other chains. Honestly, leave it for other chains. There's no point in changing, trying to transform Bitcoin into, because the problem with trying to transform Bitcoin into something that it's not now is basically it could upset the entire market. And
no, but it can be the
you
same.
just don't
We
want
can
to break
prove it.
Bitcoin.
We
You
can prove
can't.
it though. We can have all the interfaces say by contract it has to perform this function, this function, this function. But under the hood, you can decouple it. So that way, when you make updates, like there may need to be an update, but like you're saying, maybe never update it, just leave it the way it is. But it's difficult for anyone to make changes, which could be a good thing. But it's really written like software from a university, not from a development perspective. It's not scalable. It's not extensible. The code. It's not maintainable. It's monolithic. You make one change and you're not sure how that affects the other section. So it's actually safer to decouple the modules into, you know, abstract it out, encapsulate the functionality. There's just engineering things that just weren't applied because people in universities are programmers, not software developers. And these things will happen. Just standard engineering approaches that we have now. And if we take it seriously, then why not? Why not apply standard engineering? But we can make it the same thing.
Because essentially it's like changing the airplanes on the engines on the airplane whilst it's still flying, which is essentially the problem that Ethereum is going through at the moment. And it's just a huge problem. And like if you're in software, you'll understand how big this problem is. And
yeah, but it's not that big. Bitcoin's not
well, it's more accentuated because you essentially have an ecosystem which is backed, and well, a lot of people have a stake in it. You know, billions and billions and billions of dollars. Like
from an engineering perspective, anything more complicated than an elevator or a vending machine is hard to prove that it's the same. But there are test-driven development techniques and safe ways to migrate across. So,
oh no, for sure. We'll get there in the long run.
Especially if they want to do quantum resistant cryptography and then or something, they do find, we really do like to maintain the functionality. It's safer to have an approach, but it might take years to do that phase.
I think that will be probably one of the And I think, okay, so my prediction is that Bitcoin will have upgrades, but they'll be very small upgrades. And one of the small upgrades, and like they've done in the past, but one of the small upgrades that they will opt for will be a quantum proof hashing algorithm. And that's not even a big change to make. I suppose you just need to create a system that's able to convert legacy addresses into this
Yeah,
new
but the way
form
it's written in the
and
code, any
have.
change is dangerous because you don't
Yeah.
know the impact. The way it's written, like I said, it's not in. It's as far as I see, the code's written like a proof of concept. It hasn't
Yeah,
been
yeah, yeah.
good yet, and there's no reason. Anyone that says to you something can't be done, they're lying. It's on a computer. It can be done. That's just a lack of understanding, and people approach things piecemeal instead of holistically. And I've never seen a piecemeal approach ever. It's a quick win. It feels good. And then people that say, look, let's do this properly, usually have a lot of kickback and things don't happen quickly for them. They don't get the quick win. But generally, a holistic approach done properly, planned out by people that know what they're doing, it's not impossible. It's not impossible to change
You're
it.
right, dude, and I can tell already that you come from a software back. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, so by the way, someone asked when does Tokyo open? Well, in half an hour, and well, at the moment we're ranging sideways-ish. But it looks like we're getting a bit of sell I mean, we're potentially in a very small sideways range right now, and it's up to Asia to decide what they want to do. If you're
Isn't that 1
bullish,
hour?
if you're
I think it's
bullish
not,
and you're looking to get in, you're kind of looking for a sell-off down to 80k, maybe even as deep as 78. But yeah, no, this is completely riding on Asia now. A wonderful scenario would be that actually we just hang out up here, and Asia opens and continues the squeeze. Sorry, I was speaking over someone there.
No, you're good. I was just saying, I think Asia opens 4 hour, not, yeah.
The 4 hour.
It opens in an hour and 60 minutes, not in 30.
Oh, is it 9:30 local time or is it 9 o'clock?
Yeah, I think Tokyo opens 9:30 and then Hong Kong opens an hour later.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, an hour, not half an hour. But I mean, you'll generally get some activity a half an hour before pre-market open. Yeah, I copied that. It's weird. Like I go off. Like I know that like local time for me, NY opens at 2:30, but I always classify it as like an hour before and an hour after. So I'm always interested in like 12:30 and 3:30 because you'll see a move. You'll
At the
see
moment,
yeah, go for it.
New York opens an hour earlier right now for 3 weeks because they had already the time change.
The clocks. Yeah, the
Yeah.
clocks. Yeah. Which is why
I know what you mean. There, you see volume picking up before the session opens already. Yeah.
It's been like kind of textbook recently. It's been like a dump in to open, a pump on open, and then like, or like, let's not speak about it in terms of dumping and pumping. Let's just talk about it like a reversal an hour before, a reversal on open, and then a reversal an hour after. You have like basically three reversals to play within a
On New York session, right? What you're
yeah.
saying. Yeah, New
And
York is pretty wild. You can get really chopped up in that one. You don't know about
my
it.
favorite session at the moment is New York Close. New York Close is a really nice session to play, or part of a session to play, because it's kind of like, well, the precedence has already kind of been set for the day, and you've kind of got more data to go off. And it's just like if you try and make a move on NY Open, it's just like well maybe you can get lucky, but usually you just get like chopped up or something like.
Yeah.
UK session is boring as fuck. Sorry, excuse my French. Asian session can either be really boring or really exciting. I seem to remember. Well, I mean, we saw that last night, but and we see it typically on Sunday nights as well, which you could argue is maybe something to do with they're involved. But I remember last bull run, it was just like I'd go to sleep, I'd wake up, and like price would be up like 10%. It's just like okay, thank you.
What's your problem with UK session?
Dude, UK session is basically just like sustain price a little bit based off what Asia have done, or based off like the prior day, and then based off what Asia have done
Dbloc
tonight.
says they pick a clear trend, and I've seen other people also say that UK is probably the easiest to trade.
Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. It's easiest to trade. So when I wake up, basically I take profit before NY Open. So I don't trade UK session because I'm already positioned before UK session. So because I know that they're just going to continue in a gradual direction, I take that opportunity just to sell into it. And then I let NY Open do its thing. And then what I'm interested in is NY Close. And then I try and position myself somewhere within that pocket. Because you're just going to get chopped up throughout the day. I mean, unless you're scalping, but scalping is just like number one way to Rectville.
Yep. I mean, I'm sure there's people who can be profitable scalping.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I'm
Like-
just talking about my own. The thing about trading is it basically just exposes your personality, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And everybody's different. And for me, it's like, oh, wow, okay, I have these compulsions, I have this way of thinking. And it's like, well, I have to try and combat that. And the best way that I can combat that is picking particular moments throughout a session, which seem to be more advantageous. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a dump then. Well, on some alts, but Bitcoin's kind of sitting pretty. It's such a frustrating time to try and be long because it's like have your stop loss, like fine, take profit, stop to entry, like risk-free trade, but it's just like you really want it to run. At least just like a higher high, like a higher high would be 843, 842, and that would set the precedence for market structure change. Well, I mean on the low time frame.
You could see a reversal on the 4-hour market structure.
Yeah.
It looks to me like we're putting in a range like between 78 and 95.
I mean, my hope is that we're already just in a micro range or a kind of flag formation now on Bitcoin, and we're not even going to see lower, because there's no reason to, if we've formed a significant bottom. Usually, what will happen after a bottom is you'll get pullbacks, but they'll be fairly shallow, and then you'll see some further upside. And then you'll be granted with, a fairly deep pullback, but that would just be your higher low.
Some retests happening, yeah, to go play around that area a little bit more.
it's like we want FOMO right now. Essentially, if you're bullish, you want shallow retests, small forms, bullish, small bull flags, front runs, build in the FOMO, build in the buys, and then we can have a more generous pullback later on. But of course, hopefully a higher low if that's your theory.
Yeah, not straight away retesting those lows, but it could come.
Yeah, but Dbloc's right. What he's saying. He said earlier that we're entirely dependent on the news and macro right now.
We always are. TA, the theory and the
Yeah,
fundamentals are always
but
there.
these last weeks, you've just had so many events that.
Yeah, I know, but anyone to
seems
say
like
they're pure
that,
TA or they're pure fundamentals is, I think they're wrong, but that's just my opinion. TA is very important, extremely, extremely important, but they both are. Because that's where your TA tells you where you're going to go in that volatility. Yeah, the volatility's up, but it still gives you some indication of how volatile and where we're going to head. But yeah, we are subject to world politics at the moment.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a lot happening right
Everywhere, yeah, there is. Not just seems, there is. It's
now.
not cool at the
Yeah,
moment. Every
it's
continent is a mess.
everyone knows. It's obvious. Yeah.
It's been like that for a while, but it's pretty heightened at the moment. Mate, hopefully
Yeah,
this is the 11th
it's
hour, like it's
accelerating.
the darkest, but let's hope that. But I don't think there's going to be, from what I can tell, there's not going to be a quick fix to this. This is going to be a slow, incremental step forward to stability at the moment because we've shaken everything up so much. So we'll get there, hopefully.
But it's all getting priced in as the chart in the charts as we speak, right?
Correct.
Like,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the
so
TA is important, but the volatility's
that's
up.
the thing. Like, like some news can come out, like we've seen recently, which only a very small group of people know about, which of course pumps the price, but it doesn't last. It gives it all back. So really, if you're seeing a sustainable uptrend or a sustainable downtrend, really that means that there's just pockets of people that know certain things that are just like adding confluence to each other.
Yeah,
And
we're creeping forward, or it's like 2 steps forwards, 1 step back, or 2 steps back, 1 step forward. It can be. But the TA gives us that boundary, and then that boundaries are spread further apart because of the volatility. But you can't break the bell curve and standard deviations. That always holds.
I'm really quite happy with some of these pullbacks. I just have a few problems. I have a problem with Solana front run $110. I mean, I'm in a Solana long, but I just still have a problem with it, and I'm too scared to not put my stop loss at entry. Ethereum had a really nice pullback actually. I was really happy with that. I think a lot of people were expecting lower for Ethereum, but I like this low.
Ethereum's sketchy as at the moment, though. Sketchy as.
17.3. Very nice. That's 17.43.
Well, the closer you are to 15, but then the next big drop's 800. So.
Oh, I've got a really nice shift pitchfork, which I can share. And I mean, obviously, this is all TA is completely just like it's a guardrail. But I'll share it nevertheless. Let me go on the 5-day, 7-day, which will be the 1 week. Yeah, check out this pitchfork. I'll whack it in TA. But yeah, no, Bitcoin is good. I suppose.
Alts are trash.
Well, I mean, they'd be trash for the entire year.
Yeah.
What's interesting about price action prior to Tokyo Open is that it's looking like it's just kind of sitting up here for now. I mean, we still have 45 minutes, but and what's kind of cool is like usually a dump into a session would mean that, well, when session opens, maybe you're going to get some form of a buyback. Like whether that holds or not is a different story, but it's kind of like if you're pumping into a open, well, I mean, odds are is that it's going to dump on open. So that's something to be fairly optimistic about, but you know, Asia can get aggressive if they want to. I mean, they got aggressive last night, that's for sure. Well, even, I mean, they didn't even. I mean, they achieved.
On the downside, I don't know if they can get aggressive on the upside. They don't have that much money.
Well, they achieved 8.7%, which is quite impressive, actually. Oh, sorry, wait, I was looking at another asset there. What did they achieve on Bitcoin? 4%. Do you guys have any particular sessions or times in the day that you like to try and play the market?
Yeah, just the standard. Watch the range in the Asia, trade the trend in Europe. I was most successful when I shut down at like London 3 p.m. and then just stopped trading, took my profits and left. But that's just I like your idea about the New York close. You've got full information by then, and it's interesting.
Yeah, New York close into Asia session. Really nice. Which is like kind of annoying for me because of my time zone, which means I have to stay up fairly late. But
yeah, doing it on time versus price made my trading a lot better because
totally,
I could
it makes
close
a huge
down and I can stop
huge.
trading.
Yeah,
I'd
totally.
trade for 30 hours and I'd just exhausted. Like, yeah, it's horrible.
It's like when you realize that like the big boys are obviously like playing with their capital around certain times. It's like, well, okay.
Yeah, and they're off to the pub to get a pint and they're all laughing while you're sitting there stressing. They're like,
Yeah. While you're sitting there at some arbitrary time in the day, like, oh my god, I need to make a position. Like,
well, and I used to, when I had no idea about trading, it's like midnight in Australia and it would be like the New York Open and I'd be ready to go to bed and then I'd FOMO and then I'd get wrecked and then it would be 4 a.m. and I'm just destroyed. The whole day's written off and I made no money. So, yeah, watching as long as you're aware of the sessions and what kind of behavior happens in them, that's probably the most important.
yeah.
And just look for that beer knockoff time. It's definitely important.
It's like we're all like small fish. I get in on bigger fish making a move, and that tends to happen at certain times. And not to say that it can't happen at some completely, random time throughout the day, but you can just observe that and you can see it in the volume and you can kind of feel it, you can, but mostly it will happen at kind of, if you were to back test and look at, pivot highs and pivot lows, you'd see that there's a bit.
Yeah, pre-market, you see all the volatility. You learn to go against it, or at least wait for it to change if you don't think it's going to go in the direction you're looking for. Pre-market, but yeah, I mean, because I'm not a very good trader, and the advice is to trade the London session, the Euro session, and it's where I found it safe, and just to get out and let US do what US does. But you said it's boring at the
Yeah.
moment. There you go.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, everyone's going through the depression phase at the moment. You know, it's hard. But like like a couple of examples here, like 7th of March, NY Open, fake pump into a dump. So you had your pump at 2:30, well, my time, and then you had your dump 3:30, so an hour later, and then complete rotation. Like literally, if you had that short, I mean, you rode that short 15%. The day before that, you had a fake out pump to the upside on NY Open, followed by a dump. The day before that, you had a dump into Open, and then followed by a pump. So it's just, there's a reason why time is so important. Obviously, if you're a confirmation trader, then you can just sit out of all of that and just, witness it happening. Don't worry about trying to get involved, and then just kind of look for an entry off the back of it, which is okay too. But you're just not going to get the best price, but that's okay.
Yeah, you'll have more fun trading a little bit though, and taking a little bit of profit. It's a bit easier.
It just means that your risk to reward, like your invalidation would just probably be like a bit bigger. So you just have to use like less size.
Depends if if you've got money to risk, then you might want to play it. But if you're trying to be a little bit more conservative, you might just take the meat out of the sandwich kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's super important.
Yeah, come on, Bitcoin, let's go. Looking strong. Open interest has gone off a cliff, which is not, it's just fine. It just means that no one wants to participate at this time. We had really good positive delta today. We had really good volume around NY Open, of course. But we did have a spike in volume at NY Close as well, which was a huge positive delta uptick. About 20 million in longs. Wow, on Bybit. Which would mean that essentially if Asia wanted to dump price right now, there would be quite a few longs exposed. But they might be on the right side of the market. I certainly would feel uncomfortable shorting here, and I think sometimes that's what sometimes you need to think about. It's just like, right, the price where it currently stands, would I open a short here? Kind of probably not. I mean, maybe take out the prior high, 83.6. So if it was like Asia Open,
You kind of hope you're positioned on your low, and then you don't need to short this yet. Like, if you're not positioned now, it's a hard time to jump in right now.
yeah, the jump in is
just wait for
Asia
New York
Opens. To wait for New York. Screw New York Open, man.
It's been the tendency this week, but that's changing today, right? New York didn't dump as much as those days.
I'd like to see New York starting to pump it.
Yep.
Is it shell shock today or what?
Not a single dollar down anymore. Any American chart doesn't matter.
Not a single dollar.
Nope.
Bitcoin dominance is getting a little bit mad right now. Which is actually fine because the golden pocket's sitting just above at 62%. I'm cool for that.
Like, that Ethereum heist from Bybit was the biggest heist in history. And I saw a pretty detailed preview of a document, like some reporting on how sophisticated North Korea is at laundering money right now. So I don't think that one's over yet. That alts are going to suffer if they keep dumping this stuff. And if you're buying alts, you're buying North Korean bombs right now. So
total market cap is now down $1.2 trillion from the all-time high. Trillion. $1 billion of stealing here and there.
Not much.
Well, can you make price dump 1,000 times more in market cap than the market sell you need in value? I guess you can. Is it that bad, the liquidity? Damn. It's like 100 to 1, no? Like with $1,000 you can make it, you can make market cap go down.
10,000.
Yeah. No, it's 100 to 1.
But
No?
then, yeah,
With
well,
$1 you
especially
can make total cap go down $100, no?
yeah, especially in a weak market. Yep, because it
So
can be
with
10
$1
to 1.
billion, if those guys market sell at good times, they should be able to dump total by 100 billion. Not 1.2 trillion. That's 10 times more. I guess the reaction of people to the
But if it's affecting not the total, but the
news makes it
the
accelerate
alts, if you
more.
take the alts out of you take Bitcoin out of it and the stables, and you look at the effect on alts, because it's going to hit Ethereum, which is going to flow onto the alts. It could be 100x.
I don't know, but with ETH below its macro SR, whenever it decides to stop going down, this is gonna be pretty explosive.
So luckily, ETH was so weak.
Yeah. It's not like maybe we'll go to 800. But we're now closer to 800 than to 4,000. So since we are in a bear market on ETH, well, time to buy. Slowly, I guess. And whenever that thing turns around, it's gonna be pretty explosive for dominance and every alt that's ETH related, right?
It should turn around, because it wasn't an ETH issue; it was an exchange transfer issue. So it had nothing to do with ETH tech. So there's no reason why it will be long term.
Hack news probably didn't really affect price. No, it's just that ETH needs just to go, to turn around whether it gets hacked or not.
Well, we had all of this tariff stuff, and
a bit.
we had a lot of news 24 hours ago. It wasn't just one thing going on there.
And you said they hacked $1.2 billion. Now that's like more like $600 million.
They've dumped 380.
They
Apparently,
hacked
they've already.
we're at 1,800, so it's like
Yeah.
it's down 30, 40, 50% since the hack. So.
Yep. But that might be in wallets, not on exchanges yet. That might flood into the exchanges, because the wallet transfers may not have affected price yet either. So,
well, if they sell low, that's a good thing. I'd rather them sell low than sell at 4K. The real question is who's been buying ETH?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know how they're laundering it. Are they swapping it for a different, like a privacy token? What are they doing? Like, I thought we were watching the wallets. Apparently, we can't stop them laundering it. So it's weird. I don't know. Any North Koreans here that know?
Of course, we had to blame North Korea. Well, I really don't believe that stuff, personally. Like, I really think.
Buy now.
I really think they just hacked themselves. But yeah, all right. Let's go with the official news.
Well, they could have just routed the attack through a North Korean IP address. Yeah, of course, it could have been anyone. But North Korea is pretty good at hacking. They don't have any other economy at the moment, so.
That's not true. It's a big weapon factory. They supplied more weapons to Russia than we supplied to Ukraine, so it's a big weapon factory.
Yeah, and what's the best weapon at the moment? Cyber warfare. So.
And maybe it's not high-tech weapons like our weapons, but they mass produce.
Yep. The hacking is that's funding their weapons manufacturing.
When you look at like satellite pictures, it's supposed to be a rich country. It's all green, like they have rain. It's not a desert. It's rich land. Like the land is rich. The problem is politics, I guess. But it's supposed to be a rich country on paper. It's in an area where it could be a rich country. it can have agriculture. It's got fertile soil, mountains a lot too, but it's green. It's full of trees. It's not like Sahara Desert, or it's not like Nevada, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of poor countries have rich land. That's how they survive, because they can still get food. People think that poor countries have poor soil, but you know,
it's the basis of economy, agriculture, right? Like countries who have strong agriculture, well, at least they have that to become a wealthy country.
You can plant a potato, you'll be fine.
But it's not the case. Countries who don't have good agriculture are often poorer, no?
Well, also countries with good resources stay poor because stronger countries, they take their resources, and then if they keep them poor, then they can't fight them. So
yeah, and if they happen to become stronger and they don't behave, we just invade them for the good of freedom.
Yeah, but the resources are a target. Soil's good. You can always plant food. Like everyone can go off and plant some food, have a bit of land, and eat at least. And China, I think, has got the other problem. They don't have good land. They're importing a lot of food. So
yeah. I'm gonna get banned from this Discord, but we bring democracy to Vietnam, we bring democracy to Iraq, now we bring democracy to Ukraine, and then we say, screw you. Freedom of speech. Oh boy, anyway, time for me.
You mean you bring bureaucracy?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot Afghanistan too. We wanted to bring democracy there. Now it's South America, right? They're misbehaving, becoming rich. Let's take back control. Let's build schools.
Don't educate people, Zeusy. Next thing we'll have a revolution.
You know, there were more schools per habitant in Iraq in the 1990s than today.
Yeah, but schools were just places to teach people to be compliant and work in factories, right? They didn't need researchers.
Oh, they did shit by invading Kuwait, and we had to invade them. I don't disagree, but but the result in the end, a decade later, it's worse. It's a country who was becoming too strong, and it also dared trade oil in euro. Well, in euro it didn't exist back then, but actually it did. No, it's the beginning of euro. They dared trade oil in other currencies than the dollar. Oh, by the way, the American response to Saudi becoming BRICS and all, like, well, what's up with that? Still haven't heard anything, no? Is Trump friend with that dictator over there, the Islamist guy?
Doesn't Saudi run the world? He's a little bit more tolerant than some of his population.
It's a very free speech country where they just cut your hand if you do.
Yeah, I know. They'll get a bone saw or something. But I think the actual leadership's a little bit more tolerant than the people he's leading. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. But they're so rich. Like, you look at Israel being rich in technology, but then Saudi's the ones that are running the whole show. They're so wealthy. So much money.
Israel is some sort of democracy. There's justice, laws, and well, it's not a religious law.
Yeah.
It's the same for Europe. We kiss the Saudis. Who cares about rights there?
Yeah. Well, they've got some, but the leadership has some level of humanity. They don't want to see everything blown up because they want to keep selling their oil. I don't know. I believe there's good people everywhere, bad people everywhere.
Maybe it's the country to invade, no?
Good luck.
But instead of selling them weapons, maybe we should invade them. No?
They had a huge stake in Twitter, right? And I think they still do. Before Elon bought it, I don't think everyone realized that Twitter was just a Saudi software.
Saudi, Saudi Aramco is the biggest company. It's not Tesla or Elon or anything. It's
Yeah, that's
Saudi.
right. So rich.
What's the ticker on that one? I actually wanted to buy, but because the thing always goes up, I never bought it in 2022. And well, yeah, now Saudi Aramco. It's like diversified now. It's not only oil.
Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia are bigger than
No,
Saudi Aramco. I
no,
think.
no.
Yeah, if you look it up, Saudi Aramco has a nominal value of 2.4 trillion. Yeah, and Apple has 3.9, Nvidia 3.6, Microsoft 3.4.
Really? AI is
Yeah.
more important than energy? That doesn't make any sense. Even the average, if you average the cap on the monthly. You know, because when the AI bubble pops, Saudi Aramco will probably retake its first place, no? In
Yeah, I
26.
think Nvidia already lost a bit because it was first for a while, I think. But now Apple is above Nvidia.
Actually,
I think
right. Saudi
nominal
Aramco
value,
is
but
losing.
they can push people around by dumping some of their reserves. So
Yeah, I mean, obviously they also they probably have more money than Elon. 'Cause no one knows how much they actually have. It's hard to compare because I mean Apple is overvalued in a sense. The value doesn't come from the assets, it's because of the stock. If you see a market crash, they lose a lot of value.
Norway also has like a huge company. Actually, it's the people who own it. It's a public company. It's the government.
Yeah, they have a fund. They have a sovereign.
Yeah, it's like
Sovereign
a
wealth
few
fund.
$1 trillion, no?
Yeah,
And
but
they have
it's
shares everywhere.
not a company though. Let's see how high is it valued? 1.7 trillion.
Mostly invested in America, right?
pretty sure the whole world is just controlled by the oil market. Petroleum.
There's a lot of theories. Who controls the
Yeah, well,
world?
if you go up to that level of theories, yeah, but I don't know.
I would say the old adage of who controls the money controls the world is probably still accurate. I think it was Rothschild who said, "I don't care about who's king as long as I control the money," or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kind of organizations like the the Bank of International Settlements, the International Monetary Fund, like layers upon layers. Then there's these dark pools where they trade off market huge sums where no one knows how much.
So hey, the daily is in. We closed right below the turn to DMA on the daily. Let's. I mean, at least we tried. Yeah, at least it tried. But kinda. We touched it and closed a bit below.
It's just like the day after a big party, Zeusy. Everyone's tired and just cleaning up a little bit. Shell shock.
That was the last couple of weeks, if you think about it. The big party was Trump inauguration and the pumps.
Zeusy, I heated up my milk in the microwave and then put my espresso coffee in it. Is that
I'm
too
not
bad?
saying anything anymore. You can do whatever you want.
No, I didn't heat my milk.
Put your coffee in the microwave. Yeah.
Radiation.
Not the coffee. The coffee did not go in the microwave.
I thought Europeans got rid of microwaves.
I'm not European.
But
We still have microwaves. They're not illegal or anything. Dragonfly is saying the world's controlled by Beanie Baby.
Wait, Australians aren't Europeans?
Hell no, man. Well, we're
Really? I didn't know that.
We were convicts. They chucked all the people that stole apples and got thrown out of the. Yeah, we're a convict country. We were a big jail for London when everyone was stealing apples and stuff. They'd stick you on a boat and shove you over here. That's how we got started. We're convicts.
That's why your culture is so funny.
Well, yeah, and we do. Like, the British aren't big fans of the Americans. The Americans aren't fans of the British. We're in the middle. Like, we like and don't like both of them. We'll criticize the British and we'll criticize the Americans, and we love we're such an American culture. All our TV's American, fashion's American. We have a bit of
think
UK
that's
music.
the whole world in some way.
Yeah.
Australians extinct anyway? Australians are extinct, no? They all got murdered when Europe.
Oh, the original Australians? Yeah. I mean, the actual
There's only a
Australians.
handful of survivors.
Genocided. It was terrible. Disgusting what happened in Australia. Disgusting. And the way we treat them still is terrible.
Australians is a thing of the past, it doesn't exist anymore. We replaced them.
Yeah, but they still have their own island over there.
Oh, there's a few, but I mean, you can look at Papua New. There's a few islands. There's a lot of islands around here. So
if you go to their island, they'll kill you.
Oh yeah, I don't blame them.
We don't have that.
Descendants
That's
of
something different. That's not the Aborigines.
Yeah, it's not Aboriginal, Australian Aboriginals, no.
It's only
That's what I'm talking about.
Descendants of old Europe, Same for America. There's not a lot of Indians left, right? Like real Americans.
Well, yeah, they're here. They have reservations.
There's still a lot of Native Americans, and I would imagine. I know there's a genocide, but there's still a lot of Aborigines left. There's Aborigines still, especially around like New Guinea, Papua New Guinea area, and like.
Oh yeah, but the actual Australian island of Australia, I don't think it's recorded how many people they killed when they colonized Australia. Like,
it's terrible.
The story is probably completely covered up.
Didn't they even steal a whole generation of kids from them?
Yep. The White Australia policy. Anyone that had a child that was, born with Aboriginal Australian parents and would be taken, and then the Aboriginal kids would be taken to try and re-educate them. It's horrible. Australia still has human rights issues. When people try and come in boats to out here, we chuck them on islands, and yeah, so we have a lot of issues here still. But we're not a republic yet. We're still a British colony.
Commonwealth, right? You serve the Queen.
Yep.
Well, the King now. Yeah. Oh, sorry. The Queen is dead. The Queen is dead. So those submarines you didn't buy from France, but
Oh
you're
yeah,
gonna
we
buy-
should have bought them. That's a bad mistake. They were good, and we would have had them. But now America says we don't give them to you because we need them ourselves. They're like, oh, we'll only sell them if we can build enough. And it's like, oh damn it, we should, and we get them in like over a decade, like 2040. Yes, we should have bought your submarine. Sorry, ZC, we should have bought your submarines.
No, I think he decided to buy two in the end. But my question is it going to be named Her Majesty the King? HMS. Do you name your ships?
Oh yeah, we have HMS and all this. Yeah, but what is it?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know about the American ones. It's not going to happen.
American
now.
ones don't do that. It's only British and Commonwealth, no?
Yeah.
No, Americans, they use president names for aircraft carriers. Oh man!
Apparently, all our billions of dollars is not enough. It's surprising because we're not like just getting them for free. We're paying like hundreds of billions of dollars, and the US is like, oh, I don't know if we can build enough now. We might need to keep them. So apparently, submarines take a long time to build. Like America or France can only build like 2.5 subs a year. I thought they could build more subs. Pretty hard to build.
You guys are friends with China.
What's the point if
we're
you're
not friends with China?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, they're our biggest trading partner, and you're our biggest defense partner. So that's a bit of a conflict. We're not really friends with China.
They're all in your country.
No, we just threw out all the Chinese. Actually, all the
You threw them
Chinatown.
out.
Yeah, there's no Chinese left. All Chinatown's completely like abandoned. There's no.
You made some changes.
Well, we have fights. So they stopped buying our beef and wine because we stick up for America, and then we're fighting China all the time. Like in the islands like Papua New Guinea, we send our police there so the Chinese can't put their police there. We are a strategic like country for US stability as well. We're confused now and a lot of Australians, they don't like Trump, and yeah, that's weird because I'm like I said, I'm stuck in the middle of Europe and America at the moment. It's not a fun place.
Well, you were supposed to be America's ally in the Pacific against China, but in
Correct.
the end, you don't really want that. But yet, you still got bullied into buying their weapons.
We do. We have a secret base called Pine Gap, and we are part of the Five Eyes, and that's off the map. If you look on the map, it's just a big black spot in the middle of Northern Territory.
Is
And
Australia afraid of being invaded by a country who never invaded any other country like China? That's odd.
No, it's the instability that it causes through the Pacific Islands and stuff. I think that of course we're scared of China. They're huge and we're little.
China's way of invading is not by military.
Far
They
away,
just
no,
buy
it's
all
like-
the infrastructure and make you dependent.
You guys are in the South Hemisphere. China is like 10,000 miles, far away.
Yeah, I know, but we have Southeast Asia, which also has influence. Like we've got Indonesia above us with 300 million people, but then it depends whether Indonesia. I mean, Philippines is against China, Japan,
Yeah, it's
Taiwan.
an American, because
But we're
historically
in
it's an American base.
Australasia region, so any instability in the Asia, even if it's North and South Asia, it still affects us in this region. So I don't know. It's just because they're our big trading partner. They buy all our steel and our beef and our wine and our aluminium and our minerals. And they also bought a lot of our land here because when the Japanese used to own a lot of this, and then they had that big issue with the tsunami, took out TEPCO, Japanese ran out of money and they left, and Chinese bought all of our commercial and buildings. So they have a lot of, we're worried about them investing too heavily into our
That's
infrastructure.
exactly what I was talking about.
Well, yeah, it's becoming the first financial power too now, slowly. They're buying stuff all over the world.
Yeah, they're trying to do that over here too, but We're not gonna allow that.
They're building Africa. They're building the Middle East. They're building Turkey. They're building.
They're trying to buy all the farmlands
and ports.
Yeah,
they're
but we
slick,
keep
but
paying,
they're buying farmlands next to military areas. How stupid could we be?
But the Chinese people are good. A lot of the Chinese people, especially a lot of them here, unless they're spies, don't really like the Chinese government. So, like most
The
countries,
difference
people are good. The
between
government,
communist and citizen.
yeah,
and it's not communist. It's capitalist.
oh, it's capitalist
China's
with a
not
communist.
communist.
Yeah, it's not.
It's as if you say Russia is communist. Russia is
They're
not
more like a
communist.
neo-capitalist. They're like a Carl Schwab's neo-capitalist.
It's a hybrid system. They have a capitalistic economy, but the political system is obviously communist.
Yep.
Yeah, they interfere a lot with
Neo-capitalists.
with the life of people. But
So what do you call it when the government owns all the big businesses?
no, but they have Elon Musk. I forgot his name, the Alibaba guy, and also it's,
Yeah, and once he
please.
says what he
They
really
control him.
thinks, he
and there's
just
a lot
gets
of difference
failed.
between rich Chinese and poor Chinese people. So
Didn't they
it's-
just disappear his predecessor?
Yeah, exactly.
See, come on now.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
yeah,
Marxist-Leninists. They're like Marxist-Leninist communists, but they also deal with stock exchanges and stuff. I mean, they just kind of wiped out Hong Kong, I guess, which it wasn't really China. It is now.
Oh, Hong Kong was taken from China for 200 years because China lost a naval
100, yeah.
because they lost a
We-
naval battle against England.
Opium.
Back then.
Yeah, they sent all the opium ships over there, and then China got pissed because they wouldn't buy our stuff. They didn't want any of the British stuff, and then they blew up one of our ships. And then in return, we took Hong Kong for 100 years until 2047, but they've claimed it back a little bit early.
I think the Chinese, like the politicians, the ruling class, they probably have a lot of resentment against the West. We did them really bad in the past.
Well, they were taken over by the communists, and then they were turned into a slave country by the West with our factories. So they've kind of copped it a bit. But like I said, most countries, people are good. Governments are over controlling.
I completely agree. It's the same everywhere. You always have good and bad people, and most people just want to live their lives. And politics is something completely different.
I don't know, but
Oh,
if
you
you look
know,
at how many people China killed, how many people France killed in the 20th century, man, there's no comparison. There's just no comparison.
Oh yeah, there's human rights issues in China. Definitely, there's definitely issues.
No, I meant kind of the opposite. You know, for 20th century, France killed at least 5-10 million people.
Oh yeah, you guys are terrible. You and the
China,
British you guys are nasty.
China was just doing nothing. They got invaded by
Chinese
Japan.
killed a lot of their own people. Like I don't know how
Off
many.
with
but
his head.
I think more than.
Off with his head.
Yeah, during the Civil War. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
But
that's
we
like
love pointing fingers. All of us love pointing. Well, the governments love pointing fingers at the other guy. Look over there. Look over there.
But it's a country that got invaded. They never really invaded themselves. You know, they got invaded by Japan.
Yeah.
Same with Russia. Russia never really invaded other countries. They got invaded a lot though. We went there with Napoleon. We went there with what's the name of the German?
Well, I mean, if you look at, they have enough territory already, but they did expand. They invaded smaller places all around.
What about Crimea? Ukraine?
Yeah, but I guess China also went to Tibet, right? So, yeah. But still, these are not
It's still
really
their region.
imperialist, expansionist countries. Yeah.
So, what do you guys think? Is this bull flag gonna break out, or are we just gonna range?
Oh, we have 5 minutes to find out now. Maybe.
It's like saying heads or
I'm in
tails.
the I'm in the bull flag camp, but it's fairly enticing below at 80k.
I mean, the market maker obviously wants to close CME gap, grab all these vectors, all these liquidations.
Yeah, but we could touch 80k and then go to 85 too, right? Like,
yeah.
Doesn't matter how it goes there, as long as it goes there.
If you look at like the 4 hour, like the 8 hour, and it's just kind of like, if you want to go, you kind of need to go here in order to form some nice candle structure. You could wick down to 80. You could wick down to 80 actually. That's fine. 78k, I suppose, actually is the daily. To be fair,
We'll see.
78k.
It's a bit early to retest 78, no?
No, I know it is.
Can we do a better bounce before having to make
Yeah,
sure
no,
that
I agree. I agree. If we
like
can
it would
come
be
back.
pretty bearish to go back to a 78 from here. Yeah. You'd probably put that
Yeah.
down. But if you climb to 90-ish and then come back down to 78, still...
You want to climb to 90? Wow, there's an NPOC at 90.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, last time 78 gave us 95. This time 78 could give us at least a lower high, close to 95, yeah. We went lower too, so yeah, it's...
For me, 90 is extremely bullish. It would be met with resistance, but I mean happily.
Well, that resistance is already there, yeah. There's 1,000 Bitcoin. There's a big sample that they had to put it. Like, it appeared today.
What are the order books looking like at the moment?
We have 1,000 Bitcoin available at 89,500 and something. 89,600, yeah. Maybe it's a bluff. We'll see. But that's
I don't know why I don't look at the order books more. I probably should, but in the past they've just... I mean, I suppose it's fairly interesting to look at.
But someone is afraid it's gonna go there. He had to put an order to make people think that there was resistance there, at least, right? Like if you put your order there, it means you think it can, right? Also, it gives a bit of balance.
What's the liquidation heat map looking like as well?
Because if you look at all the orders around 75k, there's more than 1,000 Bitcoin around there. So now that we have a sell wall at 90k, it balances a bit the books, with 85 being like some sort of midpoint, I guess. Actually, it might be a bit lower than 85. Because wait, 75 to 90, that's 15k. It could be the current prices could be the midpoint, 83. Yeah? If we pump 7,000, we're at 90. If we dump 7,000, we're back at previous low, back into support. Demand is 80k and below, and there's plenty. So you have 500 Bitcoin just at 78. Then another 500 around 75. 74 also has. Yeah, there's plenty of demand below 78.
Nah, but not as much demand as to the upside, no?
No, there's more demand. No, there's more.
Is there?
Like,
I'm trying to find...
It's now that there's a double bottom of some sort. Well, okay, invalid double bottom, whatever you want to call it, a low ABC. There's more people interested in buying the next low than there was before. It's less of a falling knife. So you have a bit of you already starting to see a bit of confirmation in the order book. Well, also in price since we're above 78. Why 700 though? Typically they put 1000. Why 700 only? Are you running out? Like, what's up with that? It's actually a pretty... yeah, that thing should be bigger. Like, if you put 500, I understand. If you put 1000, I don't understand. But 730, it's like... it's missing some. Yeah, that's not typical. That's it's not typical. Well, it's 1,400 divided by 2, right? So he's only exiting half of the 1,400 we saw, yeah. Or maybe he already sold the other half.
Lucy, what is your opinion about Lord Bogdanov?
About what?
About Lord Bogdanov. Does he really control the markets?
Of course he does. From the
Oh.
grave.
I don't think
I mean,
anybody controls the markets.
He's from your country, right?
Really?
There's actually two of them. Nah, it's a meme. It's an old meme. The Bogdanov twins.
I thought they were dead.
Yeah, they are.
That's kind of crazy, actually, how they're both. Yeah, no, very sad. But no,
They
you know,
both
they're
died
controlling the
within
market
like
from the grave.
a week or so.
Who's that guy's YouTube channel? He did a great video on it where they come back. They're still in control of the market from the grave. What's his name? Okay, so here we go. I've finally found the liquidation map that I was looking for. So down to 76.5, which is where we've seen support, would give us 1 bill in liquidations. 88-ish, which is what we're interested in. I mean, let's just call it 87, would be 1.2 bill, roughly. So more liquidations available to the upside. I mean, even if we wanted to push price down to like 74, well, it'd be about equal. It could go either way. That's that analysis over and done with.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, come on, B, let's go.
Yeah, if this bull flag plays out, I got a target at 91.
91, be
91,
careful with
even more bullish.
91
Wow.
because it's above the. Yeah, I mean that would be cool. You know, it's the
How do you
previous.
get 91?
It's
Oh,
2nd of
maybe-
February low, so touching that would be. But if we start trading above 91, it's over. All-time high is next. Well, 102 might cause you issue. But yeah, now with this W potential ABC and all, if you start trading above 91, for me it's over. You've reversed your downtrend. Yeah. So you'll look at an upward ABC. Like the sell-off from that, but depends of the speed at which we pump back up, I guess. But the sell-off from touching 91, I don't think will be strong enough to break the strength of the bounce. because it triggers a lot of bullish setups. You're gonna have golden courses coming. You're gonna have MACD courses. You're gonna have I don't know. You're gonna have a lot of indicators telling you to buy.
Yeah, because
Maybe
the flag was 7,400.
like 91 is the last area to long. There's nothing to long after that. Well, you can break out longer 110, I guess. But...
This is interesting though. I was looking at the cumulative liquidations, which are fairly even Stevens, but actually, if you were to look at short liquidations around the 84K mark, there's a very big spike. So if you at least wanted to see a liquidity grab up to 84, that would make sense. 84.
Like 91, you're starting to exit the lower high territory.
Yeah, 80. We need to break to play up to 91.
Because it
If
will
we go
still
to
be a lower high,
84,
right?
if we go to
Sorry.
84, we might as well visit the psychological high and low and close that CME gap at 86.
91
Yeah,
will
the thing
still
is, it's
be a
just like
lower high.
84 is like the perfect place to fake out, get everyone bullish, and then slap it back down. But yeah, no, it's nice to break out from for sure.
91 will still be a lower high, but depending on the speed at which we could get there, you will start to break the downward average.
91's extremely bullish. Like that literally pierces like a bunch of resistance sitting from like 87 all the way up to 90. Like if you just pierced through all of that to 91, sound.
Well, you
I
know,
mean, how did you make the correct measured move for the bull flag? Is it from the, like, can you include red candles in that up move leading up to it?
Wow, it's from that 78, 79K, isn't it? Which basically takes you up to 87.
Or from the.
It's from that
Okay,
last
yeah.
pivot low that we saw at NY Open.
Oh, the whole thing since 110 is a bull flag. You can just look at it a bit like expanding parallel.
Since
downwards.
110.
Yeah, it's you can just draw an angular resistance. It's going down. It's a bull flag.
That
Yo,
sounds like
what?
bullish, that sounds like bullish copium. It's like, oh, this downtrend is just one big bull flag.
And
Which
the
is
upward
actually
to
not
110 was
entirely.
just one big.
It's not actually entirely wrong.
Right now, descending channel. Usually there's a bullish.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
it's
you
it's
could-
it's not
No,
it's not entirely wrong.
It's not very beautiful because it's expanding, right? Like the upward resistance is well defined. We touched it 3, 4, 5 times. Well,
Or,
depending on how
falling
you
off.
draw it, we touched it at least 3 times. Right? If you don't use wicks, you can make it touch 5 times. You can make it touch with that 95 and 92 and also 99.3 and also 106 and 110. That's the upward resistance is well defined. It's what rejected us at 99.3, where you had a lot of confluence. We almost touched it when we pumped to 95, almost touched it again when we pumped to 93. And now if you get 91, you're going to touch it 6th time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it would be the 6th touch to the upside.
We've
If you
got
look
a
at the
lot of
downside, it's a bit the same.
Yeah.
You can make it line up with at least 3, 4 touches, and I guess the next touch would be around 74K, yeah, somewhere there, if we were to dump. Time is passing.
I think if we break below 8,600, 80,600, I think the flag will be broken for at least the short term.
Uh-huh. Well, if you believe the bottom is in, then the huge problems that you have are 90K and 98K to 100K, of course, 100K psychological. Like I honestly have only these two levels marked out at the moment. It's all I care about, 90 and 98. Break both
As
of
long as
those.
we're
happy
above
days.
78, there's a chance a bottom is in now. Is it gonna be strong enough to break all-time highs? It's a hard
Yeah.
bet. It failed
Yeah.
last time. We don't really need to know though. Wouldn't it be beautiful to come back down to 80K, create also like since this started with inverted head and shoulders, let's make a bigger one. With today's pump, you reached roughly the high from 2 days ago, right? That 83K.
Totally. I mean, we've already back tested. Well, we overshot it to 79, but NY Open today we back test 80K. Let's just call it, which is the top of the CME gap. So
Oh, you
if
is already
if your premise is that, well, we're done with the CME gap fill and now let's settle business to the upside, well, maybe we can see one more test of it.
I was thinking inverted head and shoulder. We have a left shoulder. We just close the head today, or we could put a right shoulder tomorrow.
On what time frame?
Um.
Oh, I mean, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, like if it goes again to 80K French support, climbs back up again to 84, you'll have a stronger. Well, you'll have people break out longing like hell, 84, and it'll probably end in disaster, but maybe not. And that measures
The CME gap
that's going to measure move to 90K.
coincided with weekly 50 MA. It bounced off the weekly 50 EMA perfectly on that.
Yeah, no, that was too good to be true. That's my problem. It's like I longed it and I just like, yes, nice, but I just have a suspicion with these types of longs all the time. But then if you were to backtest these levels throughout history, you'd be like, oh, well, actually, a few times they've succeeded quite well. And I'd rather have seen the SMA rather than the EMA, purely because SMA is usually deeper than the EMA. So if you actually want to get the best price from a risk and reward scenario, you kind of want to shoot for the SMA. And the SMA weekly 50, we front run it. It's sitting at 75.5, which is a big problem, huge problem. I mean, look at the two touches that we had on the 50-week SMA in July and August in 2024. Well, July and September. Two perfect touches. And a perfect touch in August 2023. So the fact that we've front run that, just puts a bad feeling in my stomach.
Personally, I think we could run up as high as 92 on this and still head back down to those levels. We really would need a weekly close above the 95,000.
Yeah.
Back to where this all started from now.
Which is basically sums up the market as a whole.
Dbloc's got that vector gap down there. I thought the market maker helped us too much. Let's see us coming back down there.
Yeah, the market maker did do us some favors today.
Oh, it's actually higher than 80. That vector gap.
Well, it's kind of
Yeah,
perfect, actually.
Yeah, he held out for quite a while before he helped. I was blown away.
And we have the 50. Did we touch that? Okay, that's cool. doing, it is going up to the golden pockets, which has got a ways off to get there. Golden pockets sitting, not even that far, 0.7% up, which
Still
would mean
stuff, right?
taking out that last high, which we're just about to do.
You know, on the 1 second, it's not a joke. On the 1 second time frame at 76, you had an inverted head and shoulder. Then we made a bigger one that our friend showed us. I forgot his name, which had very tiny shoulders. It played out nicely, and now here, well, you could escalate that a third time, right? Because if you hold that vector gap, well, actually, you need to go a bit lower. But it could be a small shoulder again, right? So let's say, yeah, that vector gap at 81. It's more like tomorrow, I guess. Then, you know, if it's again a flat day without too much volatility on the stock market, I guess we could see Bitcoin also just do a 2% down move and then up again, and maybe we'll break out with strength.
The thing is, if Asia dumped it down to 80 tonight, they kind of need to get it moving fairly quickly for open tomorrow, because it's kind of a gift for the rest of the market. I'd rather get it over and done with and then continue and then get everyone FOMOing in tomorrow.
It's just to create an inverted head and shoulder that I said. We don't have to do that. It's just it would be beautiful. It'd have an inverted head and shoulder. Which measure move is 90k and roughly.
Oh, sorry, I'm with you. I was looking at it on a different time frame. Are you talking about? Let's look at the 1 hour inverted head and shoulder.
There's no inverted head and shoulder, but there's a left shoulder and a head we closed. Although we didn't, we touched the neckline. And I guess if now we see red candles, we can consider it's a right shoulder. If we don't go too much below 80k and we actually manage to climb back up to 84, I don't know, by like 48 hours, give it a bit of time, 24 hours. But the left shoulder took how many hours? It took it
Up to like half a day.
Yeah, half a day. So we have like half a day to make it symmetric and elegant. And we could do a very tiny shoulder and just go back up, but it would be less beautiful. Huh? I don't say that because I'm French, but I don't care, man. It can do whatever it wants as long as it's above 78, maybe 76.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel right now. It can do whatever it wants as long as it's above 78. Because if we started to lose 77, I'd be on close all positions button.
Also a problem though, because
well, alts have
very
seen
susceptible to just even a 2% down move.
Alts have been on some mad discount levels. The problem is that they keep on dipping, but I mean the most recent lows have just been picture perfect. Well, 95% of them have been picture perfect. That's my problem. There's like this remaining 5% that are just like, man, it's just like there's some unfinished business. And then with the Bitcoin SMA sitting just beneath as well, it's annoying. So annoying. In my experience, I can sometimes hope that business has been finished, but then more often than not, Bitcoin will come down and sweep in to make sure that every single metric and indicator and technical level is just reset.
The Bollinger Band indicator is kind of cool sometimes. It's one I don't like. It's always hidden. I don't use it at all. I don't use any indicators, to be honest. I don't. Yeah, I just don't use any indicators anyway. But when I don't understand why price does something at a level, but there's an ABC, so I trade it anyway. So sometimes I try to look for why. And Bollinger Band on the weekly, set with odd numbers. Like I don't know why this thing is at 420 length, but I guess it's got something to do with 2020 cycle and 42, the answer of life, or the magic number. But yeah, its length is 420 on the weekly. Actually, Bitcoin has been trading above the Bollinger Band for a while, and that number 76.8 is just the top of
What's
the
this
Bollinger
weekly Bollinger Band?
Yeah, but we're still above it. We're not inside the band. The band is it goes to 0. Yeah, the bottom is at 0 because 420 weeks is a long time. It's I don't know how many years it's that. But... So you guys said the 50 MA on the weekly, right? So I guess it lines up with the Bollinger Band too.
Oh, we front ran the weekly Bollinger Band as well. That's annoying. Yeah, the bottom scale. I mean, I've got mine set to a length of 20 on SMA. I don't know. I never use Bollinger Bands, so I don't know what I'm talking about here. But I just do see that it's been front run, and that's not a good sign. Front runs never ultimately pan out. I mean, they'll pan out within like a day or maybe a week, but ultimately price will come down and sweep what's been missed, which is annoying.
With 20 setting, the Bollinger Band was contracting, not expanding. So it only looks at the last 20.
That's how you trade it, isn't it? Really, isn't it? You're interested in whether it's expanded or contracted.
Well, in volatile times, Bollinger Band kind of works pretty good. I think it shows you, where price could reach. But with 20, you only look at the last 20 candles, so it's only looking at what happened since 110. That's why it's so contracted. Like we've seen volatility in November, but December, January were not that volatile in the end compared to what's happening in March. February and March, it's a bit more volatility now. Pump up, go sideways, break down. I wouldn't be worried about that front end at all with the 20 Bollinger Band because the weekly hasn't closed, so we don't know where the bottom of the band is. It's just
but there's other front runs around. Like it's just like I say, like 95% of things have completed what they need to do. The other 5% are just like.
$300, by the way.
Yeah. A slightly higher low. I mean, I suppose, yeah. Okay, fine. We're in a flag. Let's assume we're in a flag. Wow, we're just contending with the value area low, aren't we? I don't know. It's. It's looking like it wants some more downside, isn't it?
That 420 hour Bollinger Band is going to work better on smaller time frames. Because on the weekly, 420 weeks, it's looking at a whole cycle. 420 weeks is like 8 years. It's looking at even 2 cycles. Yeah, it's a bit too much. And yeah, there's no bottom band. It's at 0, truly.
Yeah, no. My conclusion is I think 80k is on the cards. Don't really see any other, alts bleeding, dominance going up. Dominance has a key level that it needs to hit up to the upside. And it just makes sense to test the top of the CME gap along with yesterday's close. I'm just saying this so that I can tempt Bitcoin into doing the complete opposite. I don't think it's gonna.
Oh, futures gapped up when they reopened too. Tiny, but.
Now that is a really good question, and this comes back to the liquidations that are sitting at 84. And that's a very good reminder that we do have the CME gap sitting at 84.5, let's call it.
No, it's a bit higher.
Yeah, I mean it completes at 84.7, 84.8. I always just I call it from like the middle roughly. But am I still wrong? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it's at like 86.
No, on the day.
Are you looking at the CME chart?
Yeah, CME.
Because it's a bit different if you look at the finance chart.
No,
So
I
it's
always refer to the CME for the gaps.
Yeah, but the price is different. So if you're looking at
Yeah, you have to give it a within $200 to $300 ballpark for sure.
So it's between the psychological high and the psychological low, which is between 85.8 and 86.490, 86.5.
Fine.
Can be 1%.
Well, in that case, let's go get it.
Love if we go get it. I mean, it all lines up. You have the psychological high and low. You have the measured move. You have the liquidations. You have the CME gap.
True.
But no, you're not going to get me to full port 100x Mr. Market Maker.
That's the problem, right? Like something that I've been trying to change recently. Well, sometimes actually this pans out quite well. But like, if your conviction is that price is going to go up or down, and you're waiting for a trade at resistance, or you're waiting for a trade at support, well, a logical thought would be, well, if I think that price is going to here, then I might as well just take a trade now, leading up to that point, or leading down to that point. But actually, all you're doing is just increasing your risk and potentially ending up getting stopped out before the trade that you really want to make.
Yeah, and you're also decreasing your
And
return as well.
it's not the same setup. It's something else you're trading.
Exactly. Yeah.
But you can do that as long as you know what you do. Like as long as you know that.
Yeah, if you're heavily in momentum and like tuned into the market, it can be like really good. But you have to be completely like on the ball with like you are been monitoring price action for like 12 hours straight.
Yeah, that's not healthy. I mean, I
you'll do it
also
though.
do that sometimes, but that's
Trading
not.
in the zone.
It's not trading in the zone, no.
Man, trading in the zone, awesome book. I mean, everyone talks about it, but
I've
it's a good
also
book.
heard about another
Trade a
book.
bit before you read it. Trade actually
Yeah,
for
yeah.
1 year before you read it even. Sure,
It's all well
with
and good, but you
$100.
know, actually carrying out strategy or carrying out a mentality is different from. Oh, we get some. No, I was looking at CME. CME was looking. Oh no, I'm looking at dominance. Okay.
There's also another book I've heard about, which is supposed to be good, called Best Loser Wins.
Yeah, that's fairly. I mean, yeah, I mean, best loser wins when you've got 5 mil capital, which you can eventually just martingale down to like a winning position. Fine.
I think no. The point is that it's to learn how to lose, right? I mean, it's to be.
No, I know. I'm making a joke.
It's to be comfortable taking the loss as much as taking the profits.
Well, of course, if you're not willing to lose in this game, you're in the wrong business.
I think the key is not changing your behavior and your strategy when you start losing.
Yeah, totally. It's better to remain congruent to yourself because I'd rather lose in a trade that I planned than lose in a trade that I did not plan because basically I was
Or
disingenuous.
even win a trade that you did not plan.
Exactly, because then you're just reinforcing a behavior that doesn't actually give you any future edge.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bad habit, right? It's just a bad habit.
Yeah.
Well,
So
it's
that's the problem.
Rewarded for it, that's even worse.
It's gonna become a habit because you managed it once. You're gonna do it again. Eventually, there'll be a trade where you lose it all.
Yeah.
It's a bit like DCing into a losing position. I hate that kind of strategy. Crazy
Infinite
stuff. Like on
DCA
cross
tech.
margin, DCing into longs. I know that if people are able to make it work and be profitable and all, but
Yeah,
personally,
that comes back to the martingale strategy. If you have infinite bags and you're not aping a shitcoin that's gonna go to zero and you don't
Well,
know
if your conviction is that you're within a bull run, of course that works because you don't realize any loss. So you know that I mean that's people's strategy to be honest, and actually I don't think it's a bad one.
I mean, it depends. I mean, this bull run, I think a lot of people were thinking the same about altcoins because they were believing that we'll have a.
Oh yeah, I mean this has been a complete anomaly. Yeah.
And then you're sat there with some obscure one that no one's ever gonna use.
You know, if drops
Sat there with a bunch of
30%.
utility.
When ETH drops 30% in a single daily candle, it's not only liquidating long positions on ETH. It's portfolio margin liquidations going on.
People use ETH as a margin, like coin and perpetual.
Well, yeah, it's one of the big market caps where you don't kind of expect a huge dip like a shitcoin, right?
Yeah.
And with a cross margin and collateralized coins as margin, like a lot of people just hold crypto as margin. We're in a bull run. It makes sense, right? You accumulated during the bear, you bought Bitcoin, and you use a bit, you bought Bitcoin, ETH, or shitcoins a bit, and you like use that to leverage it to make money on shorts or longs. So
It's funny because I was thinking.
Isolated. I just stick to isolated because we don't have that problem.
Yeah, isolated is the way forward for sure. I always stick with isolated. So you know what you're getting, and you're just like not adding on risk, and then like
you can add
sitting out.
risk too on isolated, right? You can increase the your
Oh, I just
margin
add on
layer, right?
pullbacks, fine, and move up your increase your leverage as and when
at least-
appropriate.
It's easier to manage because they're not gonna liquidate one each. Well, they're not all gonna get liquidated at once, right?
Exactly. Yeah. That's another thing I've realized recently. Because sometimes I'm managing quite a few positions at the same time, which I all handle one by one, but then after a while I've got a few open. But sometimes, a few of them aren't working out or whatever, and I kind of just go, I'm just going to close all of them. But then more often than not, what I've realized is that actually, if I had not closed all of them, maybe a couple of them actually would still be good right now. And that's fine because my intention is just I'm just trying to protect my capital. So it's not the worst intention, but it's just maybe not the
And then
best
how do you
idea.
know which one to close and which one to not close?
Well, you close the ones which are closest to your stop, right?
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
So you
But
keep the winner.
because
Okay.
exactly, yeah. You cut the losers, keep the winners. But I don't know why. I just got into a habit of closing all of them, which
Because of
actually kind of
fear.
makes sense. It makes sense on like a 1 week, 2 week swing because the winners that I would have kept open, yes, they continued, but ultimately ended up giving it all back anyway. So actually cashing in just everything makes sense. But because you didn't keep them open, you didn't cash in on the further upside.
You're not hedged anymore, so at that point there's a risk of losing the profits.
Yeah.
I mean, I tried a lot being hedged, but I don't make money when I'm hedged, so give up the idea altogether.
Hedging is good if you're in competing positions that are like 10% offset. That's great. Like, yeah, be hedged. Like, if you're hedged and like literally like the positions like fairly nearby to each other, there's literally no point.
I remember, I think around 40K, I had good long entry, good short entry. Both had their stop losses. Well, if you can screw it up even when it's like that, because you lock in the profits of the range, right? And then you're like, well, if it breaks to the upside, I want to keep the long from the support, and if it breaks to the downside, I want to keep the short from resistance. So I'm already in position for the breakout play, basically. Well, fake outs happen, and like failing to re-enter a hedge and all. I don't know. Makes it complex.
Another thing I was thinking about the other day is, I'd be interested to know what your thoughts are on this, is do you think you're a better trader off the kind of statistics and like the experience that you've gained on winning trades or the experience that you've gained on losing trades?
I don't
Because
think anything
I feel like
has
that's
changed. Personally, I really don't think anything has changed.
yeah.
That's a very good question. I don't know. I think
If we have a downward ABC, I'll take the trade. If we have an upward one, I'll take the trade. The first time it felt easier. I guess at first it felt easier. It felt easy at first. Then it felt harder, and then it felt kind of easier. Now it's feeling harder again. I don't know. It's like emotions of it. I don't think you learn anything from a loss or a win.
Well,
I think you can learn from both. I mean, are we talking about psychology or just like the pure?
I think you learn from both. I think the question is which one has more benefit to your overall trading skill.
If you executed your strategy like you're supposed to, the outcome doesn't really like. I'd retake the same trade next time.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to execute a strategy if you don't learn from controlling your emotions either through winning or losing.
I think the losses teach you a lot about like why it is important to stick to it, to your rules and strategy. And the wins, they show you that it works. Like if you never win, then you won't have that confidence and you just will give up.
you got to become like the Joker and laugh at your losses. Like, woohoo, let's get it. Doesn't matter.
Then you
Doesn't
become
matter
a
what.
losing
You win, you
man.
lose, you still win.
Wow. Yeah, maybe that's a good way to put it.
I think it's really identifying points where you're ready to lose a certain amount and sticking to it.
Yeah, man,
But-
of course. It's like you have to, when you put the money in the slot machine, you have to consider that money burnt toast. And that's the only way to approach this. It doesn't matter how good
Yeah.
you are. And if you approach it that way, you can't lose.
Well, in my case, with 12% win rate, like I'm expecting to lose when I take a trade. I literally know it's gonna lose because it's so rare that it wins.
Hey, Drew, how do I change the Coinbase chart to where I can move the things to the bottom and all that? Like the order book and trade history.
Yeah, they're starting to switch it up a little bit.
Is there a way I could move them? Or it has to stay?
On desktop,
chart
there's
is
little,
all
yeah, there's a little arrow there on the desktop. It's like just a little kind of arrow that points down with the order book, so you can remove that. The order book on the right, though, you can't. The only thing you can do is hit the full screen mode, and then that removes the order book.
arrow. Okay, let me try the arrow. Oh, that just moved the orders in the bottom that I made.
Yeah, to remove the order book, you got to do full screen.
There's something I did learn. There's something I did learn that cost me a lot. It's not to skip entries. Like at one point, I was just having fun trying to skip some entries. I'm like, I'm gonna skip the first entry. Don't need the second one. Stuff like that. Bad idea. Just gotta play every one of them. Or none.
Like cheat your future self.
Yeah, because you expect like sometimes you expect price to test multiple times a level, right? It's a bit the case here. I expect Bitcoin to even put a triple bottom at 78, for example. Right? So I could skip this entry because I'm expecting to get another one, but it's just wrong. You're deviating a bit from the strategy, right?
Yeah, but it's good sitting back because, well, you have more data to work off, but you just don't get the percentage. But actually, that's not true. You might actually, through sitting back, get a much better entry. It's like if you wait, you either get a worse off entry with more data, or you just get a better entry.
I did
Which
that.
both
I'm
aren't
still doing
necessarily
that with
too bad.
shorts. Honestly, I'm skipping a lot of short entries, and
Yeah.
because because we are in a bull market, I'm just skipping most short entries. I did short Bitcoin here towards the top, so I don't skip all of the shorts entries. If I remember right,
I was taking a lot of shorts above
But I'm still
100K. My problem was that I just didn't keep them open.
Like
because I didn't
74
think
for
that
me
you-
is a short. It's not a long. It sounds crazy, but me, I want a short 74. I don't want a long 74. It's just
breakout short now.
What's 74 to like 68, 69?
Well, if I really stick to my strategy and ignore other stuff like the crypto cycle, no, it's much worse than that. It's
Ooh, in the top 32 meters.
But it's golden pocket of the whole up move, right? So actually, okay, let's not make it that bearish. Let's only take it from 30K. 43.
43.
So you have to deviate from your
Not
strategy
42?
sometimes, right? So I'm gonna like if I see Bitcoin at 74, I will skip the short, of course. But imagine you did that at 69, right? Wait, do you see the up down up move there? It's huge, right? The good play was to short 65, right?
Yeah, I mean, technically, let's just add a few to 100. Let's pretend it is just 100,000 and never hit 107, and that's just like a little whatever sprinkle on top. What's the 85% retracement from 100,000? That's 50.
It's not gonna happen. Not anytime.
But if we go into a full blown bull market from these kind of levels, or if we started with the hack of the exchange with the Ethereum, that could be, the beginning of an 85% retracement from those levels that takes you straight down to 15K. There's a lot of people that have been saying 15K, but that's, it could be fun. It could, there's some
Lower.
Elliott wave theory guys. There's like Mocat. He's an Elliott wave theory guy. He's been all about 15K. It seems like.
Well, yeah. If you look at the waves here,
is low?
You're expecting.
Nah, we can go lower than 50. No
Yeah, where you at, Mocat? Let's get some fun on these guys. Where you at, Mocat? I know you're around.
He said 15.
Yeah, 15.
You said 15.
Oh.
15.
15, yes, 1-5.
Oh, okay. Well, no, okay. I'm not on the board with that. We've already seen 115. That was the
At that point,
market
why
bottom,
not
right?
expect 12? 12 is still
Yeah.
golden pocket, oddly.
It's like if we're going to revisit,
you know that
if we're going to revisit bear market bottom, well, we've never done that before in the history of the entire cycle. So if we're going to do
It was
it,
the first
and we
for
might as well
everything.
break. Yeah,
What
so
if-
like
what
if
if
we're
we
going to
get a
do
nice
it, then
black-
like fine, 12K.
What if we get a nice black swan? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. A nice black swan event. It's probably around the corner. We're due for a black swan pretty soon.
I'm actually doing some TA that could suggest that after, like on this stock market chart, that after 2026 or during 2026, we could have a total like stock market collapse. And I'm talking them. How much of a percentage would this be? If we topped out in like Q1 of 2026, then have a 47% correction in the stock market, and that would bring us right below the bear market lows from October of 2022. So we would go even deeper. We would go the prices from the bottom of 2022. We would go, hold on, I can't get it because this freaking magnet. We would go 8% deeper than that, which would actually be below the top before COVID happened.
Well, that's
Which
great.
is
We front ran 12K
it's 12K
anyway.
on,
So
yeah. It lines up with 12K on Bitcoin, yeah. Which is now golden pocket, because if you fib 110 to 3K on log, you end up with golden at 12,300.
It is possible, but it's mathematically impossible for Bitcoin to go below $12. I'm just saying.
well, that's good to know.
I'm not gonna lie though, like if I look at Bitcoin on a weekly chart and I zoom out, if you get like a historical Bitcoin to get at least like 2017, August 2017 pump that led into December 2017, start with that, and you can see the pump that we had in July 2019. That could be the support that Qui-Gon's talking about too. That would be visually kind of correct if you think of what you're looking at in Bitcoin not as a weekly, and you look at it, it's like, hey, this is a 5-minute chart. It's not out of the question to do something like that, because that's actually a point of control, and you have a pivot point, perfect pivot point in November 2022 to use to really solidify Bitcoin, and that would actually still keep it on that parabolic curve that would curve up, perfectly elliptic circle, whatever you call it, to use the pivot point from December 2022 as like the new support. And
Of course, I hear you. There's technical levels all the way down. It just doesn't mean that we have to go to them, right?
Well,
totally.
the support or basically the resistance before COVID happened in February 2020, Bitcoin was at 10,000. So the people that were screaming about $10,000 Bitcoin like 2 or 3 years ago, in 2 or 3 years they might actually get it. If there's a complete and total economic collapse, or like that, the housing market, real estate completely collapses. But that's probably the only situation, and only because Bitcoin has never seen anything like that, and it might not even react that way. I think there's a stronger
It depends
probability
how
that
many
it
people
would react.
sell. I mean, the problem is that when you're setting with like big institutions, like what strategy nearly hold like 1% of total supply now. Obviously, you've got miners sitting on a bunch of coins which they're not going to sell if price goes down because essentially all of that mining was for nothing and they're in a loss. So there comes a point where it crunches to a level where people just refuse to sell, and it's quite hard to believe that you could kind of get below.
Yeah,
I mean,
Black,
like my
The
level, like
miners will
Market.
sell. They'll capitulate because it will be cheaper to buy it. So if they sell at 20K and they can buy it at 10K, they're getting it 50% off where they're selling it. And if the cost of mining is like 60K, then they're just gonna buy it. And if they buy it instead of mine it,
then they just
then
lost like
it will push the
millions
price
in
up.
electricity costs.
Yeah, but it could still be to their benefit though. But the one thing also that like visually, just to get back visually, what I'm looking at is that would still, that's not really bearish because we'd still be in a technical, if you look at the monthly, we'd be in a technical bullish megaphone, macro bullish megaphone pattern that started all the way back in November 2017. Got the first kick that took us up to 69. Then you do it's like the whatever ABC pattern and down to 22 November, and then back up. And we got the all-time high to be the second part of the bullish megaphone that's going to snap back all the way to anywhere between 25 and 14 would be considered something like a bullish megaphone. And then you can snap all the way back up to about 300K after that and be in a bullish megaphone, which is crazy. But it would take time. That would be like 300K by the year 2028, maybe.
I mean, I think if something like that were to happen, if there was a complete and total collapse of Bitcoin for some reason went below 20K and like even like God forbid 10K, load up for like 2 years, 3 years, and hold and expect to hold for the next 5-10 years, and it'll probably be the best trade ever.
Well, yeah, especially if it plays out as a giant bullish megaphone. It's like, yeah, you can get shook the hell out, but if you hold on a bullish megaphone, you can still come out on top after wreckage, you know?
Bitcoin pumps to 180K, everybody takes profit, has USDC, USDT, US dollars in banks, then banks go bankrupt, so people don't have any money to buy, and Bitcoin just goes down to 10K, and nobody can buy it.
I mean, that's why you can, if we start to get into a distribution phase, take a little off the table each time and just throw it in your bank account. Don't leave it in there. Then,
Can I show you guys?
then
But
can
if
I
the
show you
banks
guys
go
something
bankrupt,
on?
it won't help you if the banks go
because we don't
bankrupt.
trust banks. When banks go bankrupt. So
yeah, but
check
you take a little
this
bit
out
out at a
on
time. So you take out $1,000 to $10,000 and you put it in your bank, and then you withdraw that into cash, like little by little each time. Then you'll eventually, if you do that like 10 to 100 times in a row, taking profit throughout like over the course of 3 months or something, then you have like you could have like 100K in cash just sitting at your home if you really wanted to. But I hope you have a gun.
Check this out on total market cap. I'm sharing my screen, but this is just something that is quite fun that I've been playing with.
There's a housing crisis.
From the pivot low in 2015 to the pivot high in 2018, we were down at the 886 retrace, and this goes into kind of diminishing returns and shallower pullbacks over time. So this is total market cap. So let's take the following pivot low to the following pivot high. Well, you could go from that one, or I suppose you could go from this one.
Share your screen.
Am I not already sharing it?
You're sharing it.
Is he?
Yeah, I'm sharing it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
All right,
under
my mistake.
it's under Kula.
Go ahead.
If I take the next one and then move on to the 786, well, there we go. So we have 886, we have 786, and my theory would be that the next would be the 618. So let's just assume that we go up to, I don't know, 7 trill market cap. I mean, probably less. We could be more conservative, but
I think anywhere between 6 to 10 trillion. I see 6 as being conservative, 10 being a little more ambitious.
That's too much, actually. I don't like this at all. No, I don't like it.
Well,
I did find.
it goes with my
You don't like Satoshi at all. Why did I hear that?
I did find it interesting though that we had pretty much a perfect 886 followed by a perfect 786, and it did open up the question to what would be a 786 from here. Actually, let's have a look at that.
Next one is 618.
Yeah, next one potentially 618, but I don't like it. I want to see deeper. But a 786, assuming that we went up to, I don't know, let's just be conservative at like 5 trill.
If we
Well,
don't
that would
pump
be
enough, we're not
down.
gonna dump enough. It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, so the golden pocket would be roughly where we're at now, actually, which would work
Be the
in at
previous
this
all-time highs, yeah.
this kind of SR level here, wouldn't it? You know, roughly. If we were to go up to 5 trill, which is quite interesting.
Could manage to make your
Yeah, just something to keep an eye on. But...
yeah.
Cool.
180k is enough for that to work.
ZC. Every other YouTube channel that I've watched is like the market's about to burn, and everyone's gonna be like, it's gonna be like the Joker. They just want to burn their half of the money.
you better close your short, man.
I don't know. I'm kind of feeling confident with my short now. I'm feeling more and more confident now. More and more people are.
Have you taken profit at all? Yeah, well, usually the majority's wrong, but well, they get tricked rather. But
Yeah.
have you taken any profit yet whatsoever?
None.
Might want to take a little bit, man.
I don't know. I kind of like my odds.
What are you, Bitcoin short?
Yeah, since 107,000.
Yeah, hold on to that bad boy. I think you're good on that.
That's what I'm
You
thinking.
hedge it long a bit, or when will you?
I'll need a hedge. It's on a different exchange. Like I'm not touching that thing ever. I'm not touching that thing until, like you guys said, until Bitcoin hits $12,000.
No, like I would maybe once you start approaching 69, 70, low 70s, maybe start shaving.
Man, I'm gonna put it aside somewhere and just forget I even have it.
I think we could have already hit a pivot. I could be wrong. I'd be happy to be wrong too, but like, I think I'm seeing some stuff that suggests that we're gonna go up from here.
That
know.
entry you took it after the double top, right?
Maybe not a new all-time high just yet, but I think we're going up from here.
You know, we had a double top with 1 month in between the two tops. If you see a double bottom with 1 month between the two bottoms, isn't that like a sign that it's as strong of a bottoming structure than the topping structure that made you go short?
If you have a, would you say a monthly close below the low of the two highs? That'd be bearish.
Epic, why did you short 107?
I just felt like it.
It's gonna be a lot of.
I was here bearish at 100k. I was like the whole way from anything above 88k. I was like, this is the top. This is the top. This is the top.
I don't know why, but you know, as much as I hear everyone saying, you know, Bitcoin's going up to 120k, 160k, makes me think that we already topped at 110 and we're all getting front run and don't even know it.
I'm not gonna lie. A few days ago, I was thinking we could get momentum to go to 135 if Trump and like the momentum would have pulled through without the macro market dumping on us. I think that could have been a catalyst moment to take us to 135, but we failed that.
That macro dump is speculation. You know, it can be erased as quickly as it actually happened.
Totally.
Because in the end, what did Trump do? Did he put any tariffs?
Yeah. Tariffs have been implemented already, right? I think.
Yeah.
Not for Canada, not for Mexico, not for Europe.
Yeah, no, they implemented them. Just not all of the Not on all the product, not on all the things.
Yeah,
Not like
they canceled, right? Twice.
no, only on some things.
Yeah, like how happy is Congress going to be if since they implemented the Bitcoin reserve and Bitcoin drops down to less than $50,000?
Everybody's so dang bearish, man. You
They
thought
don't care.
XRP,
It's not
you
their
said
money.
XRP was going to be at $1 yesterday. It went up. It's outperforming. We now have a BTC dominance chart.
Epic, they don't care. They're not accountable, and it's not their money anyway.
Yeah, I know. That's true. But with the stock market, as far as I understand it, everyone's shorting the stock market right now. And if everyone's shorting the stock market right now, am I going to trade against what everyone is actually doing?
Yes.
Yeah, yes,
Well,
because
look,
they can get
yeah, but
squeezed.
the
There
short
can be
thing
a short
actually.
squeeze.
So yeah, when you're shorting the stock market, you're not putting sell pressure on it. That's just psychological sell pressure, but the technical sell pressure is not there from a short because people still have to buy the stock to short it, or the companies, the brokers.
Wait a second. The idea of always going against the majority, it's a good thing at the beginning of a trade, but once your trade is in, you want the majority to join you. It's a bit like what happened at 15K. Like when you start,
On
you
spot
want to buy
trading, yeah,
before
in spot-
everybody,
in spot
and then you
trading.
want everybody to buy, to be with
Yeah,
you.
that's in spot trading.
No, it's the same on leverage too.
No,
You want to be in a
if
short
there was
before
no
anybody
spot trading,
thinks about it, and then
if-
you want everybody to help you
No.
dump price. So sell.
if there was no spot trading, if everyone was like somehow, if all the brokers were getting it OTC, I guess there would be there would be no incentive for for trades to be built on top of each other. You'd have to have a different balance because of the leverage.
Yeah. Well, see, the other thing is like I've tried trading against the trend before, and you just get burned. So,
majority
I
in
have
the
a
end.
higher chance of trading with the
They just
flow
don't
and making money than trading against the flow.
Yeah, but you're trading. You're trading against the trend at the moment. That's fine.
Well, I'm trading with the trend at the moment, which is down.
No, the trend is
Well,
still down.
you're trading. We've entered a downtrend this year, which you've been granted with, which is great, and awesome trade, dude. But the macro trend is up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that's the thing, though, right? Like
maybe
I
the
got to
speed
see it to believe it, and so far I'm not. Even though the macro trend, is showing up, I don't think it's gonna go up as high as people think it's gonna go.
Well, do you think that you're going to get stopped out of your short? Or?
Nope. I don't even think we're going to
Okay,
even
interesting. Well, say
retouch
no more.
107, to be honest with you. I think that was 110 was the top.
Fair
And I'm
enough.
gonna
No, I mean
gonna
that's
play my
fine.
short
I
that
mean,
way.
I'm
gonna
I'm
play.
I'm completely open to 110 being the top, and open to someone's
You
opinion.
change your mind though. Like
Yeah,
was
I mean, 120 was 120, 126 is where we were thinking we were gonna go, right? We hit 110, which is,
No,
if you
not
think
me.
about it, we're only 16K away from hitting like 120, 126, right? That's where everyone wants it to be. But what's the chance
No.
that we got front run $16,000?
Well, I mean, everyone wanted 100K at 70, and we got that.
So wait a second.
Yeah.
A pump to 102 wouldn't technically. There's nothing that would make you change your mind,
No,
except pumping above 107, right?
because I feel like if I close my short at this point and if we keep going down,
Yeah,
yeah,
it
I'm
would
not.
be worse
I'd
than.
I'd
Of
rather
course, there's no
get round
reason for
trip.
you to close your short. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
I
I'd rather.
think there's a strong case to be
There
made
is.
that we could go between on this bounce 92 to 95K, and then if we put in a high or a low after that, then we're probably done going down, and we're on our next leg up.
There is a reason to TP. It's that Bitcoin is trying to build something around 78. I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
The same
Nah,
way it built a double top at 110 with 1 month between the two tops, right? 16th of December, 16th of January. So 1 month wide structure to top. If we put a 1 month wide structure to bottom, then
Yeah, would you not take
technically it's
25%?
becoming 50-50,
Would you
right?
not take 25% here?
Nah, I wouldn't even touch it. So
No?
here's my thought process, right? Because I had the same thought process during the last bull run, is that when we started taking those 20%, 30% profit takings at the top, and they started doing consistent behavior of doing 20% down moves in the market over several weeks, that was the end of the top. There's too much profit being taken at the top where they're bringing rising price up, they drop price down 20%, taking profits, and they do that consistently. And to me, that's a signal that we hit the top. There's too much profit taking going on.
That's definitely, well, we see it in order flow. People have just been pressing sell the whole time.
There's been people that have been holding for 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, there are people have been holding since, Bitcoin started. I mean, that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna, follow my gut feeling that we're going down.
All these people who took their profit, they're gonna put it back in.
Yeah, they're gonna put it back
is
in when
where
Bitcoin's under
went.
50K.
So I'm guessing you didn't long XRP yesterday then either, right?
I don't really play XRP, to be honest with you.
I'm just saying 17%, almost 18% for the day. Just
I feel like XRP is gonna go back to 50 cents if I'm being honest.
no, dude. That's why it's at 221.
Your big drop could come in like May, June, no? Don't you want to cut your trade in two eventually?
I mean, it depends. We play it day by day. How I feel today may be different from how I feel tomorrow. But for right now, Bitcoin hasn't done anything to prove me wrong yet.
The problem with May, June is that you probably will see a higher high. You'll probably be in a new short before then. Like
Personally,
essentially,
but I'm not touching that one. So like, here's the thing, like this drop that we had here, we're on the weekly where we came down to, down to 76. My guess is that we're going to recover 50% of last week's candle. So you're going to see Bitcoin probably come back up to 87,000. Maybe we touch we hit 88. But as soon as we hit that, you're going to see the bigger drop. You're going to probably see a 20-30% wick down on Bitcoin after we get to that mark. And if it follows that trend and we drop, say we have the big drop, the 30% drop, that's going to get Bitcoin down to probably about 61,000.
Okay, so question. If you're short from, and this is not me, this is like honest question here. If you're short from 106 and your conviction is that it's over, and you're also not long, and then you get stopped out of your short, what do you do then?
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm a long on a different trade.
Okay, so you're still
you gotta
open to
remember,
going long?
I have multiple exchange accounts. I have one exchange that has that short. That short is not getting touched. On
So
another
essentially,
exchange, I'm long.
you're still
at
going
76.
long in other positions now?
Yeah, I'm in a long right now because I still think Bitcoin's probably going to
Okay, yeah, no, I got you.
So I'm going to cash out around 87 to 88. And then I'll probably go short on that exchange with this one. So don't get me wrong. I mean, like, I still think we can make money going long, but that one exchange, it's not getting touched.
That's
Put an alarm at 107. Hey, Epic, you see that order at 90K? I know you like to trade orders. You see the order at 90K? You don't think that's gonna attract us a lot?
I think that could get us, like I was saying, it could get us up to the 618 on that last weekly candle,
Yeah, it's
which
just
would
a
put
lower
us at
high.
about 89. But I don't think we're going to go higher than that.
89.5 precisely.
Yeah,
So
around
complete
there.
failure to gain acceptance back into the range.
Right. As long as the stock market is negative, I don't think Bitcoin's going to recover from this.
Well,
Golden Pocket
I have
saying
news for
98.
you. Russell is positive now.
Well, for right now, but tomorrow we got news coming out.
Oh, like Trump trying to dump things, or
No. Was it CPI data that's coming out tomorrow or inflation data?
Yeah, hopefully
inflation, yeah.
inflation is back and we can pump again, right?
Well, actually,
People don't realize how
as
bad
long
it
as
is for Bitcoin that there's no inflation.
well, as long as the stock market keeps going down, inflation's going to keep going down. Because the reason we have inflation is because the stock market kept pumping nonstop.
Well, it's all linked, right? It's also because of inflation that the stock market kept pumping, because it actually didn't pump that much. Yeah, it's 30%, right? If you're comparing to COVID all-time highs, the answer is 30%.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can buy
to me, I
30%
think
less stuff than you could in 2021 with the same dollar amount. So makes sense to put a new all-time high of 30% and call it not even a pump, just
Yeah.
back to the same value.
I mean, to me, I think the stock market needs a deep correction. I think Nasdaq needs to go back down to like 14,000.
Typically,
the SPY needs to go back to like 400.
I agree with you,
Yeah,
but
next year.
you know, there's a difference this time compared to other, 2008 or 2000. It's inflation. You had no inflation back then. Wasn't like right now. So you have to compare this to a bit long. You have to go back a lot in time to compare current prices, current behavior. You have to go back to times where inflation was 3, 4, 5% per year consistently.
Yeah.
And when is last time we saw 10% inflation? It's like the answer is like 1980s.
It's been a while.
If you look at what happened in the 1980s, the correction came, but in 2000, like we saw 20 years of just up.
I think we'll be at 92K in
So-
1 week. 92K by March 18th.
Oh wow. I'm thinking we're gonna be like closing daily candles under 80K by then.
Nice. Maybe you guys should place a bet. Who knows?
I know. That's what I was thinking. Thinking a side bet, man. Because I don't know. I mean, I'm optimistic. I mean, I get trading. So trading, you could be 1 minute one way and 1 minute the next. But if you're looking at long term on this stuff,
I mean, the only reason I think that is because I remember the last bull run. Everyone praying.
But if
that
you
it's
got,
gonna go back
wrecked, if you got wrecked the last bull run, then, I mean, you got to look at like, you learn from that and move up, but it doesn't mean it's gonna be the
Oh, that's
same.
what I mean.
I
I
mean,
did
maybe you
learn
didn't
from
buy
that.
early last bull run. There's plenty of people that made money.
This is an entirely
the whole
different
time.
run, though. Like every single, I mean, there's obviously characteristics that are similar. I mean, there always is in the kind of fractal-based system, but like, it's a very different run. I mean, every run's been completely different.
Oh,
This
yeah.
one stands out. It's totally different. So
I don't know, but all this
I-
bearish talk, the chart's pumping. So keep it up, gentlemen.
Well, I mean, it should. I want it to pump up to at least 80, 89. That way I can cash out my long and put in a new short.
Not $1 more.
And then they're going to start the strategy again and take profit another 20% down or 30% down.
And then you buy it again and ride it up another 20 or 30%, like yesterday.
Exactly. They're going to keep doing it.
I mean, what's kind of hilarious is, let's not forget. Okay, so fine. I think we all agree that between 87 and 90K, there's some serious resistance. Above that is literally the game changer resistance, sitting at kind of like 98, 100. But let's not forget that, that Trump tweet, Eric Trump tweet, whatever it was, on a Sunday evening, low liquidity, gave within the space of, what was it, 8 hours, 10. 10% from here is actually like 91, 92. Like, is that too hard to believe?
Yeah, for me it is. The only
Oh,
reason I
okay,
don't think
fine.
it's gonna
But I'm
happen
just
is
saying, I just keep that in mind, right? Because it will happen quick. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen way quick.
oh yeah. No, trust me. I mean, if it
It's
happens, it
possible,
happens.
right? It's totally
Well,
possible. I mean, we proved it. It's possible.
I'll bet anyone 10 Doge that Bitcoin will hit 92K by candle close on March 18th.
On March 18th. You're talking a
Not
long
one
way.
Doge less.
So I mean,
Especially if as soon as
What
I'll
if
be
we
more
hit it
confident as
before?
soon as we close a 1 hour candle above 84,200. I'll be that much more confident.
What if we hit it before and then go back down? That still count for you to
Well,
win.
I said by March 18th. By candle close on March 18th. So on candle close March 18th or anywhere before that, we'll hit 92K.
Dude, that's giving away a lot of money, dude. Honestly, because like 10 Doge, that's like $50 in future money.
Dude, it could be $5,000.
It could be, dude. I like the way you think. It could be. Positivity brings out the best in all of us.
Yeah, it could also be 5 cents by then too.
Well, I know that you would say that because you've been, bearish. I would say I love you, dude. I'm just busting your balls, but every time I log in, you're saying it's going lower, and it went up today like 20%, like maybe 15 over the whole market, which is good.
He's biased because he's in a trade.
I know
He got
he's
a good entry.
Everybody's emotions change, man. They get in a trade, and they're like, it's crazy. But I'm just bullish on crypto in general. So
All
I
right. Well,
think
you
it's
gotta think about it this way. We can't all be bullish because then there'd be no way to have any argument against the other
no. It
one.
actually, yeah, you're right. You have to have both. I
And
mean,
it would be like an absolute echo chamber full of moon boys, and that's not what we want.
Exactly. That's the only
But
reason why I'm doing it too, is because
most of the market is bearish at the moment, so actually the script has already been flipped. So I mean, of course, but you can remain bearish consistently, like you have been since, I don't know, like all year, which is fine.
well, the only thing too is ever since January, you got to think about it. We've been in a bull run this whole time. It's a question of how much longer will we continue to stay in a bull run, because the bull run's already at the end phase, right?
how do you know that? We might be at the beginning.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I feel like we've been in this bull run for too long already.
I didn't even put my bull pants on until like November. So
But it's quite evident that we're getting extended cycles, right?
Right.
you don't think that this little run? You don't think that this little run up? I mean, I know we've been like going up for the last 2 years, but I don't think it was like
I consider since where is it at? Since October 2023, that was, to me, that's the start of the bull run to me. So we've been going at it for almost a year and a half, almost 2 years of a bull run. I mean, does everyone think we're going to have a bull run for 3 years, 4 years?
It started in November of 22.
Yeah, you could say that too. You could point it back that far. To me, that's more, that whole run there is more like uh consolidation. Everyone is just building up. I don't, to me, I don't really feel that was part of the bull run per se. That was just still people just still gathering funds.
That was the disbelief.
Yeah.
That was the disbelief phase.
Yeah, it was me when I considered the bull run when we had increased volatility with a significant uptrend, which to me was more like around October 23.
I might have got kicked. I don't know. My thing shut off.
Well, we'll see. I know Dbloc would probably be, we got to go back up because if we don't go back up, then it's going to wreck this whole cycle. But I mean, that's what happened during the last bull run. Our cycle got wrecked.
So
Did it? I mean, we kind of came back
because we
and
double
finished
top.
business. Yeah, I mean, we came back and finally double topped, and we didn't go up to as high as everyone expected. But in terms of timing, it was pretty good.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing I'm wondering is like, what's the chance of people with much bigger bags than us, just basically front run the whole market?
Well, they already have been. They've been selling. They've been distributing at the range that we were in a few weeks back. It's
Yeah,
fine.
and that was the other thing too that got me when BJ was on too. Like when I was on telling everyone, when we started closing those daily candles under the 50, like if we could not get those daily candles above the 50, we were going to go down. And that's exactly what happened. But they put so much money during those daily candles in that distribution. That's why I don't think it's going to have a really hard time getting back up. Like they had plenty of time to build up their bags to keep price down.
But a 10% pump from here is basically back in the prior range.
Oh yeah,
Like that's 10. We've done a 10% pump on a tweet on a Sunday.
Well, no, I know. What I'm saying is that I expect it to come back up because they want
Right.
price to come back up so they can refill their bags and then drop price back down again and make more profit.
Yeah, no, I
So
hear you, man. And like,
when you're in
all
a
of these
bear market,
sideways ranges.
that's the whole idea during a bear market. You want to drag price down, collect on your shorts, drag
Yeah.
price back up 20%, rebuild your bags, drag price down deeper, collect your shorts, drag price up maybe 19-20%, drag price back down another 20-30%. So that's what I feel is going on.
Dude, I completely. If we can't reclaim 100K with conviction, like in third quarter, I'd agree with you. I just feel like it's too early to call it. But
no,
you
I
might be
agree.
right.
It
Do
is
you
way
guys
too
remember
early
the
to call.
Japanese yen carry trade?
Oh yeah, that's still going on too.
The S&P fell 10.22% in 19 days in 17 hours. This drop here has taken it's fallen 10.10% in 19 days 23 hours. How like that it's almost identical. And then look at what happened to the S&P after the Japanese yen carry trade. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Look
they're
what
not
happened to
finished
it
with that yet,
afterwards.
right? With the Japanese carry trade, like that's still not done yet.
I mean, but like, is it priced in already? That's sort of what you got to ask. Like, has it already been priced in? And I think yes. I think the S&P is going to go up, and I think Bitcoin's going to go back up too. It might not put in a new all-time high just yet, but I think they're going up from here.
But see, you could make that same argument, 2 months ago. I mean, we dropped 19% back then too. We've had 3 drops with 19%.
We got some big
Ooh,
buys
I got
coming in.
called.
Looks like the bull side is gonna play.
Bull pants.
Well, I mean, I think we're going up. That's just what I think. I have no bias. I'm just like, I think we're going up. That's what it looks like is going to happen.
I got
It'd be
called
nice.
Bosch. That's the best compliment I've had all week. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Like I'm waiting for it to come back up to at least 88, 89. And it's going to cut it short from where that last pivot was before we crossed on the 5-minute, which was like 88,731. I think that we probably are going to have super resistance there, and I don't think it's going to break that.
I bought a bunch of stuff on spot. because I'm not gonna be like, oh, I wish I bought later on when everything's higher.
Well, don't get me wrong. I bought too, but I'm probably gonna close it out
Like
around 88.
it might not be the bottom, but I'm not gonna take the chance that it's not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing too is we did hit golden pocket at 77,000, and to me, that's I don't know. That's kind of a problem to me that we even touched the bit to begin with.
Oh, we do that all the time. We go up, we distribute, we come down, we hit either the equilibrium or the golden pocket, or we just back test the SR flip of the high of the prior distribution, which would be sitting at 74k. So you could argue that we could come down as deep as 74, no problem. Why is that a bad sign?
I mean, it makes perfect sense for it to happen. That's exactly why I think it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, a lot of times when you hit golden pocket, you typically are gonna start breaking below it.
Well, eventually, yeah, of course.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's called the golden pocket for a reason. It's like the perfect place to bounce. If you want bullish continuation, it is the perfect place to bounce because you get the deepest price without it losing bullish structure.
Oh yeah.
But where are you drawing
Yeah.
your fib from? Are you on log or logarithmic or linear?
Oh no, my fib's going down from 26k.
26k.
Yeah,
Why would
this
you
is
draw
a
it from
this is
there?
a weekly fib. So we
If
hit
you're
the
gonna
golden
draw it
pocket
down
on the
that
week.
far, then why would you not just take it from the very bottom of the bear?
Well, I'm pulling it from when I think the bull market started, not from where the bear market started.
Let's go XRP.
Well, say you pulled it from 58k or 48k instead. Sorry. Then you would have a golden pocket. Well, your 618 would be. Well, let me change this so I know I'm looking at the right one. Your 618 would actually be 66,639, and your 0.5 would be 73,279.
Yeah, the only reason I like where I have my fib at is because it lines up pretty good where the pumps were at. So like when we came from that 26 and we got to that 41, we hit the 786, we pumped up from there, and then we hit the 618, pumped up to 0.5, we started dragging down back to 618, pumped off the 618, went to the 0.5, pumped from 0.5, hit golden pocket, pumped from golden pocket up to 236. Then we're up all the way at the top. Rejected 236, and now we're back at 382.
Yeah, the golden pocket that we've hit recently is the impulse from the 10th of October 2024. I mean, if you were to take the impulse from the very bottom of that 250-day kind of distribution grind, slight downtrend, well, that's beneath, but then you could just turn on the equilibrium, which is sitting at 79.
Yeah.
Are you on? So is he on logarithmic? Are you using a logarithmic chart? And are your fibs based on log?
No, standard.
Well, no, I'm asking him because if he
Oh
has
no,
his
no, no.
fib
I don't.
Okay, my
I
bad.
don't.
I went
It's
interject.
not on logarithmic. It's on algorithmic.
It's on linear. Well, I have
Yeah.
my fib drawn from. Hold on a second.
Hang on, I'll share my screen.
Because this would give you a 618 of 57K. If you drew it from 25K and then up to the all-time high, then your 618 wouldn't be down until 57,251.
It would be something like this.
How the hell? Alright, yeah, there's something weird going on. So click on the fib, double click it, go to settings, and then scroll all the way down. Alright, so they're not based on log scale. So now click off of that. Go to the right side of your screen, the price scale, and right click. Regular. Alright, go down to logarithmic. Why does that look so weird? There's way too much of a gap between these.
I have the special kind. That's why.
What's the special kind?
I'm sort of cheating with this fib. I have the secret kind that tells me the future.
What are the settings on
But
it? Like,
you sort of see what I mean. Like we had the pump, it bounced off the 786, right? We had the pump up here to 0.5. We started consolidating. Consolidation led us to 50 daily or weekly EMA. We hit it, bounce off the 618. We come up, go past golden pocket. We hit our top ranging structure here. Now we're coming down. See, my guess is
Yep,
that
that's
we
it.
are going to look something like this. And I know no one wants to believe it, but I think this is what we're going to see here. If we don't hit a W structure here to do this number, then we're going to be like this. You're going to see them retest these levels. And then eventually we're going to come down to the 786.
I mean, that's bull market ending at that point, but
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I think the bull market, I'm like 50-50 that the bull market's ended.
Hold on. So do you have what is the settings on your fibs? Because I'm still confused as to why it looks like that and there's so much space.
It's because it's on the weekly.
No, like there's too much space between each fib level, is what I'm saying.
I mean, there shouldn't be really anything else here.
You said you had a
It's just a
special
normal
kind of
fib.
fib.
Oh no, it's just a regular fib.
All right, so go to style.
There's nothing different here.
Scroll all the way down, and then click that box that says fib levels based on log scale, and then go to the right side of your screen again. You're on log. All right, so then that should be set up properly. I don't know. It still just doesn't look right. Oh, scroll down on your actual chart. I mean, I guess that looks a little bit more natural. You have to go back on logarithmic in order to turn that off.
Ah, that's all right.
So yeah, I don't know why it looks like that, because if you're on linear and you take off logarithmic and take off regular, then it might look a little more natural. But it just seemed like before there was way too much space between each fib level, like between the 618 and the 786. $56.58. Yeah, I mean that looks a little bit more like what mine looks like, drawing it from 25K.
So guys.
What's up? Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Like I still think, you know, we should go up to, 160. But at the same time, I have the thing in the back of my head saying they're gonna front run us. They're gonna front run
Yeah,
us
it's
at the
perfectly
top
reasonable, dude.
and just keep going down.
Well, what if it bounces off your 382 there?
Well, I mean, that's why I have a long already on a different exchange.
The only thing that market wants from us is to lose faith.
I'm not. Yeah, see, that's my thing. Like, I don't put faith in the market. I try to go where the money's at, and right now, money is telling me that people are getting ready to cash out.
You have your magnet on, right?
Yeah.
All right, so bring the top of the fib, bring it up to the top of that green wick. Like, so yeah, that like, see where your anchor point is? See where the blue thing is? Yeah, grab that, bring it up there, and then now do the same thing at the bottom at 25K. See how you're kind of skipping that? See how you're kind of skipping that wick? Bring that anchor, yeah, bring that up to the bottom of the red wick, or yeah, wherever you want to place it. Okay, that's what it was. So you got it drawn from 22K or something.
Oh yeah, 21.
So yeah, your levels are gonna be a little bit different, but I mean, I still don't see why you would draw it there instead
Right,
of.
but why don't you fib the entire
Because
trend?
that's where the impulse was for the bull
I
market.
don't care about the impulse. I care about the wicks that is lower at 15K. That's where it started.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like this whole COVID or this whole thing right here.
It's included
It,
also in the chart. It's part of the market.
Yeah, I mean,
Why
if you're gonna
yeah,
draw it,
I'm
if you're gonna
canceling
draw
this
it
whole
from
thing
that
out
point,
like it's not happening.
if you're gonna draw it from that point, I would at least put it on the bottom wick from the weekly
Yeah.
candle beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I like this better.
Man, I don't give a fib what you guys are saying. Go fib yourselves.
You all in, Drew?
Hell no.
See, Drew knows what I'm talking about.
Drag the fib a little lower, and you'll see you're gonna get your pocket. The
Oh no,
orange one is gonna go lower.
I've done that before. I just like where this is at right now. No, trust me, I've seen the fib down there too. Like I've drawn it multiple ways. I just like this one for the time being because
Why
it
does
sort
it
of
keep
fits
getting
my.
disconnected from the high? Oh, it looked like it was. I think it
I
was
know.
just the screen glitching a little bit. Never mind. Yeah, lock. If you like the way it is, lock it. So click on it and then hit the lock button. See the well, no, you don't even got to go in there. Exit that out.
Oh wait.
See up top where
There's a
if
lock.
you go to the left
Oh
a
wait,
little bit,
that's
there's a
right.
lock. Yeah. So that way, if you click on it, you won't drag it around by accident.
I like dragging stuff around. I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean it displaces it. So if you like it like that, then at least you won't click on it by accident and drag it, and then like you won't know that you moved it by accident. You get
Oh
all
yeah.
screwed up.
Yeah, and then to me, this right here, this just looks like a roofing structure. This is the top of the house.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I think I don't understand why you have it drawn
And
that way, but if you like it, then leave it. I guess I don't know.
here's your garage of the house. You have your little peak of the house. You know, you get a little side piece of your
Is
house
that
going
is
on
that
over
the alley
here,
in front of the house?
and then that's like this is like your garage right here,
Yeah, full of liquidity.
and then now you're on street level here, and then you hit a hill.
Dbloc's shaking his head right now.
That's a bullish sign. I've got some cool fibs to share if you don't mind. I'll just briefly go for that if anyone's interested.
Let's go Fibonacci. See his
Let's go
opinion on
Fibonacci. Now that we're here, we might as well do it. So the speed fan from 15k is very interesting. All the way up to all-time high. We're at 382. So you've got that going. We've had some quite nice respect actually on this speed fan.
By the line.
Can you show me how you drew that? Like, can you duplicate it?
Of course. So standard speed fan.
You could do the pitchfork too. I think it still get.
Oh, I've got
similar to
pitchforks
that.
for days as well.
but
which
that
I
one
can
shows
share
channels.
Share those another time. But yeah, so speed fan from the 15k all the way up to the all-time high, which is at 109. And I have 0.25 activated, 382.5. Here's the golden pocket sitting down at, well, currently 50, but I mean, fine. So there's that. The overall, actually, well, I think probably this pivot low here is worth taking into account, which we're sitting at the equilibrium. Now, of course, the golden pocket would be down here, which is sitting at the 70k, which would be the SR flip of this high. So that's worth keeping an eye on. But
And
what I like,
you're on logarithmic, right?
no, off log, yeah. What I like is this impulse here, because for me, this impulse was the start of getting out of this frustrating 250-day downtrend. So around here, which if you pull a Fibonacci from there, we're actually sitting perfectly at the golden pocket on the 382 speed fan, which is also the anchored VWAP from where was it? Was it this pivot low? It's sitting beneath. Oh no, it's from here. Yeah, no, there it is. It's from the high of this downward range, literally to the dollar. And then I have one more thing to show, which is a fib extension from 15k up to this distribution, down to this pivot low, which is the 1-to-1, which basically perfectly hit the 107. Anyway, a few fibs there to check out.
You see, this to me is a Bitcoin bull run. Bitcoin sitting at 179,748,935.
Thanks for showing that, Kula.
Yeah, no worries, man.
That's our bull run.
Oops, I was muted. The next fib extension is coming in at 123. But Epic, you're completely right in that the 1-to-1 extension basically came in at 106, which is pretty much bang on. And of course, well, the all-time high was ironically on inauguration, which is, you know, almost too good to be true. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like I flip flop. You'll hear that from me. Going long, going short.
Oh, you have to really, don't you? You have to constantly. You're not really a trader if you don't flip flop, right? The question is where do you flip flop, and you know, I think some people get, you know, and you've got that going for you, right? You know, you seem like pretty set on, you know, you're bearish until proven otherwise, and that's completely, you know, acceptable.
Oh yeah. Like for me, for Bitcoin to prove me wrong, Bitcoin would have to make a new all-time high. Then I'll be proven wrong. And until Bitcoin can do that, then I'm in the philosophy that we're going down.
I'm in the philosophy if Bitcoin's not able to get over 85K within the next hour and a half, you bulls are going to get eaten alive, chewed up, and spit out.
Damn.
Well, Drew, you gotta think about it. That daily candle that came down, right? Like for them, they're gonna rebuild their short position, right? And it would make sense that when they're rebuilding their short position, they're going to try to reclaim. Let me go to the weekly real quick. And if we look at this prior weekly candle that we dropped from, and we throw a fib, well, we should do. We should really bring it down all the way. Hang on.
Yep, I got the same thing showing to me.
Oh, it should come down to. Should really come down.
Are you guys fibbing with each other again?
All the time. We should really come up. They should take at least. They normally take 50%. So we should come up to 85,558, and then more than likely, they are going to bring it back up to probably around 87,472. They're going to rebuild their short create positivity because they're going to reclaim 50% of the prior weekly candle. They're going to come up a little bit higher, probably about 87, maybe just barely touch 88, and then drop it down another 20%.
Fair enough.
Is someone loading a gun?
Don't do it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, just you know, take back a step and relax.
Shut up! It was my
Breathe.
keyboard.
Oh, you still didn't put Jiffy Lube on that?
No, dude. I'm looking for my Canada WD-40. I have a bottle of Astroglide.
Just throw some margarine on that bad boy. Butter.
The Astroglide might get like a little sticky after a while, so I don't know about that.
That's what she said.
Yeah, we're gonna probably do something like this. We come up,
Reclaim
we're
88,
hitting
and after
golden
that drop
pocket,
it down to 70.
come up to the 0.5, hit the 618. Maybe we get to here. See a rejection. They come back to 0.5. It's the weekend trap. We're coming down. Now it's
Another
the
weekend trap.
weekend. And then they're going to come down and they're going to pull it all the way down to the bottom of the 50 EMA cloud to about 71K. They're going to leave the rest of that vector there, about 20% of it. You're going to see them come up, rebuild their shorts again. We're going to have a new Fibonacci coming down from here to where they dropped it. They're going to come up, hit. Oh, I drew that backwards. Hang on. Draw it from the other way. Come up from here. There we go. Come up. Retap. 618. Maybe 786. We create a lower high. And they're going to drop it another 20%.
Another weekend
You're going
trap.
to see us at 66. And they're going to keep milking it. And they're going to milk it. And then we're going to get to this range here, which is where we last consolidated.
Where's that? For the people that can't see your chart.
Consolidations around 55K. So you're going to see us consolidate this 55K range to 62 range. And I almost see them doing that for the rest of the year, that we stay there until November, December, January, February, April.
Oh my God.
And then people are like, is the bull run still on? Is the bull run still on? And then
So
they
liquidity?
price under 40K.
It may.
Talk dirty. Keep talking dirty to me.
Sell in May and go away.
And then what's going to happen is the next 2 years, unless something crazy happens, we're going to be trading down here.
To close the CME gap.
Yep. And then we'll see
man,
a dip
what kind
here to 29, and then bull run starts coming back up again. We make new higher highs, and the next bull run we hit 160.
Man, what kind of cauliflower you been smoking?
But look at this. How many times have we seen a
the 1
chart like
minute.
this?
Look at the 1 minute on the chart. You know, the one you dropped, the W, it's forming down the same thing you just dropped like 10 minutes ago. Look at it. Look at it.
It looked like a pizzaroli.
No, he did the same thing like 10 minutes ago. What's gonna happen?
Do a fractal.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Who did?
Those patterns tend to play out a lot. Like you tend to
what
see
pattern?
those patterns.
Who did the pattern?
I'm talking
Whose
about
chart
these
is-
one.
Whose chart is he talking about?
I think he's talking about mine.
Yeah. No, you made the W like 10 minutes ago. Do you remember? If we were gonna going up or down? Seems
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Seems like there's no more W here.
It's over.
Are you from Italy by any chance? Sounds like Italiano.
So fear and greed index will be non-existent if we go down there. 55.
Yeah, Fibonacci killed it.
Not necessarily.
Magello.
Could have broken the fear and greed index clock all the way to -10.
Well, no,
Yeah,
not
like
really.
what you're talking about, honestly, it looks like we would like the stock markets would have like a complete shutdown. Like that would just cause that's mayhem right there.
I mean, not really. I would think
Oh,
that
it would
stock
happen
market
slowly.
this would be a correction of the market. But you got to think about it, this is a weekly chart. Like this plays out into 2027 and then our next bull run.
It looks like an
Like we
altcoin.
would be in this phase in like August of 2025. And then we hit the end of the year, December 2025. We have the drop. And then we have the bear run for a whole year. 2026 is all bear. And then 2027, we have our bull market. And it's that bull market that would then push us and catapult us probably past 160. It'd probably be closer to like up here, which would be like $477,000 Bitcoin.
Fibonacci, what did you do to this boy?
All right, then. So let me share a bullish scenario then, just to even things out.
It's only fair.
Here we go. Let me just make these ramble. Just this, really. We're in an extended fifth. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Extended fifth. In an extended fifth, you usually have 2 corrections. This is the first. That would be the second. Into your extended fifth, go off top. Bear market. And the first would be around 121. That would be in May, June. Yeah, fine. I know people are saying sell in May, go away, but I'm under the impression that this time's going to be different. And then
maybe this
final
time it's
blow off.
buy in May or gay.
If you take a measured move of the cup and handle that we've formed, the massive cup and handle on that chart, what's the measured move? What do you get for that measured move?
Sorry, man, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Dude, no, it's hilarious. This cup and handle.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's just do it roughly. 121, 123. So, you know, the question is, and let me actually just use the proper.
Why didn't you do it straight up and down?
Well,
You
I'm
still
just
get the same
approximating.
move. Still the
Who
same
cares,
measurement.
approximate. But I guess if we were to do it neatly on Elliott waves, there's your. I mean, people sometimes draw it from there. You can draw it from here. There's a wave somewhere here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Epic's saying that it's over, which would mean that there'd be
correction ABC.
ABC down, which is kind of, you know, bull market over. I mean, maybe there'll be like a surprise pump, but who knows? There'd definitely be a dead cat bounce, but or we're in an extended fifth, which would bring it up to here, which would give you the ABC. Well, ABC down bear market. But this is like hopium. This is complete hopium, and it's just one of my. This is just my bullish theory. I have bearish theories, but
I don't
it's
think
all
it's
based on.
opium. I mean, the charts make sense.
Well, hey, can I ask you guys something? And
Sure.
that is, in what scenario, like what macro scenario, are we living in that people just keep buying Bitcoin regardless of the price? And
Well, exactly. It's all
and what
conditional.
makes what is the miner incentive in all of this once the price keeps going up, especially with microchip situation?
I can answer
Mhm.
that. So the macro situation would be quantitative easing. The Fed starts adding assets to
No,
their balance
no,
sheet
no,
instead
no,
of
no. I
reducing.
mean a Bitcoin in
And
itself.
then
Like you have to understand like the
yeah,
value of
this
Bitcoin in
this
and of
is
itself before
yeah, but that's
I'm
what I'm
not
saying.
talking. I'm saying
There's a wealth
aside
effect.
from aside from quantitative easing, aside from whatever, what is the value of Bitcoin that keeps driving the price up like this?
Well, you asked what kind of macro situation we'd be in.
You
And
can't
that's
really
where it would
ask
be
what the value. That's what.
quantitative
Go ahead.
quantitative easing, stimulus money, inflation, the wealth effect.
No, no,
Would be
I'm
the
talking
macro
about
situation we would
no,
be
no,
in.
no. Those are all like market factors. I'm talking about like if you take away markets, take away Fed rates and all that kind of stuff, and just simply based on
The
the
only
use case
value
for
is
Bitcoin and
traders.
why we're buying it in the first
It's
place.
only traders because people are convinced that it's something solid, a store of value, and people are agreeing to trade it at one price, whether it's over the counter or whether it's on the exchange. But that agreement, that handshake that happens, whether it's through a robot or through a person, is what gives it its value.
Yeah, and the fact that it has a limited supply and
I'm
it takes
not.
work to make
No,
it.
no. I understand. I
Yeah.
understand how supply and demand works. I'm asking you guys what your guys's what your scenario is. Especially for the use case of Bitcoin and what is driving the price. Again, besides number go up. Really, is what
Hype.
I'm asking.
It's
For profit
society hype.
etiquette, it would be easier if, like if you ask a question to just wait for the answer and maybe then disagree or agree. But if you hear the whole answer, then maybe this part of it was a segue or whatever. It might make the conversation flow better.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm just trying to make sure that I'm stating the question properly because I felt like I wasn't maybe being clear about it.
Okay. I just stepped in and said that because there was a lot of interrupting. That's all.
So the blockchain, the blockchain has like a lot, like there's a lot of extra tech that involves blockchain that we don't even really understand or fully utilize yet. There's going to be most likely a need for it in the future. And the fact that the blockchain is transparent and immutable, and you can't delete it. It's like a public and permanent database. You could even do things that like to create transparency, whereas like you could have like let's say just for one example, something that's been very controversial was the validity of like how secure our elections are. Well, if you had a voting system that was based on the blockchain, it would be impossible to cheat or fake or fraud an election, you know, based on how many votes like each party got. Another thing would be,
Not if you
people
owned a
using,
lot of the validators, though, for example.
well,
You're
using
saying
the
that, so
blockchain.
Qui-Gon, you're basically, sorry to cut you off, you're basically saying the ability to authenticate something properly, right?
Yeah, and like you could authenticate stuff. Like I mean, especially with like the things that we've got with AI going on, how advanced AI is. You don't know if a video is authentic or not because you could have such a good deep fake that it's like, okay, this is fake and generated by AI, but it looks so real that you can't tell the difference. But if you had a way to validate that it was actually authentic and you could find out where it came from, where it originated from, what the source was through the blockchain, then you would be able to actually like verify that it was authentic. Another thing would be like business. So the government spending and finding transparency on like what they're actually spending their money on, being in a database and becoming public knowledge and like publicly accessible. That could be another thing. Also businesses that like being audited, or like every transaction that they make, if it goes through blockchain technology, would all be recorded, so there'd be no funny money going around and no like um
But
that
he said specifically Bitcoin, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm just talking about, for people to buy something, there has to be a value in it. And so I think a lot of us buy crypto because its number go up, not because we're actually looking at the real long-term use case scenarios or what is currently being used. So just for as an example,
You're talking about intrinsic value, basically.
yeah, so like just for example, like Avalanche, the California DMV is using Avalanche to tokenize its car registrations and titles. So yeah, excellent use case, But I'm talking about long term when you're trying to, put in like top numbers on something where it's still very speculative. Like we still don't really know. Like there's a lot of use cases for Bitcoin. There's a lot of use cases for a lot of these a lot of these projects. But yet we all know that, 95, 98% of it is vaporware. So it's not to say that blockchain, isn't going to change the world and we shouldn't use it. I'm just talking about prices. And from the perspective of big boy investors, what's driving the money into cryptocurrency, into Bitcoin, besides the number go up?
Are you talking about Bitcoin? Are you
Because
talking
when
about
you're investing in
Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, you are, at least for me personally, I have bought Bitcoin because I see it as a sovereign currency, right? So no matter what happens with, the US government or the Japanese government or Saudi Arabia, no matter who it is, it's a sovereign currency as long as people are supporting it. So there's issues with that. Just for example, like right now, Bitcoin miners are not in profit, and we're in a terrible economic situation. And where we have issues with tariffs, we have issues with computer chips coming in. So that begs the question: if we need more powerful computers, we need more powerful rigs to mine Bitcoin as the hash rate goes up, then what kind of issues does that present regarding price as we move forward? And so we're talking about, right now, we may have just made an all-time high or the all-time high. You don't know that. And so I think personally that all of this stuff is going to become really dependent on what are the use cases now, and is it actually replacing something in terms of like things besides Bitcoin. But Bitcoin in itself, the real value right now is if everything goes to SHIT, essentially.
Well, here's
So
what the real trade is. The real trade, it's not I'm gonna buy here and sell here. The real trade is the debasement of fiat currency because of inflation. They keep printing money and inflating the money supply, and that's not gonna stop. So money's just gonna get worth less and less and less. Currently, Bitcoin's best use case is a hedge against inflation. Like that's the idea. Basically, like Bitcoin goes up a certain percentage per year as long as you're beating that inflation hurdle.
As long as people are buying it.
I mean, no. Let me cut in real quick. But I mean,
This is the difference between Bitcoin being actually having a use case and just being used as a Ponzi.
No, well, the big
are you
thing
talking
with
about?
Bitcoin is it's secure and it provides a secure way to transact something like of monetary value, and it's private. It could be private. That's a really big use case. And there's companies. I mean, there's like big companies that have already incorporated. I mean, you can go from Microsoft, BMW, Home Depot, Twitch, Overstock, AMC, Amazon, Quiznos, whatever, Tesla, Starbucks. They accept Bitcoin, and they for a long time have it. So it's a payment, even though it goes up, it goes down. It's not the best like store of value right now that's like so stable like gold because it's so volatile. It's already like the biggest use case is it's a private secure payment system, and it's digital and it's quicker than what the SWIFT system does.
Right.
So
Right.
are
And
you
that's why
talking
people
about
refer to
Bitcoin?
digital gold, because when you're buying gold, you're essentially buying the currency in and of itself because the gold is the value, right? So it's the same. That's
But
why people call it digital gold. But
are you talking about Bitcoin?
I'm just asking, are we too soon? Are we like, what is the
What do you mean
actual
though?
fair price?
Yeah, but that's a broad question. Are we too soon for what to get in at a good price? Are we too soon to see adoption of Bitcoin go into the real world? Or because that's a broad question, you know.
I
And
mean,
are you talking
here's
about Bitcoin specifically or about
Because
altcoins in
the
general? Because
number
there's
in order
different.
for Bitcoin price to go up, if we're going to put
Hold
these
on, real
big
quick. I
price
just want to let
targets, and
people know we're dropping.
this is not a
Guys.
trader perspective. This is just from an investor perspective, and like, and that is like for the number to keep going up, people have to keep buying it. There is no other mechanism that causes the number to go up.
Alright, well, you compared it to gold, right?
Right.
If you buy gold, physical gold, right? Try sending a bar of gold to your friend.
Oh yeah, no, of
on
course,
the
of
other side
course,
of the
of course, of
world.
course, of course. I mean, yeah, no,
And see
I
how
totally, I
expensive and
understand.
how long that's
Yeah,
gonna
no, I
take.
understand. I'm talking about outside of that as a separate
Well,
thing.
I
Yeah,
like this. Keep
outside of
talking
that,
because Bitcoin's dropping right now. We're about to hit the $82,000 support. If that 82,000 area doesn't hold, probably got a nice pivot point at around 80,800. But I'm still bearish for a short term bearish at least.
outside of that, Bitcoin is just the ultimate scarce asset because for example, gold also has an inflation. They keep mining new gold. I think it's like 1 or 2% a year. So if you hold it for, let's say, 50 years, you still get a significant loss on your gold. So the more people realize that Bitcoin is just the ultimate scarce asset and that there's not enough Bitcoin for every millionaire to hold one whole Bitcoin, it will go up in the long term. But short term, it's super volatile. So you might get a better, if your plan is to hold it for, let's say, 30, 40, 50 years, and of course, you might get a better price in like 2 years or a year.
Assuming
But
that people keep buying it.
they will keep buying it because the money just keeps inflating, like there's infinite dollars. They keep printing more and more dollars, and there's only 21 million Bitcoin. So it's just logical.
Yeah, and I mean your other question as far as like the mining, what is the incentive for people to keep mining? Well, what I'm betting on or relying on is the fact that is the idea that technology is going to progress fast enough to keep up with the demand for Bitcoin, and that they'll be able to like make better equipment, better miners and stuff. But so you have to keep upgrading the equipment, which also drives the industry forward and just puts more money into the system, like the whole system of like Bitcoin or crypto specific industries. Um, but and then it also creates a demand for like the chips and stuff, so they'll keep going up in price or going up in value, or the companies go up in value. So the mining, it's kind of a self-correcting mechanism, because if people are not, if people that are mining, right, if they're not in the profit and they can't afford the better equipment, they stop mining. But when they stop mining, it makes it easier for the remaining miners to mine Bitcoin quicker. So it's competitive. The more people that are mining, the more difficult and the longer it takes, and the less block rewards you get. But the fewer people that are mining, the easier it is, and the more block rewards you get in a quicker amount of time. So it's a self-correcting mechanism in that way. The other
But then it
thing that
becomes more
self-correcting,
centralized.
yeah, kind of in a way, but the people that the people that it is centralized to, if they're running a business, they need money, so they're going to have to sell Bitcoin. They sell it on the market, and then somebody else buys it, and it's in somebody else's hands at that point. So it's not like it always stays in the same hands forever. People do eventually sell it for, if they have operating costs and whatever else. Like in order to mine it, you want to make a profit. So if you mine a Bitcoin for and it costs $10,000, and the price is at 20K, well, you sell the Bitcoin, or at least sell half a Bitcoin and get the money back that you put into creating it, right? So like there's that. But then also the people that, when miners capitulate, if the cost of mining falls too far below or if the price of Bitcoin falls too far below the cost of mining, the average cost of mining, a lot of miners, they will capitulate. They'll sell their Bitcoin, wait, buy it back at a cheaper price because they think, okay, well, it's going to be cheaper for me to just buy it rather than to keep mining it. So when that many people just decide to buy it again, they buy it, the price goes up, and then eventually it gets back above the cost of mining again. So that's like another sort of self-correcting mechanism.
So at some point when all the miners are done mining, or let's say they can't mine anymore for whatever reason, it's just going to make Bitcoin more valuable, especially if they stop mining, right? Because it's less supply.
Well, you kind of, I don't know exactly how
You
they're going to
can't.
handle
They
it
have
because
to.
you need to they're like, I don't know if the miners would switch to just strictly validating instead of mining, like once all the
Validating
Bitcoins are
nodes.
mined,
Yeah.
because there has to be validators for each transaction that happens. So they might switch strictly to validating, and then they get paid.
Right.
They get paid Bitcoin in fees for validating each transaction, and they could keep their operation running that way. But I'll be dead by then, so I
Gotcha.
don't care.
But
You know, I'm just betting on, for as long as I live, there's going to be technology that can keep up with the demand for Bitcoin, and that people will be able to continue to mine it more efficiently, and it will remain cost effective. And the limited supply, in conjunction with the fact that so much of the supply has been lost, people have lost their keys to wallets, people have sent coins to the wrong address, they'll never get the coins back, they can never be sold, people have died
yeah,
with their
You can
well,
wallet.
never.
Bitcoin's always becoming more and more finite, and so it's
Yeah.
only going to grow more valuable. If something happens like, it's the World War or whatever, it's just going to be more Bitcoin lost, and then when you come out of that war, it's going to be even more valuable,
What
Um,
you can't forget though about quantum computing and how it's going to affect cryptocurrencies too. And I think cryptos that are preparing for that, they're going to do a lot better than cryptos that aren't preparing for quantum computing, because there could be some very interesting attacks coming soon.
Yeah,
but
that's a
that's
good
funny
point.
you
There
say
does need
that.
to be some quantum proof stuff happening with Bitcoin too. They need to be on the ball with that if it's going to survive.
Drew, it's funny you bring that up because I was just thinking about the quantum computing, and like surely they'll be able to mine crypto much faster, like just pull that supply out, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, the question is still, how are they paying for their power? Because it's still, the computing power is on one end, but it's the actual electricity. That's, even if they find a way to get the computing power cheap, they still got to make sure they find a way to get that electricity too. And that's always going to take some kind of resource.
Right. Well, I'm sure they've got something up their sleeve, but it'll probably be cheaper and like less energy if everyone's just validating at some point and not mining anymore.
The real problem with quantum is they're afraid somebody will break SHA-256 and they'll get over 51%. They call it like a 51% attack, and they would be getting rewarded more than 51% of the blocks, which means they would have control of half of the remaining supply of the Bitcoin that's out there, and it would become super decentralized. If they then took that and sold it all onto the open market at once, it could crash the price. But
There
also
wouldn't
the
even be a
quantum.
network running if we got there, because the way that quantum works, I mean, there wouldn't be an internet running. Like everybody's passwords to everything, it would just already be hacked, done so.
Yeah, and I mean, think about it. If they have that much computing power to where they can break Bitcoin, they're gonna go for people's bank accounts and stuff first. Like, there's way more money in bank accounts than there is in Bitcoin and crypto. But I mean, the other thing that would be troublesome is that if they can do that, they could probably hack into people's wallets, steal people's coins, maybe even if it's only
Yeah.
stealing a little bit at a time.
That's what I'm saying.
Luckily,
Speed
the
traces
quantum
and everything are
defense.
done.
Yeah, luckily, quantum defense is much easier to achieve than quantum offensive attacks. So defensive mechanisms are probably take half of the the technology and complexity than what an offensive attack would take, because all you have to do is to defend from quantum mechanics is once you have a constant signal, if there's any interruption in that signal, no matter how minute it is, you have an alarm set, and it's like there's everything's have patterns, and basically even if you don't have a quantum computer, they're saying you can actually quantum proof a computer without having quantum mechanics in it, just because of that theory that it's easier, defense is easier than defensive. But there's interesting takes on it. But I still think that in the future, someone's going to figure out how to break onto the other side, probably.
Bring on through to the other side. I mean, people can try, but it's like, I don't know. Why would you trouble yourself over that for such a small asset
Like,
class?
well, let's say for a geopolitical game like China, I think they already have the power to do a Goldfinger attack, which is somewhat kind of like a 51% attack. I guess it could be categorized as under one, but they have the hash rate. They have the hash rate power, even though the hash rate power on the map, on the mining map, doesn't look like it's concentrated in China. They have Chinese miners all across the globe right now that are hidden to you can't really populate them on a mining map to see, hey, these guys are Chinese miners. And there's Chinese miners all over the world right now that at the the sign, if the CCP says go, they go, and they do what the CCP says, even if they're not in China, and they have to basically, and they can probably do a Goldfinger attack. And if they did try one, we'd see Bitcoin just go straight to 8K probably, or even if they didn't do Goldfinger, with how much Bitcoin they hold, that's what I was going to say. How much Bitcoin they hold, that would take an 8K market sell basically all the way down to 8K. And the other thing with a Goldfinger attack is they would probably be able to do that with using half of their market cap of their digital yen as buying power to create the Goldfinger attack. So they already got the digital buying power to do something like that.
China?
Yeah.
China.
Think about
it. China doesn't use yen.
Yeah, the
no,
one thing
China
I'd say.
digital, whatever you call it, the
I know,
digital
I'm just
yuan,
busting your chops.
whatever the digital currency that they came out with.
Yeah, the yuan.
Yuan.
Dude, do you remember, Drew? Do you remember that that crypto that came out in like 2021, G yen? It was supposed to be a stable coin for the yen.
Yeah,
and
we
it
made
ended
some
up
money on
pumping
that
and
one.
going crazy, man.
That was the shit, dude. Hell yeah. That was awesome.
It completely depegged, but it just started pumping like to the moon. It was supposed to be a stable coin. It was the most hilarious thing. We were all making buckets of money off of it.
Yeah, the good times. Definitely had a good trade on that. Dbloc put me on that one.
That's when stuff was crazy, man. And that's the thing, is like a bunch of people are like, oh, what's gonna make people want to buy Bitcoin? When you're in that kind of environment, people don't care. They just shovel money at stuff.
Yeah, man, that's what it is.
Throw
It's a
crap at the
casino out
wall.
here. It's definitely, I mean, it's all speculative, and I think that's what attracts people: the speculation aspect, the volatility. Yeah, the store value. People want to store their money, but it's like, let's be real. If they wouldn't really store their money, there's so many options they have. It's more about the gamble and the opportunity to see like some kind of life-changing gains if you do throw a lot of money in one of these top cryptos, So it's that's what gives them their power, especially Bitcoin. It's just that dream to make it,
Yeah. You guys seen how crazy the whole meme coin craze was this cycle? Early on this cycle, memes were just going nuts and doing 100x. That was like the whole crypto market back then. Like just like different coins every day were just popping off, doing 100%. Another one was doing the next day. Another one would do 200%. The next day, another one would, like it was just nuts. Like some coins are doing 100% moves every day for like a week straight.
Just going back to the 51% attack topic. Well, you actually only gain control of the next block. So essentially all funds that are locked up in all prior transactions in the blockchain have been settled. You have enough computation to be able to override the network on 51% plus. You can manipulate the upcoming block, so which basically screws everyone over in that block, and you can do damage. And of course, if that was exploited, it would cause a sell-off. But for those that didn't panic, actually well, we can just form some kind of vote and some kind of consensus and just roll back the chain. So it's fixable. It's not like game over.
That's a good point. Yeah, if if people organize and have a vote on it and have a new consensus mechanism to say, okay, where are we gonna go to? Yeah, that's fair. That is smart. Because you could always go back in time as long as you have the previous last ledger, right? The last kind of the last data
Yeah, man.
ledger.
I think it actually already happened once, way back in the day. I think Bitcoin did a couple of rollbacks when there was some early problems that were kind of getting ironed out back in the day. I'd have to double check that, so don't take my word on it. But certainly other chains have done that, and it is it's just like the last possible solution you'd want to go for. But certainly, if there was a 51% attack, you bet your bottom dollar that's what would happen. I mean, you'd have to roll back the chain. There's too many people's money invested.
It's like you're resetting the network, the entire network.
Yeah, essentially, you're just saying, right, okay, so block N has been exploited. We'll roll back to block minus N. And, well, everyone's transactions that, or all of the money that was exploited in the block that was overridden, or it depends if they can launder that money onto exchanges in time and sell it for fiat. If they can, then great, they've cashed in. But in order to cash in, they essentially had to spend like billions in computation power for a block, which I don't know, maybe even only has a few million in it. So it's like, is it worth it?
Yeah, if someone wants to prove a point, has nothing to lose and some geopolitical situations to gain, you never know.
True. And if you've got a short position open, then that's where the money's to be made.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Drew. My prediction is the Asian session tonight is going to drag us down to 72,000.
Me too. I'm ready. Let's go. Drop it. But we can't get too bearish because you know what happens if we get too bearish, then things get bullish. So we got to be chill.
Because we rejected the golden pocket on this uptrend. So I'm thinking maybe they're going to shortchange us on this.
This new hourly candle is going to be interesting. It's coming in 2 minutes.
Yeah. On the 5 minute, they rejected. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry to interject again. I just want to continue my point here, just because I don't want there to be any misinformation here. Yeah, the ledger is decentralized, but all of the nodes on the network would form a consensus, essentially a vote, which would fork off a new chain, a new ledger essentially, which is minus the block that was affected. So I just wanted to mention that because sorry to interrupt.
Oh yeah. Oh no, you're fine.
And there's there might be a day that it's actually paper that would save Bitcoin, because if there's some or some crazy electromagnetic pulse or something that just kind of erases everything, some magnet that just screws up all the data on Earth, the paper is going to be the only thing they can use to reset that, whatever was locked in cold storage on paper files. So can't forget
sitting
about
on
that.
cold storage is cool. That's unaffected. There's no problem with that. You've got Bitcoin sitting in a cold paper wallet and you haven't transacted it in 10 years. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Coinbase. They everything's backed on paper basically with Coinbase. They think that's the most secure.
Oh yeah.
Copies
Yeah,
in a bunch of different deposit banks and super crazy locations.
Yeah, in somewhere in Greenland and under the
in the
ice.
mountains.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, in the mountains.
On the 5 minute, we have some crazy volume stopping candles on the upside. And then Hong Kong's just like, nope.
Well, here comes
We
this new
haven't broken
hourly.
out of this micro range here yet. I mean, I wouldn't get bearish too soon.
They gotta break the 200 on the
Nice. Let's see an inverse head and shoulder. There.
Yeah, there's no way we're going to 72 in the
I
next
don't
couple
know.
hours.
know,
Maybe
man.
If you
CPI.
look at
If CPI in the morning, we do have CPI coming out. CPI is super
no
bad.
CPI
Yeah,
might
the
pump it,
moves
though.
tomorrow. The moves
It
tomorrow for sure.
might pump tomorrow from 72. Like if
Yeah, but
you
why would what they pushing us down to 72? That we would need news. It's just not just gonna go to
But look,
72.
here, check out my theory. Check out this theory. So Trump opening up the reserves at this price, I think, was strategic because think about it. When he did the oil reserves, he wanted some, mayhem, and I don't know if I'm not saying he orchestrated mayhem, but he took advantage of the mayhem, and oil prices were very low when he opened up the oil strategic reserve. There was a lot of instabilities in the Middle East, whatever. Now with this, he could be creating instability because he knows he has so many haters, and it's an open invitation. This could be like 40 chess, and he's like, well, if I go public and say I'm going to make a reserve US, I know these guys are going to try to dump on me. It's like he can already know that the dumpage and the carnage is happening on the US reserve, and just let it be happening. And then once it happens, when this is like right now, imagine being like a sneaky Trump hater, like, but you're a guy that has power. Let's say you're like, in China or somewhere, and China's actually getting along a little bit, but you just have the power. You're like, oh, a U.S. Crypto reserve is in Bitcoin. Let's not let that happen. Keep on selling, haha, and point the finger that Trump dumped the market or something. I don't know. You never know how people work. So there could be some scenarios that it comes back, and then Trump's like already thinking of these scenarios, and that's when they really lock and load and they're able to fill up the crypto reserve is when the prices are low because he already knows the carnage is coming. I don't know. And that just amplified it because he knows he got haters that have power. And now it's like he kind of tied the US to Bitcoin. So Bitcoin might have a bullseye on it.
George Soros here.
Exactly.
It could. Could you imagine if someone actually came out and said, you know what? Here's Satoshi's real identity. And he's going to sell tomorrow.
He doesn't even have to sell. All he has to do is like make a transfer, like just move from one wallet to another, and people would bug out.
That's the thing too. That's like assuming he's alive, right? It's like,
Or they're live. I think it's a group. That's my opinion. I don't think it's a person.
yeah, it's probably a group. And there was some infighting, and it ended up being Mortal Kombat, and they all killed each other. And now Bitcoin is just running free for all.
Yeah, I did some research, but it's interesting. I think government was involved because the OG Bitcoin chat that Satoshi Nakamoto was part of, there's like right before his disappearance, there's like 3 months of like nothingness, and then they opened up the blog under a new URL and a whole new kind of back page, I guess. So it's interesting that I think there's the link to figure out like what happened to him is like why was there the first blog that he was on, and then like when he disappeared, because it wasn't his blog, I forget the Bitcoin.org or whatever blog. I have to look up the URL, but the new one, he was basically, missing in the new one. So that's kind of when he disappeared. And it's really strange. I think there's
Maybe
that's what the clues are.
Maybe he's watching from the shadows. Satoshi Nakamoto, a black ninja, in the shadows watching.
He's in this chat
I
right
like
now.
that.
You just don't know it.
Yeah, it's like the CIA. They're always in the shadows watching.
Hmm. We have some bearish divergence here. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, the word Satoshi Nakamoto, if you guys look up that etymology of the word, of the name, it's in middle wisdom or something like that in Japanese. What would middle wisdom be? Central intelligence.
Ooh, yeah. So when Halloween comes around, what coins do you think we should be getting in for Halloween?
Definitely some spooky ones, right?
Gotta be. You gotta play. You gotta get into those like 2 to 3 months in advance before Halloween.
Well, yeah, you
gonna-
want it
I'm gonna be all
October.
in.
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
go ahead, Drew.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna be all in on Frog with Bitcoin.
So Satoshi means wisdom or sense in Japanese. Nakamoto can be translated as central origin or middle base. Yeah.
Damn. Yo, Drew, did I ever send you those documents that Tatsuaki Akamoto wrote for the NSA?
No, but that's the theory is that the CIA and the NSA worked hand in hand in something like this, in this Bitcoin conspiracy.
You know what?
I'll have to
What
find
if
it.
that? What if they have a file, right? Like they have a case. They have like a secret file for him, right? And the whole point of Bitcoin's creation was to get it to the point, and the plan was to get rid of U.S. deficit. The whole point of Bitcoin since its creation was to get rid of the deficit because they knew the deficit would one day get out of control and they needed a way to get out of it. And this was their way of doing it.
Well, you know what's also interesting about that? The CIA can neither confirm nor deny, they haven't denied it, that it has documents on Satoshi Nakamoto. And they could have denied if they didn't, so they had the opportunity to deny such claims. And I don't know. I think they got the documents and they know what's up. Yeah, supposedly. So what? It was in like 2016. There was like some blog, and they used stylometry, and that uses a person's writing style as a unique fingerprint, and then it searches email collected under the PRISM surveillance program, and they said that's how they were able to identify the real Nakamoto. And this dude said the identity was not shared with him by a source someone from the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and they submitted FOIA request to the DHS. Let's see, to learn about the case, but then, hold on, let me see. So this request to the FBI has been open since 2016, I think, which is actually a request about the FOI and the Satoshi connection and the CIA. That's interesting that they couldn't deny that. I'm gonna look more into this. I'll be right back. Dump it.
Check this out, Drew. Is this is like a Word document thing? You want me to send it to you, or should I just post it in the chat?
Just DM it to me. Appreciate it. You can post it in the chat too.
This is the link stringer PDF, and it has the like if you look at the guy's name, it's called an inefficient divisible electronic cash scheme, written by Tatsuaki Akamoto, which kind of sounds like Satoshi Nakamoto.
Yeah, there's a lot of Japanese names that sound like that.
I'll try to I'll put it in like general chat too. Where's the general?
What's up, everybody? Hey, do you guys think Ethereum will hit 1800 before 2000?
I think it will hit 1200 before it hits 2000.
God, this dude's mega bearish.
It's just bad advice too. It's just bad.
Big bear, big bear.
A lot of it depends on Bitcoin right now and the macro environment. But yo, Qui-Gon, man, your keyboard, man, oh my God, Qui.
He's got that mechanical keyboard.
You gotta get one of
It's
those.
actually a typewriter that I rigged up.
I was just
Being
thinking that
compatible
it
with my
sounds like one of
computer.
those old school typewriters
That's what it sounds like.
with the ribbon.
Guys, I invest in crypto. You think I can afford fancy keyboards and shit?
Been on Discord way too long to use that excuse.
Actually, mechanical keyboards are pretty fancy.
Yeah, I kind of like the whole analog feel of it. It's not like, you know, it's kind of rugged, but it's like old school. Reminds me of Sega Genesis.
I got a Sega Genesis sitting in front of me right now with Mortal Kombat in it.
Nice. Round one, fight.
It's my original Sega Genesis that I bought back in like, what was it, 1997? 98.
Yeah, that was the thing. Everyone was talking about their old gaming systems like the other day, and I wanted to chime in, but I guess nobody could hear me because my mic was messed up. But I was like saying that like my brother was a generation ahead of me, so I got like sort of his hand-me-down games. So I got like a Sega Genesis, and then like N64 after that, because he got an N64, and I basically got tossed a Sega Genesis. And then like whenever he would get a new system, like I would get the old one kind of, and like the games and stuff. So I would rock those hand-me-downs. But
Oh, yeah.
I got like later on, like when I was in high school, I found his old, like, not Super Nintendo, like original Nintendo. And there was like 30 games, and he had all the Super Mario. Like this was what he got this like when he was a little kid, and I didn't find it for some reason until I was like in high school. So me and my buddies used to just chill in my basement, smoke weed, and like rock Mario like all the time. But we would have to leave it running because you couldn't like save the game or anything. So like we wanted to beat the game, so we would try to run through the whole, like the original, like not even Super Mario, it was just like Mario. And like the original game, like it was so hard to beat, and there was like 100 levels or whatever. And if you shut it off, then you had to like restart the whole thing. So we had to like leave it running for days at a time, like trying to beat this thing. And like we'd leave it on, like if we had to go to school or whatever, we'd leave it on and then like come back later and play it like for the whole rest of the day and all night, and then like leave it on when we left, like if we fell asleep or when we left to go back to school. And then one day I think it just crapped out because it was so old. Thing was from like the 70s or 80s or something. It was like
Oh, wow.
ancient.
Remember, as soon as I would start like Mortal Kombat, I would like put in the cheat code like down, up, left, left, A, right, down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I still
I
remember the weapons sheet from Grand Theft Auto. I think it was Grand Theft Auto 3 or Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. It was like uh L1, L2, R1, L2. No, L1, R2, L1, L2, L1, R2, left down, right up, left down, right up, and you got all the weapons.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Nice. Like in front of me, I have my display set up with my original Nintendo NES from '93 or whatever. Then I have my Sega Genesis, my PS1, these are originals. These are like the ones that I bought from when I was a kid. Then I have my original PS2, PS3, and then my PS4. But it's crazy how much like some of these games are valued at now. For like even original like PS1 games, PS2 games.
Yeah, even when the system crapped out, I think I still kept all the games because I was like, even though I can't play it, I'm like I could probably, because I was like hoping one day I could like get it fixed, but I'm like fixing it would probably cost so much. I would have to go to like one of those old school places that sells like vintage video games on and then I was like, well, maybe I could just sell all the video games and buy like an Xbox. But I ended up getting a hand-me-down Xbox, like the original Xbox from my cousin. And that was like before there was Xbox Live and like Call of Duty and all that. And then I eventually got a 360. Like I bought myself a 360, and then my ex-girlfriend bought me an Xbox One, and then I haven't bought a new system since then. But I rocked PS2 for so long. Like I rocked PS2 for like decades. I didn't care. I have the Sonic Mega Collection for PS2, like the game emulator, and it has like 20 different Sonic games in it. Like every Sonic game that came out on all the previous systems, like from like all the way back to the beginning of Sega Genesis, like the original Sonic. It was all 2D. It was so sweet.
Nice.
I don't know exactly where it is right now. I'll have to find it. It's like in storage somewhere probably, but I could pull it out and play that game if I wanted to.
I'm sitting here surrounded by arcades right now.
Arcades?
Yeah.
Like you've got arcade games in your house?
Yeah.
That's
They're right
sick.
here.
You like pinball and Pac-Man and stuff?
Mortal Kombat 2, Street Fighter 2, NBA Jam, Marvel Capcom. And I got my desk on the other side. Big screen for the chart.
Nice, dude. That's sick.
That's what I go back to, the arcade coin op.
Yeah, dude. Like they have them around. Like I don't know if there's anywhere you're at, but like not a few cities. It's probably like an hour, 90-minute drive. Like either an hour and a half drive from me. But there's like this big old arcade that's like an old school like 80s style arcade, and they have all of the vintage old school like coin operated like Pac-Man and stuff like that. What is it, asteroids and all that cool stuff.
You can get one that has them all on it. You can get Game Elf. It's like a JAMA board, and it has everything you want on it already. Old school setup, JAMA, all the wires hooking up to the buttons, to the board. It's not as expensive as you think.
Well, you know, like when I was still when I was still younger, you know, I would go to the arcade and pick up girls. Like, now it's now like I'm in my 30s. I'm like, that's pretty lame. Now though, that they have stuff like it'll be a bar and an arcade. Like the city I used to live in had this place called
Dave
the
and
Barcade.
Buster's.
Yeah, well, there's Dave and Buster's, but this is like less mainstream than Dave and Buster's and more like old school video games. And the place was called Barcade, and they had like 80s style arcade games like inside of a bar.
That's
And
where
it
it's
was like
at.
lining the whole walls. It was sick. And their
Yep.
menu, dude,
Love it.
their menu was so weird that it was like, dude, you look at it, it's like a bunch of stoners made this menu because it would be like macaroni and cheese with Cheez-Its like twists inside of it. So there'd be like the crunchy Cheez-Its inside, or crunchy what are they called? Cheetos inside of mac and cheese, and like just a bunch of weird stuff like that. They had like spaghetti but with gummy worms in it. Like they had a bunch of weird stuff on the menu.
So you smoke in there?
I don't remember. I don't think so. I think you had to go outside to smoke, but it was really weird because when you first walked in, it looked like a restaurant, and like they had tables and stuff in it, and like low hanging like chandeliers type thing, and it looked really fancy. And like the tables were fancy and neat and set up like a fancy restaurant. But then you look at the menu, and the menu is like really weird, and it's like, dude, a total stoner made this menu, and then you had to like walk down this like little inclined plane walkway thing and go to the right. And when you walked in there, it was just this big, huge arcade. But you could, and then there was
They
a
were
bar
better.
to the right.
Listen, there was a gap. You don't remember? Between, when they came out with the home systems, they weren't even on par with the arcades. Like the arcades had them smoked to where you were playing like NBA Jam and Mortal Kombat on Sega Genesis or Super NES and NES. The graphics were sorry compared to the arcade version. There was a gap.
Yeah, like Sega,
And
the Sega Genesis, like the Sega generation and stuff, and like the Dreamcast. Yeah, totally. But the
they
as soon as,
finally
like,
caught up.
Yeah, like when PlayStation came out and they had Tekken on PlayStation, the graphics got way
Yeah,
better.
then at that point, it was there.
Yeah,
but there was a
Tekken
gap before
was way
then.
better. Yeah, before PlayStation, Tekken was way better. Like
Because
before they
that's
had
where I
this.
came into video games, in the arcades, in the Chinese arcades, with playing with older people, with cigarettes burning on top of the start button, burning into the plastic,
Yeah.
playing
What was
Street
cool?
Fighter against them.
What was cool about the barcade is like you're basically like, you're walking around an arcade but like with a drink, and like so like next to the restaurant area on the top side of the restaurant there was a bar where you would like order your drinks and stuff and you could sit around it, and like it was a boxed in sort of bar thing, and you could order drinks and just drink there, but then you walk down that little walkway and you're in like this big huge room where there's like old school arcade games like lined in the wall, and there's black lights and stuff and like lasers and like
Have
it
you
was,
heard
really
about
cool.
Arcade 1UP?
Nah, where's that?
Oh my God, Google Arcade 1UP. You can buy these old arcades now. They're like remanufactured versions, and they're slightly smaller, but they're still big. Maybe like 300, 400 bucks.
It's like a console
Check it
type
out.
thing.
Google Arcade 1UP. You'll see.
Oh yeah, I've seen these. I've even seen these at Walmart. Yeah, but I
They're
mean,
not.
like
I love them.
they had like not even like the like remodeled or whatever. Like this is like a modernized version of it. They had like the actual vintage games, and
Oh yeah,
it was really
that's
cool.
big money now.
Yeah,
Those
out in
things
Boston,
are $2-3 easy.
when I was out in Boston, they had this place called Club Good Times. I don't even know if it's still there, but it's called Club Good Times, and it's like it was a big arcade. Like they even had like bumper cars and stuff, and like this huge arcade where like you could win tickets and stuff and redeem your tickets for prizes. But then there was like also like this bar club area on the other side that you were supposed to be old enough to get into. Like I still got in there because I was in with older people, but like you were supposed to be like 21, and that was like a bar slash dance club type of thing. But they would have like bands play. They had a stage, and they would have live bands play there too. So like if a live band could put on a show there and sell tickets, and you know get admission charge and stuff, like it was pretty sweet. But that place was huge.
That's nice.
That was sort of like the same type of deal, except with live music involved.
Yeah. The only
That
bad
was
thing about it is if you're the owner, it's the upkeep. You got these maniacs that are smashing the buttons. They're breaking your joysticks. They're just hard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the amount of money that you had to pay to like get token, like you had to like pay actual money like to get the bumper cars and stuff. And there was like, I forget if they had like mini golf, but yeah, there's a lot of cool places like that, like around like on the top side of the East Coast that I remember going, because I remember going to a rave one time, and they had like bumper cars and mini golf and like all kinds of arcade games, but then there was this huge dance floor, and like the DJs were set up and like with lights, and you'd be raving and stuff. But it was like they rented the whole place out in order to do that function there. There was one that had like that I went to that had go-karts, like indoor go-karts, like this whole big track. And then there was a bar upstairs, but like that's not where the rave was. And like there was like a live band playing or whatever, but downstairs there was a huge rave. And not the bump cars, the go-karts were outside, like in a different room, but it was indoor go-karts and like with the rubber floor, and those things went like 40-50 miles an hour. It was nuts. And then upstairs there was like this little area where you could like play pool, and like there was a pool table, and like it was like there was black lights in the room, and the pool balls were like fluorescent colors, so they were like glowing under the black light. It was so sick, and there was like a rave going on, and they had like a little bowling alley off to the side in that same room. That place was awesome. I need to figure out what that place was because I want to go back there.
Have you ever gone through eBay just to see what the value of your old games are?
No, but when I find my old games, I'm probably gonna do that.
So I have Shadow Tower, which is a PS1 game, and it still works. and it's sold on March 9th for $519 as a
Holy
used
shit, it must
as
be
a used
rare.
game. I have another game called Elemental Gearbolt. That's a PS1 original game, and these aren't like these were like when they first came out. They're not the ones that have like the little red logo. These are black labels that I've got. That one sold for like 200 some dollars. I was like, geez, these are PS1 games selling high again now? Because these are like some of these are being sold in like this year at those amounts. Like Shadow Tower got sold in March of this year for 590
Keep it.
as an open game.
Put that in a frame.
It's like,
Put
gee.
that on display that. Did you know that Nintendo and PlayStation actually came out with a collaboration system that never came to stores?
Oh yeah, I saw a YouTube video of that.
I think there was only 1 or 2 copies made, and it sold for $2,500,000.
Even PS2 games, like I've kept all my games. Like I haven't gotten rid of any of them. Like I have all the ones I've ever purchased as a kid. Like the prices of
Wow,
these things are just stupid.
you were so neat and
Well,
organized.
well, I've got my Nintendo games too. Like I've got all my Mario, Duck Hunt, all that stuff.
You must
And
have been an only child.
no, I have 3 sisters.
Really?
Damn.
You're the boy.
My condolences.
Oh man, congrats to you on keeping that.
Some of these PS2 games are kind of ridiculous in price too, even if they're open. Like the sealed ones are even like a sealed Final Fantasy VII sold for like $7,000.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, Final Fantasy is so rare. I have a Final Fantasy for PlayStation 1. It might be missing a disc, I'm not sure, but if it isn't and I find it, that thing's got to be worth mad loot because
I
it's
have
in condition too.
I
It's
have
like old
3
booklet.
copies of Final Fantasy VII original for PS1.
Yeah, dude, those are it's super rare to find the whole set.
I have Legends of Dragoon. And I was hoping they'd make a remake of that game one year, but we'll see. I have so I have this one game from PS1 for Yu-Gi-Oh. What was it? It was PS1. It was Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist Rose, I think it was. Yeah, there we go. It was Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, and that particular game had 3 cards that came with it, and I still have all 3 cards that came with it, including the entire disc. And I think like right now that thing is selling for. Let's see, where's an open one? Let's see, with cards. It was for something stupid.
All right, let's see if Bitcoin can hold this 81.9 area. Hold this little uptrend that it's got going on the small time frames. And Dbloc's got the 5-minute chart up. It looks like it's hitting some sort of moving average. I don't know if that's the 200 or the 800 or whatever, but
Let's see. A white line, I think it's the 200. That big purple line is.
yeah, the purple one is the one I'm wondering about.
Yeah, I have price rejecting and coming back down to 80,547.
Well, he's still bearish
That's
all
fine.
the time, man.
Well, he's probably right.
Well, he could be. I don't know.
69. 69 could be it, in my opinion. So what I'm doing is I'm just buying spot on my alts, just a little bit every day while this BS continues.
See, the thing is that if we come down to say 69, right? It's not going to stop there. Price is going to probably come down to like 65, 66.
I think if we go down to 69, I don't think it's really going to go below 69 unless there's like a freak wick, and like I don't think it will close below 69.
Well, I mean, Fib would, will be, based on where my golden pocket is at, my 0.5 is at 65,717. So if we come underneath that golden pocket 69, we're in between the 0.5 and golden pocket. So
Yeah, but
it would make
your
sense for
fib's
me to
weird.
come down.
I'm
Yeah.
good with it.
It
you
would
guys
make
fibbing
sense
around again.
5.
I'll be ready to buy.
We're talking about all the games we're going to have to sell so we can buy this dip deep. Drew.
I wish my parents would have kept the games that I had from back in the day somewhere. They all threw them away when I left to Europe.
Have we made a higher high yet? No, we have not. Tokyo high is not higher than that last wick that just came up on the 10th. So yesterday, the high from yesterday, basically, we haven't taken that out yet.
Somebody sold an unopened Nintendo for like $1.5 million a
Oh,
few
wow.
years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unopened.
The fact that one even existed.
Should I sell all my Pokemon cards?
You might be at the top.
If I find those, man, dude, I'm making bank on those because I had all 150 of the original Pokemon, and like I think almost all of the fully evolved versions I had holographics of.
Yo, if you guys have kids, I think you should start buying your kids 2 of the same presents all the time and just like save a copy unopened of the presents somewhere else and hide them, put them in a because straight up think about it, man, things grow in value, like things that kind of had trends back in the days, like things from the 80s, 70s, not even early 90s now are starting to have value. And imagine in like 20, 30 years from now, if you have anything unopened from back in the 80s that like used to be cool back then, like, dude, that's a gold mine.
Who buys a Yu-Gi-Oh card for Cosmic Cyclone for $123,000? I've got like 3 copies
Logan
of
Paul.
that card.
Logan Paul.
Yeah, somebody really has that kind of money to throw around on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Like, damn, I'm in the wrong business.
Big Sal's coming in. Big Sal's coming in. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it.
He makes them into necklaces. Puts them in like a plastic case.
He buys them and rips them up like Seto It's like there can only be one.
This does kind of. I'm looking at the 15 minute. This does kind of look like a devil horn pattern here.
Oh, is my
fail.
is my chart playing out like I predicted?
There is a little bit of a. I don't know if this is the one you were talking about, but there's a bit of a bearish divergence on the 15 minute as well after that swing fail.
You see, I put it up on my chart where price is going to go. I already had it pre-mapped out. It's going to reject. It's going to drop underneath the 200 on the 5 minute, and it's going to go back down to 80,577. What I did was I measured the neckline of the inverse head and shoulders of the prior, before the prior pump. So we had an inverse head and shoulders here, measured the neckline. We had up here, we had our neckline on this roofing structure here at about 82,758. Measure the distance from here to here. We're going to drop below prior neckline, and we're probably going to come and retest around here.
What do we bottom at? 70, What was it?
Yeah, it was like 76K. But
I'm
see,
not going to be too concerned unless we close below the 200 SMA on the 15-minute.
yeah,
That's
I
at
drew it.
81,114.
Well, I did this parallel channel downward too. I think we break below this parallel channel, which actually drops the LDR at about 77,000. And then we make a new lower low at 72.
Oh,
And
the
that would
200
give us
is white. The 200 is white, the 800 is purple. What did Trump say?
They asked him about the stock market, and he said that everybody's going to get great deals and make lots and lots of money.
Nice.
So I see.
So in other words, it's dumping. If he said people are going to get great deals, that means it's about to dump harder, right?
It's going to dump, and then you better be ready to buy.
I don't do stocks.
I'm allergic to stop losses. No, I do stocks, but I'd rather just buy crypto because it's probably cheaper now than the stocks I would buy, and I still have time for stocks to get cheaper. And the cryptos are probably going to take longer to pump anyway. So if I'm going to get into some stocks, then I'll probably wait on those. They're kind of on the back burner for right now.
yeah. And Drew, what's going on? Normally you're a big buy person. Why all of a sudden switch with having price go down?
I've been scalping. I mean, you just kind of happen to catch me when I'm not in position.
He wants that 9.8 Trump.
Yep. Keep that to yourself until we get that. Then we'll start talking about it.
All right.
I mean, we're in a downtrend. It's normal to want to get rid of your stuff and reposition. I just don't know if how much lower it's going to go immediately before we get a big recovery. Because I'm looking at the S&P 500 equal weighted ETF, and that thing is so far making like a falling wedge, and it's at the bottom of it.
I mean, if Trump gave us the blueprint, right, we might as well let's give him the benefit of the doubt and see if he's right.
What I'm doing. I'm buying all the stuff I like, little by little.
Well, I mean, if he's right, there's a huge market crash, and then the shorts that I'm stuck in on the stock market, I can just sell those and then buy the bottom and just regular stock.
Nice.
Stock picker. So I don't care either way. Like I'm long and short at the same time.
We used to call that speedballing.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I don't care. Dump it. I'll buy some more tomorrow.
I just don't see a reason for why we have to go down lower right now immediately. I feel like the big panic moment has already happened. I do see a case for how we go down lower eventually, just not right now.
Really, I don't really want to pump. I just want it to just slowly dump so I can keep buying.
A little bit of
some
fun in
buys
this
in.
candle.
I mean, the S&P dumped lower, the S&P dumped over 10% within 3 weeks. That's kind of a big deal.
I don't want it to go up because I don't want to pay more. Just keep dumping.
Yeah, but eventually you want to sell, right?
Well, yeah, that time's coming later on at the end of the year.
Yeah.
I know how much time I think I got at least. What is it? I got another 7 months, at least 6 months.
So if you buy for the next 3 and you hold for the next 3, then you're going to be close to the point where you might start thinking about selling.
I'm selling when Dbloc is selling.
What you mean? Well, I can't speak. Did Dbloc come on today?
Yeah, he was here earlier.
What's up,
Hello,
boys?
good
He's
day.
checking in. What's up, Bryce?
Was
What's up, Beast?
you know what? Dbloc's probably recording all of our bear sentiment conversation, and then he's gonna rewind that when we're at 130K.
It ain't me. I'm accumulating.
Same man. I just got into the days ago, but didn't get the whole low, but I got it like 1 or 2%, right under it, or right above it. I think.
Oh, you started.
Yeah, not crazy. I went like 10% of my cash reserve, just
Dude, I
just
went.
for that, just in case, you never know if it wicks
Yeah.
upwards or it's good to
Because
DCA.
whatever it does, you ain't gonna have a chance to blink.
Yeah, I
You're
like
gonna
it
be
under
chasing.
anything under so 130 or Bitcoin under 85 is super steal, I think.
Man, I went lump summing yesterday. Like, I might be an idiot for doing that, but like, I was tossing some heavy buys in yesterday. And I mean, if it goes lower, then I'll just do the same thing next week.
No one ever got hurt DCAing, but
Yeah, DCA is the way.
That's what I'm doing, little by little, day by day.
Especially when
I
the
mean, there are
market
people
hits
that
the
got hurt
bottom.
DCing, and there are painful situations if you're not in the right project, and DCing could be a recipe for disaster. But yeah, if you're in something that's longevity,
You
should
could
be
just
fine.
keep buying. You could just keep buying something that just goes down to zero, but
don't buy safe moon.
try to avoid that unless you're a big risk taker. I'm hoping that after this month, realistically, like I can probably just stop buying and I'll have enough crypto and I'll just be like, all right, whatever, that's enough. And like, hopefully, like whenever the bull market ends, it'll be enough to where I'll be happy with it.
It's never enough, man.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't buy on crazy green days though. Like, I've like DCAing even in an uptrend when it's like, okay, I'm gonna buy this higher low and buy this higher low, and then now everything is lower than it was at all those higher lows. So it's like, screw this.
Yeah.
Like, buy
I
on
haven't bought it.
capitulation days and like every other day just ignore it, and then like when there's huge massive
Yeah.
capitulation days, just buy a lot.
I think I haven't bought any since like 8 months, bro. I just sat on the sideline watching.
Damn, that's long.
Well, now it's
Yeah,
time to shine.
I got some
Wish I
cash
could say
reserve
that.
piled up. Yeah, I piled up the cash, and now I got some extra. Yeah, I got a little dry powder. I don't buy all the time, man. I buy like honestly like 3 to 5 times a year, but I just wait for the big drops and pullbacks and stuff like that.
So you just had 76.
Yep, I got in right under 80, so not too upset.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
But
I mean that
trade in the shower.
you're trading in the shower.
Yeah, I mean at this point I need to take a break, I guess. So yeah,
Shower
we
trading,
Wow,
man.
Lucy.
You're addicted, Lucy.
well, I mean we just made a high, right? So
We need
What
to
you got?
naked
You guys,
Wait, what are you looking at? What made a higher high? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
what higher high?
I mean, it's 1 minute stuff.
Lucy,
It's
you got
like I'm just a second
Lucy's over here on the 1 second in the shower going crazy.
you got that waterproof iPad.
The that weak SFP stuff. These candles are cool sometimes.
Yeah. See, I think we dropped tonight and we pump into the news tomorrow before market open, and then it drops
But
again.
I kind of agree. The problem is if America is to recover like hell and in a V shape, we're gonna see it outperform Europe, right? And like expect a bit of enough of selling America to buy Europe.
Dude, it is gonna recover, wasn't it? Were you guys there for the TA I gave earlier on the equal weighted U.S. market?
Yeah, it's been a sharp decline. You should get at least a technical move up. If it's even fundamental with
Yeah.
peace and all, then all right, cool.
Even if it's a dead cat, it's a 10% discount on the S&P.
Unless people are even more scared or spooked tomorrow, and it just dumps even farther.
Dude, somebody's gonna buy that. Some I can almost guarantee it. Like, there's really no guarantees when it comes to trading, but I can almost guarantee somebody's gonna buy that drop.
Europe won't. China won't. Oh wait, they're the ones creating the dump anyway. Who can? I guess Americans can.
Dude, Wall Street. They're not gonna be able to. They're probably foaming at the mouth.
They're the ones that want a dump, not a pump. In particular, our friend Powell.
Yeah, but they buy back. Powell's not Wall Street. He's in the Fed.
I mean, they go together. Come on. The whole point of pumping Dixie is to influence, geopolitically other countries. Sometimes you want a strong dollar to buy.
Yeah, with a
You
weak
want
dollar,
a
assets
weak
are gonna
dollar.
rip.
Yeah, and sometimes you want a weak dollar to export and sell abroad.
Yeah, then you
seems
get
like-
dollars for cheaper. So why wouldn't you want to pump the market, and then the dollar gets weaker? Basically, if you pump the market, you can sell the market when it gets more expensive, and you get cheaper dollars. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
I don't know, but it's double pain, right? Because S&P, you trade it in dollars. So the S&P dropped 10%. Your currency also dropped 10%. I mean, not 10%, but actually, we're not that far from 10% now.
Dude,
yeah.
I don't know why anyone who has euros or yen wouldn't want to be buying. Well, I guess if you can't buy American stocks.
But you buy them in dollars, you can't buy in euro. Like when I buy Tesla, yeah, it converts euro into dollars to buy Tesla. Dollars.
Yeah, that's weird.
So when
Well,
I TP now, because
even more so though, you could buy. Okay, so you could buy more tether with your euro now than you could the other day, and you could
But
buy
I'm getting
more.
yeah,
you
but
could
I'm
buy more
getting less
tether.
euros for my Bitcoin, right?
Yeah,
Because
but
euro has more
well,
value now.
Well,
So
what I'm saying is, if you're transacting with crypto and you need tether to do that, then you can afford more tether for your euros. And if you have yen, you can afford more tether for your yen because the tether is pegged to the US dollar. So you'll get more tether. And then what are you going to buy with tether other than Bitcoin and crypto?
I don't know,
I
but
guess you could put it in futures. If you put it in futures and you get liquidated, I guess it doesn't matter. But I don't
This-
understand why people wouldn't want to arbitrage that tether deal and then buy crypto with it.
I don't know, but for me it's double pain because Tesla dropped 50%, and on top of that, if I sell here, well, I'm gonna get less euros for the same dollar amount because euro is pumped now. Like dollar also lost value, so yeah, I'm getting less dollars, and my dollars buy me less euros.
No,
So it's like,
you get more dollars. You get more dollars, and then
no,
when
I
the
get
dollar
less.
goes up and the euro goes down, you just switch it back into euro.
No, but I get less because Tesla is also down 55% from the previous high, right? So, for example, so
Yeah, but why are you selling Tesla?
I'm not selling Tesla here, but it's just it would be double pain if you were panic selling stuff
I'm
now.
saying if you took euros, bought tether, but took the tether, bought crypto goes up like 5%, let's say. You sell your crypto back into tether, and then when USD, if DXY goes up and the euro goes down, you swap your tether back into euros, and you'll end up with more euros at the end. You know what I mean?
I don't know, but when I sold Bitcoin at 105, it was 1-to-1. So, €1 was $1. So I got 110K Bitcoin, it would mean 110K euro. Right? Now, if I sell Bitcoin here, 82K dollars, you're gonna get less euros. You're gonna get 10% less euros because we
Yeah,
have
but you don't want to sell euros or you don't want to sell Bitcoin for euros. You want to sell it for tether, and then when the dollar goes up and euro goes down, that's when you switch your tether back into euros. You don't just sell Bitcoin straight back into euro immediately.
Now euro has a lot of buying power, but it doesn't have a lot of selling power. It'll change back, but 5% is a big move for a currency. Like it's the difference between I don't know, catching Bitcoin at 15K and catching it at 16K.
Dude, crypto is like trading 4x inside. It's like trading crypto inside of 4x. Like that's what's so cool about it. Like
Did
if
they
I had euros, I'd sell them for Tether or USD right now and have more USD to buy crypto. Try to get like a 5% gain on that. Hold it in US dollars. When dollar goes back up, sell it back into euros.
There are cheaper currencies than euro to buy right now.
I could do it with the yen, but I can't do it on like American platforms. You can't trade into the yen or anything like that.
Wow.
I can get euros, but I can't like get yen. I would have to go on a forex exchange.
Bybit has all of that. You can.
I can't use Bybit.
Exchange. Yeah, I know, but you have like you have different currencies. Or like... maybe Coinbase has EuroC if you want to invest into euros, but I would strongly discourage that behavior because it's.
Well, I'm not gonna do it now. I'm just saying if I already had it.
It's at resistance.
That's not a bad idea, though. I think you can get EuroC.
Yeah, maybe you will get Japanese currency C. I mean Japanese CDBC too.
Dude, but they tried that. Me and Drew talked about it earlier. Back a couple of years ago, they tried to make something called G Yen, which was like a stable. It was supposed to be a stable coin for the yen, but it depegged and it started ripping, and it went up like hundreds of %. Like it started ripping like a meme coin, and it was so crazy. We were just trading it, like scalping in and out of it, making a bunch of money off of what was supposed to be a stable coin. It was hilarious. I don't know what happened or what caused it to depeg. It did end up dropping and like almost going to zero after that, but I don't know what caused it to depeg in the first place. They must not have had it set up properly.
Yeah, I think it was our fault.
Maybe. Dude, because it just got listed like as if it was a regular crypto, right? And then it was like, oh, this new coin is trading on Coinbase. And I was like, what? And then like, we just started buying it. Like, what? Why is this thing ripping? I think we thought it was a meme coin at first. Then we found out later it was supposed to be a stable coin. It was so funny.
Dixie will probably be upward if SPY is upward too. You said SPY is gonna recover. The dollar is probably gonna recover too.
Well, it might have like a dead cap on it. It doesn't look good right now. If we would probably want the DXY to keep going down if we're going to see a bounce in financial markets, because then people are like, oh, well, the dollar is going to keep going down. I'm going to sell my dollars, put it into stocks instead, and then the dollar goes down further.
Not like this.
And then the stocks go up.
Not like this. At this rate, it'll be at zero by like the end of the month. So,
dude, you just gotta buy the blood. Is like I don't know, buy the blood, man.
Yeah, I agree. But if you look at what happened with the blow off top at 115 on the Dixie, we didn't go straight down. We had some technical bounces. For example, when you reached the 200 EMA, the 200 EMA, we did the bounce here. It completely ignored every technicals, like the 200 EMA. Wow, what's that? The 200 EMA, doesn't exist. No, let's just go straight down to the macro 2016 all-time high. I mean 2016 swing point, middle of your range also. Well, yeah, I mean if it doesn't hold here, we'll see the bottom of the range pretty quickly, very quickly actually.
I could see a case. I just brought up the Dixie. I could see a case for how it could bounce, but it's dropped below the 618 of the previous move up so far. So, and it also lost a pretty crucial support. So I don't know. It might hang in there. It has a tendency to cling on for dear life and just keep
things all
bouncing.
like for a technical bounce up, whether it's Dixie or Spy. They'll bounce up together.
Yeah, but I hope that the SPY out.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
Well, I was just gonna say I hope the SPY out does the Dixie. What were you gonna say?
It did like
I was going to
FTX.
say that ETH BTC has just taken the December 2020 low. That's quite interesting.
Yeah. Well,
it's also taking the piss.
Is it below like
Yeah.
0.03?
You think it's bottoming out? ETH BTC?
Right. That's a very key level, and well, it's from 5 years ago. Insane.
Let me look at this.
Complete round trip.
Getting a little bit of sell here right now in Bitcoin. If this support at 82,165 does not hold, probably expect some more drippage.
Damn, dude. Yeah, this thing looks
What was it?
garbage.
The 15-minute EMA is sitting at 81.8, but we don't necessarily have to go there.
Yeah, what?
That's
Something's gotta give in this market. There's gotta be something that's going up besides the yen and the euro.
My wallet?
One leg up, retrace, second leg up.
Spire, for some reason, is not taking a huge hit.
It's just delayed.
What is gold doing?
It's digging.
H-bar is making a high low.
Alright, time to get the hell out of this because I ain't going to sleep with a short open. And good night, everybody.
Good
All
night,
right,
Lucy.
good night, Lucy.
Good luck.
I'll wake you up in an hour.
You're probably gonna get wrecked, but good luck.
Zeus's going to sleep at 6 o'clock in the morning. What is it, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning there, Zeusy?
Oh,
Lucy
yeah.
already passed out.
Yeah, he fanked it right there after he made that statement. No, I wanted to know what his reason was for opening a short.
Because I told him to.
Because it's about to drop it, drop it, drop it.
You guys are disappointing, man. Kind of have an inverse head and shoulders on the chart. Like, does nobody else see that?
I mean,
What time frame are you on?
Well, I'm on the 15. I guess you could probably see it more visibly on the 1 hour. It is slanted, like the neckline is slanted, which makes it less credible. But if it does break a higher high, meaning the left armpit, then it would be more credible.
yeah, it's just more or less. Do we pump into tomorrow's news or do we dump into tomorrow's news? I think we pump into tomorrow's news. I think we drop down tonight.
What's tomorrow's news?
What was it? It's the CPI data or something like that. What was it? Hang on.
Oh yeah, every Wednesday is right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the CPI report tomorrow. It's coming out an hour before market open.
All right, looks like Bitcoin's making a lower low on the local. It's testing right now. If one more person does a market sell, we shall cascade down into the depths of hell.
Man, you guys and your 1 minute charts, man. Come on.
Let's go. Bitcoin at
That's what I do all
80,600.
day, man. I just look at the 1 minute for like 12 hours straight.
I'm just kidding. I use the 1 minute too, time to time. I don't use it to trade, but I look at it.
I look at the 5-second chart.
I zoom in on like 1 minute, then 5 minutes, then 15, and so forth.
Yeah. We're coming down. How low can we go?
I mean,
Oh, we got a
first
new
local
average.
support would be right under that 81,600.
I think we'll see some big buys coming in soon.
Big buys, good.
But the way this looks, it looks ugly. Ugh. I'm just zooming out on this on the 1 hour. And
Look at that dump.
if this could look like it's just finishing ahead of a head and shoulder, and we might go right back down to a neckline of 79,600 and maybe pump back up to 82 and then all the way back down to 77.
See, that's what I'm
76.
talking about, Drew. That's exactly right. I think by the end of tonight, we're gonna wake up tomorrow morning as 72K.
Like a straight shot down to 79K, 79,700 would not be too far fetched here.
Dude, we got a full moon coming up in like 2 days.
Oh, it'll pump in 2 days. That's 72K.
I know we're in a downtrend, but I think you guys are a little bit too bearish.
I mean, when we were trading at 100K, would we think 76K was too bearish?
No, I didn't. I thought it was going back to 75. I said I'm not buying when BTC went over 100K. I said I'm not buying Bitcoin unless it goes back down to 75.
Yep, that's true. And then you got some people that are going, they're not going to buy Bitcoin until it goes back to 50.
Yeah, but they'll be waiting a long time. They want to wait till the next bear market. Then go ahead.
Big sell's coming in. Big sell's coming in.
But the only thing is you say next, but see, to me, I think we're already.
That really doesn't make sense with the macro cycle, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it all depends
Unless
on
it
how many
holds,
people.
like literally a whole 20-year, like not even just the Bitcoin 4-year cycle, but a whole 20-year cycle would have to break for that to be the case. Like the 20-year real estate cycle.
Exactly. Everything's
just-
going to break.
It happens to line up with the 4-year cycle on Bitcoin this time. But then I do think we are going to get like a one in 10-year drop, 1 in 20-year drop, and like 1 in 100-year drop, like all at once, like the Great Depression type thing. The only thing is, it's not going to be as bad as it was back then because the whole market money system is different now.
Well, you know, if aliens attack tomorrow, the market's going to crash.
Well, it's probably going to crash before I can get a hold of it, and I'm probably not going to be. Even if I was short, I probably wouldn't be thinking about closing my positions. I'd probably think about getting the hell out of here and get into safety. You don't care about money if there's aliens attacking you?
Nah, I want to be like Guardians of the Galaxy situation. It's like, beat me up.
Yeah.
Get to your leader.
If a talking raccoon walks out, I'll be like, yeah, dude, I'm going with you guys.
Big cells coming in. Big cells. Watch out below. Get that scuba equipment ready.
81.9. 81.9 I think should hold, but if it doesn't, then yeah, you might be right.
We got our 800 on the 5-minute at 81,752. If that breaks, it's going to tear through that vector going all the way down to 81,282.
Still got some cells.
I guess if we went straight down, it'd be like 81,400, but after that, we would break that uptrend. I thought I saw a vector zone on Dbloc's chart too. That where does that vector gap go? Almost down to 81.2.
Is it bad that I'm in a new
below
short?
that, I'd probably get worried. But You're in a new short here.
No, no, I put in my short. Where was it? It was at 82,200.
You did have a devil horns pattern that fully formed, so that could be a fairly significant drop, especially if it
Yeah,
loses this trend line. So it might not have been a terrible idea. But what's
I
your target? That's the better question.
oh 72K.
Man, not much of a scalper, are you?
Crazy thought, guys. This is the bottom here. We already hit bottom. You're gonna trick everybody.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm kind of thinking too. Not that I want to be right. I just think that's probably what's more likely.
Yeah, we could get a little bounce here at the 800, but if that 800 breaks on the 5, we'll see what happens.
What is that? The 800 EMA or SMA?
SMA,
Uh,
because it's trying to bounce off that 800 right now.
yeah, by the looks of it, the bulls don't want to engage just yet for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing any buy pressure here.
There's probably too many people still going long. If the long short ratio is off and there's more and it's heavier on the long side, then probably gonna go down. Long short ratio 50.43% long, 49.57% short. So yeah, there's more longs than shorts right now.
And we all know that longs get liquidated before shorts do.
Yeah, that could be a fair point. It does look like there's some long liquidity down below that could bleed out into. If it goes to 75 while I'm asleep and I'm not there to buy it, I'm gonna be pissed. I
Don't
don't
worry,
have any damn money anyway. What am I even
buy
talking about?
buy at 72 when it's cheap.
Put a limit in, bro. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, throw your limits between 72 and 75.
I don't have any money. I lump summed in yesterday.
Power
You got
something. He's good for.
you have a kidney, right?
Yeah, but I don't have a buyer right now. I'll have to get on the phone if I want to make that
Good
happen.
find your buy. There's black market remaining for that.
All right, I'll DM you.
They're trying to get a little bit of a bounce here off the 800.
My
At the
cat's looking at me right now, like, don't say it. You know what I want to say.
This is
well,
where greed just takes people's money so hard because people are going long instead of buying.
yeah. Well, people did go long at that 200, and it would make sense that price would fall. And now they're gonna hit their liquidity.
Yeah, it's like they're not even just getting themselves wrecked; they're getting everyone else wrecked too.
Like there was quite a few buys at that 200 EMA on the 5-minute. And to liquidate them, price would need to drop probably under 80K, and you'll start liquidating all those people who bought at the 200.
I don't even really think they should allow leverage. I think it should be like 5x max.
That's how it is
Like,
on Coinbase. Any legitimate exchange in the US won't let you go past 5x.
I mean, I don't think anyone should offer more than 5x. It's just they make such a killing off of people getting wrecked that like they keep doing it.
Yeah, and plus they
But
could.
it's unhealthy for the whole ecosystem. Really, it does create volatility, but it is unhealthy for the crypto ecosystem.
Oh yeah, and plus
But I mean, the good thing about it is that you can short. You have the option to short, but like you could short on like 1 to 5x and still make decent money. I don't know why anyone sees the need to go above that.
Yeah. We got a volume stopping candle here in the 5-minute. We'll see what happens with this. The down volume was greater though than that next 5-minute candle. Let's see if they can bulls can try to hold.
Like, imagine putting $1 million on 100x. Like that's just crazy.
Talk to Crypto Face. He'll tell you all about it.
He doesn't really do 100x, does he?
No. He'll do $1 million, a couple $100,000 trade on like 8x. I think is the highest I've seen him do.
Yeah.
I've seen him go higher.
Oh yeah,
16, 17, in the teens.
What I don't like about Crypto Phase is that like he doesn't really ever seem to do like a thorough analysis. He just uses his one indicator for like entries and exits. Like it's like he doesn't even plot out support resistance and stuff like that. Like he just takes his one indicator that he has and he trades just with that.
yeah. He's trying to sell his indicator.
It's working for him.
Sometimes he gets wrecked.
Is he making money? Is he up overall?
I don't know, but I've seen him lose $500,000 just like in one trade, like in like 15 minutes. So it's like his losses are huge. The thing is, if he's selling his indicator, he's making money from that, so he doesn't even really necessarily have to win his trades. He does win trades though.
Yeah, his indicator's like what, over $1,000 for a yearly subscription or some stupid ridiculous amount.
I don't know, but you can get a free version that basically is the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
Yeah, how do you overlay like on top of the Bitcoin chart, like the SPY?
You gotta go to the top left corner in the ticker box, the ticker
Hit that.
symbol box, and see that little plus symbol. And you hover over it, says compare or add symbol. You click on that, and then you type in the ticker that you want to overlay, and then you go down and hover over the name of it and go to new price scale, and it will put it on your chart.
So Drew, we came up, tried to retest the 200 and got rejected.
Yeah, I've been always wanting to overlay the SPY on my BTC. You guys use Coinbase or Binance to pull your BTC data?
I use Binance.
I usually look at the Binance USDT perpetual chart because it usually has the most volume, and it also is like that all the scam wicks and stuff are in there. So it's like it kind of has more data. I kind of wish it wasn't that way. Like I kind of wish it was like the spot chart had most volume. You could use the BTC tether chart, first tether on Binance. That has a lot of volume too, and that's the spot price. So it's not the perpetuals price. It'll be a little bit different, but I like to see all the extra data, like the little scammy like wicks and like stop outs and stop hunts and all that kind of lines up better with where liquidity is.
Oh yeah, I tell you
If
what.
you're just buying on spot, it doesn't really matter as much. But if you're scalping, it's sort of more helpful to track the movement of the perpetuals chart.
Oh yeah, I remember the scam wick during the last bull market where there was this random wick that had Bitcoin price like all the way back down like $800, and then after that happened, we had the bear market, and so that's what I'm waiting for right now. I'm waiting for a scam, some crazy influx on Binance where we have a candle that just shoots down to like $10,000 and then comes right back up.
I doubt it, bro.
Is this just a dead cat? Meow.
I thought we weren't gonna call it that anymore. I thought it was Schrodinger's cat.
Oh, that's right.
Shrocat.
Shrocat. Shrocat.
Trocat.
Shrocat. Shrocat.
Popcat.
Yeah, we should make a meme coin of that. You don't know where it's going.
Yeah, it's not bad. Better do it before someone on YouTube does.
I'm on it, boys. I'm gonna have it on pump front.
If the cat's eyes are open when it bounces, does that mean the bounce is there?
If the rat comes inside the house, is it a mouse?
What if the cat doesn't? What if the cat drops on its back?
The whole thing with Schrodinger's cat, isn't it like once there's an observer, like photons or whatever, like wavelengths somehow turn into particulates or to matter, like a photon turns into matter because the observer turns that photon into matter.
Yeah, once it's observed, it could be either a particle or a wave, but once it's observed, it turns into either a particle or a wave. Or like something, it could be acting as a wave, but then as soon as it's observed, it turns into a particle. It's
Particle, yeah. The observation turns it like kind of curls it up in a ball or something into like
So
a particle.
imagine we make I don't know how you could do this, but we made like a meme coin that no one can, you can't see the charts or anything. You just buy it, whatever. You could see it like once a year or something.
Maybe, who knows? I mean, once we get this group up to like, we'll talk to Dbloc. When we get this group up to like 20,000 people, we can all maybe be the insiders, and we'll go outside in the outside road and who knows where and dump on everyone's heads. It's like, no, just kidding.
Dude, honestly, I've seen worse scams succeed.
Oh, Drew, did you see that on Aim's YouTube picture? He's got it back to where Bitcoin's going to 40K again.
Oh, for real?
Yep.
That's funny.
Along everything.
He's like Bitcoin to 40K.
Yeah, that makes me definitely want to buy before 40K. That's for sure.
Dude, he made
Yeah.
he made this one good call where he called the beginning of the bull market, but then he's been trying to.
Well,
call
no,
bull
that
markets ever
he
since
didn't even call it. Every day he was calling it. He just used the video where he kept the video on the day that he called it, but he was saying it every day for like 5 weeks straight.
Yeah, I wasn't in there anymore at that point, but I do remember him posting something. It was like the day one of the bull market, but then every time we came down from like a new high, he was like day one of the bear market, and then like
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
and then like 3 weeks later, he's like bull market back on. Like,
Yeah, it's shifty.
I didn't know. I was like, where are you getting these calls from? Like, why do you think this? Like, I think I even went in there and asked him one time. I don't know if you were there or not. But I was like, why do you think it's going down and we're starting a bear market?
It's because he put a red plot.
Like, I just wanted to know where he was coming from, but like, I still don't think I ever really got like a good answer.
Because he put a big short in.
Yeah, that's probably it. I remember one time, I don't know if it was a demo trade or not, but he had like a trade up on his screen, and it was like down like hundreds of.
Yeah, that was a demo trade. That was demo.
Just like how he tries to get everyone to buy X token because he's trying to sell.
Dude, yeah, that's what I said to him when he was like all mad at Dbloc and it was like for something about gummy. I was like, dude, they gave away the whole supply for free. I'm like, why are you mad about gummy? I'm like, look at Hex.
I still can't believe he tried to shill Heck.
Dude, he did for years, bro, years.
What about what's the other one? The proof of the PW or what was that? ETH-W.
Oh yeah.
He was all about the pulse chain too. I don't know what was up with pulse chain.
Speaking of ETH-W, what is ETH-W at now?
I think I might have some tame tokens in my MetaMask. I don't like. He said he was gonna send me some, but then like they never showed up. But I didn't know how to switch the network to Pulse Chain, so I don't even know if they're in there or not.
Look at ETH-W. It's still going down. It hasn't even had a bull market yet. It's making lower lows.
Yeah, what is the point of that thing? I never got the point.
It was a fork of ETH, and everyone
Yes.
thought it was gonna shoot back up.
It was right when ETH decided to go over to proof of stake, because ETH used to be proof of work. You know, this dude from China was like, "Hey, I'm gonna make the ETH-W," but it makes no sense because you already have ETH Classic, you know, the Ethereum Classic that you can mine. So that's why I was telling Tim, I'm like, Tim, this makes no sense. You have ETH Classic. ETH Classic remain mineable. You know, so why would anybody in their right mind jump into some, you know, some dude that's like nobody really knew like, out of China? He's like a miner. I think he was from Ant Farm Mining or whatever, but there's some mining dude, and he was just like, okay, let me just make ETH-W fork, you know, off of ETH, and it's easy. It's easy to fork ETH, but it's like, why would you when you have ETH Classic? You know,
Yeah.
especially if the purpose of the fork is so you can mine it. It's like, no, you already have ETH Classic. It's like, you know, it's backwards.
ETH Classic was actually the original Ethereum, and there was something wrong. Like there was like a double spend or something weird happened, and instead of like Vitalik and the team, instead of fixing it properly, they like got hacked or something. Something weird happened. Instead of fixing it,
Is
they
it
just
still
made
running?
a whole new coin.
Is ETH Classic still running?
Yeah, ETH Classic is still there.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But
saying. It's like, what's the point of ETH-W if you got ETH Classic?
that was the original. That was the original Ethereum, though. Like if the Ethereum that we have now, that's the fork. If ETH Classic was the original chain.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, I forget exactly what happened, but there was like they had some sort of crazy mischief thing going on, like some sort of hack or something. But and like people got robbed or something weird happened. But instead of fixing it like they should have, they just made a whole new coin, a whole new fork or whatever. But yeah, ETH Classic. Last I saw, it kind of ran.
It's at 17.34. But you notice, like with ETH Classic, you know, it had its double bottom at 12.486. And it's still technically pretty strong.
Maybe it's not running like I thought it was, but yeah, 17. And like above 40, it's good. It's good to scalp when it's above 40, but other than that, it's not something that I would really bother getting into.
Odds on poly market for the war ending in 2025 are at 80%.
There you go.
Ain't that great?
I hope there's people that are close to the conflict that have good insight that are giving you those numbers.
Big South coming in. Big South coming in.
I got poly.
I'd prefer that thing to be over.
See, if humankind could organize, mankind, all men and women that trade crypto could just get on the forum and say, guys, let's just organize. At least most of us, let's try to do the right thing. Imagine the possibilities that can happen. Of course,
Wouldn't
there's going
that
to be people
be
front running each other, but to have, like, I think that would be genius to have like a legit global hub that the people, the do-gooders, the diamond handers have a place to feel welcome.
Dude, they tried that, Drew. It was called Twitter, and look what happened.
Isn't that kind of illegal though to do that?
Yeah,
Isn't that,
totally.
like in the stock market?
Totally. 100%. But imagine though, it's like if there was a way to really organize it legally that they couldn't say anything, like, it's just like, why can't, like, it's like if everybody decides to like have a target, and there's got to be a way to balance it out. So like, all right, the first person, of course, first comes in is going to be the best, right? So it's like, so you just don't want to be somebody. You have to have a mechanism to protect the people that are like last out. You know, and once you figure that out, so like the people that first come in, as long as they on their way out have to pay an obligation to protect the insurance of the people that are last out, but they shouldn't have protection if they're late, right? That's the whole paradox. So how do you
I mean, I
fix
guess
that?
if you're first in, you're last out. If you're last in, you're first out.
Well, that's the paradox. I'm like, how can you fix something like that to be fair for everyone?
It's not fair because everyone's so greedy that like even if everyone agreed on a target, like, hey, we're gonna pump it here, there'd be people selling early before it gets there, and
Of
then
course.
it would never hit that target.
So what if somebody figured out a trustless mechanism that it's like, it doesn't matter. Once somebody joins this hub, they have no way out of that mechanism. So it's like, I guess that's kind of what they try to do with Hex and all that, and something like that, but better. You know, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking
Like,
of
it's the
instead of
same that the people they lock in all the later investors while they rug pull them, so the people that invested later can't sell, but they have the ability to sell, so they just rug them.
right. What I'm thinking, instead of a crypto though, it'd be actually like a social media platform. That's like, once you're on the social media platform, you have to abide by the rules or some weird shit. You know.
I don't know. I mean, that doesn't really necessarily sound legal either, but you know, like, that sounds like a Ponzi. I mean, this is all really all it is, just a Ponzi. But that sounds like a legit Ponzi.
I mean, I guess if you have a good lawyer, you could do it without it being a legit Ponzi, like, right? No, but think about it. It's if you have a group, it's like let's say the website, you know, it's called Diamond Handers Anonymous, whatever, you know, XXX Diamond Handers, something.
DHA.
Yeah, DHA. But like, there's gotta be a way that it's like, all right, as long as the only coin they're allowed to touch are like Ethereum and Bitcoin, like some few top ones, so they all have super liquidity, but have a way that's like the website organizes. I don't know, I'm gonna think about this, dude. I'm gonna make something that's legal. Watch.
All right, so you can make an app that's like a DEX, but as soon as you buy something, you have to stake it and lock it up for a certain amount of time. Like,
Well,
so
no,
it
just 100%.
automatically stakes it whenever you buy it.
Well, you know how like they have buy taxes and sell taxes. I would think something like to protect, like, as long as somebody got in the project at a reasonable time, they should have the protection of whales dumping on them. So if somebody gets whale status, like became a sniper of a project, they should automatically be obligated to pitch into the pool that protects. That's like insurance for the shrimps, you know, so or something like that.
Or just like a higher percentage of their bag gets locked up.
Yeah.
That's true. You could make a Schrodinger's cat the coin for the platform.
Yeah, man, I like it. I think
Dude,
that would be
sort
great.
of like Jupiter sort of kind of does it. Like like they have their on their website, like you can stake your coins there, and you have to stake for 30 days, and then you can become part of like the consensus or whatever, like DAO. I don't know, I forget what it is, but you can vote on all of their stuff, right? And all the decisions that they make as far as like what they're doing. Like, say there was a bunch of staking rewards that weren't claimed, you could vote, you could be part of the people that vote on what the community does with those coins, you know what I mean? Like, do they get airdropped to the people that are staking, or do they go towards like some other part? Do they get sold and like to put back into the project or something? Like, like you can vote on different options. Like you can actually do that with Jupiter. Like you can vote on every decision that they make.
What if you had like a mini exchange on the platform? Like you just have like Bitcoin, Ethereum, maybe a few others, and then every time someone makes a purchase of a bunch of Bitcoin or whatever, like 2% of that purchase gets locked up in like Schrodinger's cat or whatever, and then that's put in a pool, and that pool, no one, it's like locked, and then you have
Nobody knows how much is in there.
yeah, and then you can have some sort of system that you do with the pool that rewards people that are part of the platform.
I like that, man. Maybe we're gonna all have to plot and come up with something for real. We got time, right? It's 2025. Let's try to do it before 2030.
All right, yeah, let's have a.
All of y'all going to jail. What's going on, y'all?
Uh-oh.
Y'all going to jail without me.
Uh-oh.
We're trying to figure out legal ways of making
Doing something illegal.
Yeah, on YouTube Live.
No, straight up like a legit way of doing something that shouldn't be legit, but trying to make it legit, Like imagine a website just like a Facebook that was called like Diamond Handbook,
Yeah. Well, you tell Martha Stewart I said hi, okay?
Dude, you'd have to make a DEX and be like, okay, we have our own token, but if you buy it, you have to you automatically stake it, and like you're in a contract, and you have to stake it for a certain amount of time, so it's locked up. So and you can only buy a certain amount at each time.
Drew,
So,
you
like
keep forgetting.
at that point, only a certain amount would be unlocked at each time, so only a certain amount would be able to be dumped. Like I think that's the most legit way that you could go about it.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it. That's what they already do on Telegram and Reddit.
I would say as long as the philosophy is like when anybody gets whale status, and it sounds kind of like a communistic approach, but that whale, whether it was Sniper acquired or he came in, it's just like he's unbalanced because he's a whale in the order book or whatever, automatically that has to go into the fund to protect people that get wrecked from slippage of the whales doing damage when they're trying to do a trade or something like that, Just something that the big man protects the little man somehow.
What if you made like a lotto system? So you had the Schrodinger's cat pool that no one can see, but the algorithm knows how much is in the pool, and like every month or whatever, people have to guess how much is in the pool, and whoever gets it right or is like within a certain range gets a lotto one.
Nah, so it would have to work like this. Like, look at my screen. You'd basically have to have a base of customers that come in first, right? And like you said, there has to be some sort of protection from these guys up top to make sure that these guys at the bottom are doing all right. And then everybody in the middle, really just different levels of risk all the way down. Right? It's like a scaling pyramid? it's like a scaling risk all the way down. Pyramid. Yeah, so it would kind of look something like this. Guys are crazy.
Dbloc, what's going on with dominance here? Why is this still shooting up? Your hammer is not heavy enough. I think you need a much bigger magnet and a much bigger hammer.
Yeah, apparently.
Do you got a sledgehammer icon you could put up there or something?
What about like a chainsaw?
Yeah, there you go. Put like a chainsaw up there.
Or an anvil.
I don't know. I don't see the big problem with Bitcoin dominance going up. I see more of a problem with USDT dominance going up.
Bitcoin dominance is the issue. Nobody cares about stables if it's not affecting their alts.
Yo, Qui-Gon, don't forget about USDC, man, because they're creeping up.
Big sales coming in.
Yeah, I used to have some on Coinbase until I bought a bunch of stuff yesterday. But I had some on Coinbase, and you can earn free rewards. You don't even have to stake it or lock it. It's just if you just hold it there, they give you rewards for it.
Grass is looking sketchy. If it doesn't hold the support, you're looking at what could be a 10% drop on gas on a grass. Just heads up if anyone's looking for shorts.
You could do USDT plus USDC, USDT.D plus USDC.D, and get a different, like you can get a chart for that. It's like stablecoin dominance.
Do DAI also, because DAI is pretty big, and now Binance has a new stablecoin they've been using a lot. Tron has a pretty big stablecoin too.
What is the? Yeah, we'll have to find like the top 10 stablecoin by market cap and like throw them all together.
Nothing more than the top 3 matters. There's not enough volume to move any charts.
So USDC, USDT, and DAI probably, right?
Yeah,
Or not DAI.
DAI, I think
Actually,
that's
no, the new one Binance has more than DAI, I think.
Whatever happened to BUSD? Is that still a thing?
Not had some beef. Remember with in the US at least, there's some beef with it.
Athena.
I still
I think
think Tron.
BUSD got busted.
I don't get why they would have had to. I mean, what happened to all the people that were holding it? Did they just get like Tether? Like I don't get why Tether's not a problem, but BUSD was a problem.
I forget, there was something to do with
Tether's the number 2 holder of U.S. bonds. Guarantee you that's got something to do with it.
I still think Tron is going to be one of those scam tokens that's going to shoot up to like $120.
You only consider
then-
Tron a scam token if you're American. Asia loves Tron.
It's doing really good right now still.
The only thing I hate about Tron is that I don't hold it.
I bought Tron when it was at 7 cents.
And isn't Justin's son the guy? He's kind of, I don't know, shady, I guess.
You know, his name sounds like some sort of like, you know, he's in like some type of mafia. He's like the leader.
Big sales coming in.
There it goes. It just dropped below the 800 on the 5.
To me, it sounds like he's not in the sky. He's not in outer space. He's just in the sun. He's just in sun.
Just in sun.
Or an even bigger problem, he's just inside somebody's sun. But
Come on, Bitcoin.
Measured move from our topping structure is 81.5, but I think they take this whole vector.
All the way down to 81.3.
81.25.
I got my measured move to 85.81, 8,600.
where does that vector gap go down to? Like 81.2, 81.3?
81.25.
You get that trend line there. I'm wondering if it just wicks below it and still holds the trend line, or if it totally breaks that trend line.
And is your friend to the end.
How do you think?
Three taps would look good, plus that previous consolidation and be touching the top of that.
Dbloc, how do you feel about the CPI report that's coming out tomorrow morning before market open?
It'd be interesting. We're in a weird place where good inflation numbers pump our bags, but good unemployment doesn't. So it's really weird, right? It's like but I think we'll be fun. I think we're gonna see some weakness, in my opinion.
So you mean the inflation is gonna go up or down?
Yeah, up.
Yeah, we need inflation up and unemployment up.
What they're looking for is unemployment up, inflation up, is the sign of something being broken, which means that they have to act. And that's what Trump is trying to make happen for us in the most destructive way possible. But yeah.
Is that kind of does this like have something to do with why the DXY is dropping so much?
Yeah. All part of
I
the
think
plan.
the DXY needs to get under
I mean,
100.
First thing
I mean,
Trump
that's
said
right.
when he came into office during his last presidency was that the dollar was too strong. He
I
repeated it
mean, the
again last time.
unemployment rate, they're literally, I mean, they're like just yanking people out right now. Like, are you unemployed? You're
That's what I
unemployed.
kept saying. That's what I'm saying. Like all these numbers that Powell's looking for to decide whether to cut or not, Trump is pushing. You want to see unemployment numbers? Hold my beer. You need to see a weaker dollar?
He's
Watch
like calling
this.
up Elon. He's like,
Yeah.
Elon, can you help me get people
You
unemployed,
want to see a
please?
stock market dip? Watch this.
Think about it. I mean, genius, because Trump was just sitting there watching Elon's moves on Twitter, and he's like, "Yo, Elon actually was able to kick everyone out and run it, you know." So Trump's like, "Yo, Elon is the man to unemploy people."
When those federal unemployment numbers hit the books, oof. We already had bad numbers, and they're not even on the books yet. Not until the next unemployment. There's so many federal employees looking for unemployment that the unemployment website has a fast access portal.
Mm.
That if you got fired by the federal government, you can click and they like fast track your shit.
Well, it's like playing favoritism. Those damn liberal Democrats
Deep like
stealing money.
you should have heard me earlier, Dbloc. I'm like, we're gonna dump down to 72 and then pump into the CPI report.
Yeah, y'all gotta remember there's people watching. Not that you're responsible for that, but people are freaked out in chat. You guys
Oh, I
swinging
haven't
so
even looked at chat.
wildly. You guys swinging so wildly doesn't really kind of just adds a lot of noise.
Ah.
Yeah, my bad. We were having a theoretical conversation earlier about how Bitcoin could go to 10,000, and Epic took it seriously.
What you call open trade bias.
Mm-hmm. Well, and more or less the conversation is, we have a lot of people that, that were bullish. I was like, we gotta have two sides of the coins this way,
Dude, I'm like the
Is
only
that really what
person
you
that
said
I've
to
heard
yourself?
that's bullish. I'm like, there's been like maybe a couple other people, but it's like I'm like, dude, I'm bullish right now, and almost everyone else is like, drop it.
I mean, I change every day. I'm like, I figured out there's no fighting it. I'm never gonna be like bullish for a year or bearish for a year or bullish for half a year. But I'm just every day. It's like I wake up and I'm like, all right, let me look. This 4 hours, I'm bullish. This 4 hours, I'm not. That's how I think it's gonna be for the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean,
Maddie, we need to see
like-
legacy recover before that happens. You're right, all of that should be bullish, but until it affects legacy, we're not gonna feel it too fast, too much.
like I'm a technical trader. I don't really trade the news. Like Dbloc said, any tweet that comes out, like if like could send the market soaring or send it dropping like a rock. And it's weird because you kind of can't see that stuff coming or predict it. But I don't know. Like there's also the fact that just one trader somewhere else in the world can invalidate any TA that you have, makes it difficult.
That's why I said it's important right now to clear your bias and just trade momentum. Less predicting, more reacting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that such a big drop, like the drop on the S&P was identical to the one on August 5th, and it was so the S&P went down 10% in 19 days, and the other day it went down 10% in 19 days. So it was pretty much identical. And I mean, a 10% drop in like in less than 3 weeks is a huge deal. I don't see how there's not a buyer that's just going to come in and scoop it up, even for like a lower high. Even if they're going to sell off at a lower high, if it bounces and it makes a lower high and they sell off, it's like still the price is 10% lower than it was less than 3 weeks ago.
What are the three things that move price?
Me clicking the buy button. Just kidding.
What are the three
Market
things that
sentiment.
inject the most amount of liquidity into the market? There's three things specifically that inject the most amount of liquidity in the market. Low fear and greed, high liquidations, most of all, and the end of quantitative tightening. Look at the liquidation events that we've had in the past 3 months. We've had two of the largest liquidation events ever. The largest liquidation event we had is only superseded by COVID and FTX crash. Look at our fear and greed right now. These numbers of fear and greed we haven't seen since FTX and COVID crash. Look at the liquidations. Largest liquidation event in history just recently.
Like almost $1 billion in liquidation. Like also you have like lower lows, bullish divergence on the daily with like the RSI. You also had like a higher low on fear and greed. So even though fear and greed is low, the price made a lower low, but you made a higher low on fear and greed. So that's like a bullish divergence in fear and greed.
Problem is that everybody on Twitter is recognizing these as bear market signals, and they're not wrong. But they're not seeing it as what it is. These are bear market metrics. These are bottom of the bear market metrics. These are not top of the market, things about to roll over and get spooky. This is as nasty as it gets at the bottom. So if you're having all the liquidity triggers that you would have at the bottom of a bear market, and we're still sitting at 81K, I don't know.
I really cannot understand how everybody are bearish and we need to go down. How everybody is bearish.
Every time I hear somebody say we need to retrace, I'm like, where have you been for the past 2 months?
Yeah, we've been doing nothing but retrace.
Like, at what point do we not need to retrace, guys? Like,
But yeah, I mean that's the thing though, is that it's like these numbers, you're climbing the wall of worry. That's really what it is, the wall of worry, which just puts higher lows in on
what you're
price.
doing is you're making macro decisions based on a 5-minute chart. You're making decisions for this macro cycle based on the last week, or the last 3 weekly candles, or 20 daily candles.
I mean, yeah, if you're just allocated to altcoins, then you're probably feeling it a lot harder. But I mean, as far as Bitcoin, it's like Bitcoin just keeps putting in macro higher lows, like so far. Yeah, I don't see Bitcoin below 50K. I don't even see it below the previous all-time high, which it's been almost a year now since then. I think it's been almost exactly a year since it hit 74K for the first time. Has it not? It's crazy to think that that was a whole year ago, man. What have I been doing with my life? Yeah, March 14th. March 13th and March 14th, 2024.
We've really got to get you a new mouse and keyboard, bro.
I know, man.
Like, really. You haven't looked at YouTube chat. They've been bitching about it for hours.
Really?
Yeah. Loud, bro. I don't think you notice how loud it is. It really is loud.
Dude, well, I don't see myself light up when I click stuff, so I don't know that it's coming through on my microphone. I only see myself light up when my voice.
I've got you turned down as much as I can possibly turn you down, and they can still hear you.
I'd be more careful about muting my mic then. When
I
I'm
think
scrolling.
you can change it on settings. You can make it.
The noise
so only
cancellation should
yourself-
close
yeah.
that. Yeah, noise cancellation should get rid of
I
that.
tried. Noise suppression powered by Crisp. Test.
Excuse me.
Alright. So can you hear it now?
Are you hitting the wheel?
Yeah, when I stop talking, I'll hit the wheel a bunch and then let me know if you hear it.
No, it sounds better.
You're good now. Fine.
Oh yeah.
How about this?
Oh man, fine. No, you're good.
Oh, alright, sweet. I don't know what I was doing wrong, but it came out like it came up when I hit that little button and it said noise suppression. I put test on and I listened to it and I was like, oh my god. Like I listened to it while I was scrolling. I was like, oh my god, I don't blame them for bitching about it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, everyone in the Discord. That's been had to suffer through that while I was giving TA. God damn, now I feel like the annoying dude at a party. He's too drunk. He doesn't realize how drunk he is.
How did my vape go is the real question.
I swear I had noise suppression on. Like in my settings, it said it was on too. I don't know what the hell was going on with that.
Wow, even on TradingView, people are like 73,886. What is going on? Have you ever scrolled through the TradingView chat?
Yeah, sometimes. Nice little micro reaction off that uptrend so far. Nothing actionable.
Wow, this person drew a picture of Elon when we were at the highs, and then down below it says America to go bankrupt. I don't think that's going to happen.
So far, we've recovered almost 8% of that CME gap. just underneath. Get rid of that bull flag. It's a little wonky right now. Target's still the same. We just need a cleaner pattern to get there.
Oh, Strings is bullish too. What up, Strings? He said, "Quiet, I don't think you're special. I'm bullish too." Most people getting excited about the idea of dropping far lower are people who sold for a loss and are looking to redeem themselves with a revenge trade.
Yeah, I think we clear the whole gap. Would have been nice to get it out of the way before CPI just in case, but what's going on, Trap?
Relax, man. Sound of mouse scroll is a nice ASMR.
If that was nice ASMR for you, you're fighting demons. What you got going on inside is so crazy.
John said, "Ion, I'm biased towards you being on mic. It's like a soothing ASMR." Does it still come through if I'm talking?
What's
You
going
hear
on,
it
Cheryl?
okay?
Nah, you're good.
All right.
Who was talking shit about my hammer earlier?
Do you know Alessio Rastani? Alessio.
I'm sorry?
Do you know Alessio Rastani?
No.
Bro, he's the GOAT in technical analysis.
Never heard of him.
You know it, bro. You need to know it. There's no way. I'm gonna post his channel here somewhere.
Well, just send it to me. Let's try not to advertise outside channels in the Discord. I'll take a look at it. There's a lot of good TA guys out there.
I've sent it you DM.
All right, appreciate you.
None of them like my man Dbloc though.
Nah, you kidding me? There's way more experienced technical analysts out there than me.
Don't
Dude, but I
shoot
was saying
yourself short.
I really have not seen a lot of people that are better day traders than you. Like people that call themselves like professional day traders. Like I haven't seen like I can't really think of any off the top of my head that are better than you.
I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, I'm not trying to stroke your ego or nothing. I'm just saying that's like what,
No,
like,
I
word
hear
up,
you.
that's the truth.
I didn't take it as glazing or nothing. You got it. Hey, it's a little micro reaction here, starting to actually build out into something. Alessio Rastani. Nah, I'd never heard of him, brother. I'll take a look at him though. You look like a serious type of
You're
guy.
missing a lot.
Remember, tomorrow's a data-driven day, so that adds increased difficulty on what's already advanced mode trading. Be very careful with leverage specifically. Yeah, I'm adding a bunch of channels to the Discord. We need a therapy room. We need a bar to send people when they've had a little too much. We need a boxing ring that we can just drop people in whenever they want to fight. We need a political room whenever people get emotional. We could just dump them both in there and let them go at each other. If you're mid-fight with somebody and I move both of you to a room and it's just you two in there and you don't feel like fighting anymore, then you're just putting on a show for the YouTube. If you're really upset, you should be down there for the next 2 hours going at each other's necks. Yeah. Yeah. I think that'll be a section of the therapy room strings. That'll be like a subsection of the therapy room. I want a sentiment meter, yo. I'm gonna have somebody code me up a little sentiment meter. It's gonna be a little chart that runs on the side of the screen. And as YouTube gets going more and more bearish, like that sentiment meter is just gonna go filling up, filling up. That way, when you guys come in here and hear some of the TA, you can just look at the sentiment meter and be like, okay.
Oh, I was thinking you have like a circle with a gauge.
Yeah,
Like a
some
circle
sort of
with
like little
like
thing that,
a needle
yeah,
on the right
yeah,
side
that
says
goes from
bearish
euphoria
sentiment and then
to
left.
pure panic.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. I feel like people was tripping yesterday and earlier today. Like, what's going on? I mean, I could be the one that's wrong, but I don't know. I just don't see it. It's not even that I don't want to see it. It's like unbiased looking at the chart. Like, yeah, we're in a downtrend, but they don't last forever, and people buy the dips even in downtrends. We sell lower highs.
We should sweep the rest of this vector. We take out some of these licks.
Yo, isn't that listen to this, man? Elon Musk's daughter found out that his sperm was actually IVF selective, that he selected her birth. Basically, now she's pissed off. I guess she's trans, or he's trans now. The 20-year-old. Isn't that crazy though?
Those two been beefing with
It's
each other
crazy,
publicly.
brother.
It's kind of
It's crazy.
sad to hear. It's kind of sad to see. Their fight has been super public, and it's like, yo, that's family business. You know what I mean? Like, y'all shouldn't be fighting this thing in public opinion.
Right, but that's why that he selected his sperm. So like when he gave birth, he was like, I want to have a girl, or I want to. It's like he select. That's what I didn't even know that existed. IVF selective birth.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
you can at this point you can almost pick the eye color of your child. You can
That's
pick out certain
wild.
traits. They call them designer babies. That's been a thing for a while, but in the very like wealthy circles.
I had no clue. I was just
Yeah.
reading something about this. That's wild.
That's playing with nature, bro.
Yeah, they're playing God. It's kind of what they're doing.
Transgenders are suiciding because of Trump. They cannot stand like 2 months.
What is he even doing that's like making them so upset?
Well, they lived uh, on a fake in a fake world, in imaginary land, and now this land is gone. It's like taking drugs, and now you don't have drugs, you know.
Yeah. I mean, some of those people, it's like, you wonder if they're on drugs.
Each his own, man. I've never spent more than 5 minutes thinking about what another grown man does with his dick.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
obsession with it to me is absolutely insane.
yeah, I pretty much just like kind of ignore it for the most part, but it's like when these topics are brought up and shoved down your throat constantly, or like attempted to be shoved down your throat, it's like, why? Like, leave me alone about this. Like,
My bad, my
not,
bad.
not something
I
that
was
makes
talking
you
about
angry.
Elon.
It's satanic thing. Satanic.
But
I
yes,
don't know. I
Bitcoin.
guess that's a
Everybody
matter
has
of
an
opinion,
opinion.
but
To each their own.
This Bitcoin looks like it might break this low local support here.
I mean, I don't care what you do with yourself. Just don't try to force me to think exactly the same way you
The,
are
the
you
devil
do,
is
and like we're
collecting
cool.
souls. Bro, the devil is collecting souls.
If you guys
He's
can't
gonna
tell, I'm
try.
trying to get over the topic here, guys.
Yeah, yeah. Let's change the subject.
Monster says, "Stop thinking about." Stop thinking about me.
Yeah, speaking of the devil, yeah, what's this Bitcoin trying to do?
Yeah, Galactus says probability of SR being hit. Which one is he talking about? That's support and demand you have on your chart? Is that what he's saying? I don't even know what he's referring to.
Yeah, Strings. That was kind of my whole point, man. Try to keep as much of the team together as possible, at least to the top of the bull market. Then you guys can go do whatever you want. But I do feel a sense of responsibility for people who've been here over 5 years. Make sure everybody gets up to the top safely and out. Doesn't help to get to the top if you don't get out.
I wouldn't say it's really your responsibility, but it is noble of you to take it on. I mean, in reality, I was saying this earlier, like as mean as I sound, all I'm really trying to do is take money from somebody that buys the top. I guess if you've been in it for a while though and you pay your dues, like you end up like shuffling into the next round, you know what I mean?
And it's not always just so like, black or white or just cut and paste. It's just you could be selling at the top and it might still be someone that had a fat wallet that's just like selling wherever, whenever there's liquidity, they're in there. So it could, you could be selling to one of the devs. You don't even know.
Yeah, but devs are gonna buy the top.
I mean, there's devs that they have to they have to. Oh, you mean well, yeah, there's projects where they actually have to repurchase their own things. Like this dude Ben Eth, that's all. That's the only way he's able to pump his stuff, so he can get on Twitter and be like, "Look, we're up 60%." He's repurchasing his own coins.
I don't know, if I'm one whale and I'm trying to get rid of a bunch of stuff, I have to assume that I'm selling to 100 people that don't know what they're doing. But it's like, it's okay because that's like the cycle of like you come in, you don't know, like when you first start trading, you come in, you don't know what you're doing. You buy tops and then you either give up and quit and you never come back, or you stick around and you learn and you go through the transitions and you become a good trader. But what turns you into a good trader, what gives you the drive and the ambition and motivation to do so, is screwing up in the beginning.
True that. Doesn't BNB? He buys his own BNB. What's his name? CZ Binance buys his own BNB.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why it never
A
goes
lot.
down?
Go look at
Yes.
BNB. Go look at the BNB BTC pair during the last bear market. That was the best performing. It literally, like, all you had to do was sell your Bitcoin at 69, buy BNB, and sit on it.
I've been buying BNB around here because I need it. BNB even so I'm like, like, why am I like, you know, how you said that, like, a lot of people are turning into maxis. It's like I kind of have to go in maxi on those three too, just so that I have coins to swap into other tokens if I want to go
Right.
degen later.
We're already down
You're
almost 2.5% on that grass short we were talking about earlier.
Do you remember Polonics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The old days. It was crazy. It was so fun there.
This goes to show you, man, how like a couple of bull cycles can take coins that are supposed to be the future and just turn them into memories. You guys know how I feel. I don't do the old cycle coin thing during the new bull markets. Very few. Just the L ones. I buy my
The new
Bitcoin at the
ones?
bottom. I buy my gas at the bottom. Meaning, even if I don't want Ethereum, even if I don't want Solana, I'm gonna need to use them during the, the rest of the bull market. You're gonna need to pay gas, so why not buy your gas cheap as possible?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. But
if
who
you're
knew
not
in
on
the bear
centralized,
market?
yeah, that's if you're not on centralized exchange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knew in the bear market though that like Solana was gonna be so important and Sui was gonna be so important? You know what I mean?
Maybe not Sui, but Solana after their conference, it was pretty obvious. I mean, that million TPS was unheard of at the time. That's a big deal. They haven't had to prove it yet, but
I guess that was
it's a
kind of a
big deal.
trigger. It's just the whole Phantom wallet and like DEX swaps like on Solana. There was so many of them that just popped out of nowhere. It felt like it happened overnight. These meme coins like Whiff was like the biggest thing that like happened this cycle, kind of, and it spawned all these other smaller coins like Peanut and like even Trump
Started with
all
Bonk.
came up. Yeah, Bonk too. I totally missed Bonk though.
Bonk.
Way behind the curve on that.
You had Book of Memes. That was pretty big.
All of this started with Bonk. Blockchain getting behind the meme to the level that Solana got behind Bonk, to where it was included on the Solana phone and it was actually promoted by the chain itself, gave birth to the idea of a blockchain mascot, where it's a meme, but it's really just a personification of the chain, right? These are your top market cap coins on each chain. Dog with Hat did that for Solana, right? When they were done with Bonk, they jumped in a Dog with Hat. The way that it works is these things bring in community, right? These things will bring in your community. They started at a super low launch. Everybody made a ton of money. So now you've got a community that's bootstrapped with cash and they're loyal to your blockchain because they just made a ton of money. They're probably not going to leave. We all know people that made money on Sol and they don't trade anything else. They just don't leave the chain. Brand loyalty. The same way that Ronald McDonald makes you feel good about chicken nuggets.
I know someone that made a killing and had like a ton of Soul. And then I mean it was like when it went up and he started swapping stuff on Phantom, like it was all like Soul had already done like what? At least a 10x. So it's like you kind of like 10x your buying power in a sense. And then these new meme coins that drop on Solana that just come out are cheap. You can afford a ton of them. Like you can afford 10 times as much as you could just buying it with USD, especially if you have to buy Solana when it's higher. You got to buy Solana and then you send it over there. And by the time you swap it, it's already gone down. I mean, you can buy stuff on Radium, but like with USDC, but you still have to send us Solana and swap it into USDC. Then there's swapping fees and
One thing we're going to focus on when the bear market comes, for whoever happens to stick around through the doldrums, is getting everybody on dexes, getting everybody super comfortable with sort of Web3 transactions, getting everybody's DEX wallets funded so that whenever a coin comes out, you're not scrambling. You guys, I don't have to tell you. Everybody's got a list of 5 coins that came out. You couldn't get into it because you didn't have anything on chain, or you didn't have a wallet, or sometimes it's as simple as just not having money there, right? The amount of people that say, "Oh, damn, I've got to transfer some money," and nah, screw it, I'm not doing this. Real big opportunity cost there. Unless you guys are happy with just getting coins after everybody else has them. But if you want to get in front of the centralized exchange, at some point you've got to make the shift.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna focus on that next time too, but I'm not gonna be holding on to stuff. I'm not gonna diamond hand alts. Like if BTC dominance is in an uptrend like that, I'm not gonna diamond hand alts.
No, I'm gonna be annoying as shit. I'm gonna be annoying as shit at the beginning of the next bear market. For anybody that's buying alts, I'm gonna be the fly in the ointment. This doesn't make sense. You will get way more for your money if you just jump in Bitcoin first. I promise you.
Just hodl it. Just put all of your money into Bitcoin first. Hodl it for like a year or two, at least, and then like buy for a year or two, hodl for a year or two, and then like make your decision to diversify later once you start seeing the signs. But which we haven't even seen the signs yet.
People need to start trading Bitcoin the way that you trade a leverage account. Meaning, you take money out of your long term and you go into leverage, but you only go into leverage with a small amount, and it's only meant to make money to buy more long term, right? To put into your cold storage. Same thing with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the trade. If you're gonna trade anything but Bitcoin, it has to be a beta play on Bitcoin, right? It's got to be gaining on its BTC value. So any Satoshis that come out of Bitcoin into an alt, that's a leverage trade on Bitcoin. Whether that alt is going 2x, 3x, whatever Bitcoin's getting, it's a leverage trade. Not meant to sit in that leverage trade. Once it gets to a certain size, you rebalance, and then you do it again.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. And I've heard you say that before, but it kind of just clicked.
The same thing with ETH and shit like that, right? Like, I'm holding ETH right now. I won't be selling any of it unless an ERC20 is outperforming ETH on the ETH pair. And then, yeah, I'll slide 10, 20%, 30% of my ETH bag into that until it stops outperforming. And then I get more ETH when I cash out.
Well, here was my problem. Here's how I fell into the trap. I started staking altcoins. So when they hit bear market lows, I bought them. Whenever there was a dip, and I think Bitcoin's turning around. Okay, the market runs in tandem with Bitcoin. Nah, didn't happen this time. And I realized that doesn't happen till later in the cycle, and certain parameters have to be met for that to even be a thing.
Yeah.
So, like, me not putting that together, that was my mistake. But and also like the rotation type stuff, we haven't seen like really the rotation type stuff. ETH hasn't pumped to a new all-time high and distributed. Like, none of those things are there that were there last cycle. And I'm just sitting there thinking, like, what was I doing? What was I thinking? But the trap I fell into was like, if I can scoop up a bunch of these altcoins that are going to do a 10, 25, 50x, then like down at the bear market lows, I could buy them, I can stake them, earn more rewards, so I end up having more coins when we get to the top. But it's like I kind of just wasted money accumulating alts when I could have just held BTC and increased my buying power the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, Ben Cohen, I heard you saying the other day, Ben Cohen was spot on about all this. Like he's
He
really,
got
like,
so much
wise.
shit for it too.
Yeah.
He's put up with so much shit on Twitter for the past 6 months, 8 months, over a year.
Yeah, I mean, it must be good to be able to kind of have that "I told you so" feeling. It's like he's been spot on. Like people, like even people that were in my chat were like talking trash about him, and I'm like, dude, the guy is right almost all the time.
Yeah, they were calling him Benjamin Cohen.
It's like he doesn't really say this stuff because he's a Bitcoin maxi. He says it because he's trying to help people like understand the whole dynamics of it. He's been in it longer than you. He probably knows.
Not only that, look at his personality. He's a high level functioning nerd. Like, it's all data. Like, it's literally all data driven. There's no emotion there. So when you come to somebody like that with emotional arguments, he just kind of stares at you like, show me your work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he does like a ton of research. He has like he goes through all the data and metrics and stuff, and then he does his analysis based off of that. And he also like just his logic, like his logical mind and logical way of thinking, the way that he puts things together through his own thought process, and takes all the puzzle pieces and sort of arranges them in a way to where like it makes sense, like not just one aspect, one asset and price action, like but the whole big picture of everything. He takes all that, puts it together himself, and then he delivers it to his audience in a way that's easily digestible so that they can understand, and he shows them. So it's like that's why he's one of my favorite people to follow. Like even if he wasn't right all the time, which he is right most of the time, even if it takes a while for what he's saying to play out, the scenario that he's talking about to play out, it usually does end up playing out the way he expects it to. And he's modest. He'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm wrong about some things and yada yada blah blah blah." But it's like, yeah, for the most part, you're right though. Like his portfolio probably looked a lot better than 95% of the people out there.
Anybody that was
Especially people that are
holding,
Bitcoin
anybody that
maxis.
was Bitcoin heavy is looking better than everybody else around them right now.
Right. I mean, the Bitcoin maxis are kind of like, do they have the last laugh, or like, are they just getting like the first laugh for the first 3 years, and then all the meme, not the meme coins, but like the altcoins start to rally like crazy, and then the alt the alt boys will have the last laugh. I don't know, but how can they even though? Because still, anyone that's heavy in Bitcoin still has more money than the people that were heavy in altcoins. So they can still afford more altcoins than the
Yeah.
people that only bought altcoins.
I think people, I don't know, one of the hardest concepts for people to understand is that it's not how many altcoins you buy at the bottom, it's how many you have at the top when it's time to sell. So, like, I don't care if you got 1,000,000 of a coin down at 15.5 because it was so cheap in BTC and you're still sitting on this million. You've round tripped that thing 3 times already, if not twice. So the opportunity loss is the issue there.
Yeah, I mean they say hindsight is 20/20, but there was a blueprint. So most people didn't believe in the blueprint.
Bull markets make maxis, man. It's just the way it is.
Well, also another thing that you have mentioned before that is a really like difficult concept for people to wrap their heads around is valuing your portfolio in Satoshi,
Yeah.
like rather than US dollars. And it does make sense, except for like holding through the bear market. I don't really get that part of it. Like,
You just don't do it,
like
right? That's you trade stables during the bear market. You're in a stable trade. You're locking in the purchasing power of that Bitcoin while it retraces.
right, and that's why
Until you
when
can
you said,
eventually get to the point where you don't have to sell it and you can collateralize your Bitcoin and get enough to survive the bear market with.
yeah, that's why when you said a few minutes ago, like we're gonna dig heavy into this in the next bear market for whoever's around. It's like after this bull market, I'm taking like a year off, and I'm not even gonna look at charts at all. Because it's like I'm not gonna have to worry about it. Like I know I'm probably not gonna have to worry about it for about a year. And then when it comes time to start worrying about it, I'll start worrying about it then and looking into it. And I can just start slowly DCAing into Bitcoin when it's way undervalued or oversold or like, a low risk metric or whatever Ben looks at for his strategy. There's a lot of different metrics like now that we're deeper into the bull market, we're looking for like where are the top signals going to come in. But I mean, there was times where we could have been more focused on where are the bottom signals coming in. And like where like is this a good time to be DCing even if you don't catch, and everyone's like obsessed with like catching the absolute bottom and putting all your money in there. It's just not realistic. Like as long as you're DCAing near the lows and you have reasonable, like there's, it's reasonable to think that you're at least close to the bottom of the market, and you've got a little bit of time and a little cash, like, you know, just put some in here and there every day, whatever.
Look at my screen for a second.
All right.
This is my Dbloc for your cycle indicator. Right, the greens are your take profit areas. As you start going darker green, you start de-risking into Bitcoin. These DCA bubbles pop up when all the metrics get hit for being at bottoms.
So those bubbles, are you supposed to DCA into altcoins?
No, this is Bitcoin. This is all Bitcoin. So your first buy would have been 18K. Your second buy would have been 16.2. Third one would have been the retracement at 19. Would have picked up at 25, 24, and then your DCA would have been done.
All right.
And
So
as
yeah,
you
those
start
are all
coming
pretty
into
much
these
pivots.
wristbands, you start to de-risk. When we came into this wristband is when I told everybody I'm getting out of alts and I'm going into Bitcoin heavy and gas tokens. Have those retracements, and then you get your second waves. This is our 2016 bull market. But on all of them, you could have done a lot worse than just DCing blindly.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be DCAing from the top down.
No, you want to wait till things settle down for sure. I mean, on the way down, we just played dead cat bounces, right?
Yeah.
Like on the way down, we just look for RSIs to completely get blown out. And then we go in heavy spot plays for the dead cat bounces, quick take profits, just bubble your money on the way down, basically. Unless you're shorting.
Yeah, it was hard getting rid of your whole position though. Like that's what I felt was difficult. Was just like, okay, sell into the rallies, and then like, you know, you can buy the dips. But some of those dips were so savage that it was like you thought it was done dipping and it just wasn't. Like after Terra Luna, like everything just completely collapsed. Catching that bottom at like around 17, 18 and playing it up to 25, that was good. You know, nobody really saw FTX coming. That was like a little bit of a black swan.
If
Sure,
Drew's here, Drew will tell you. 6 months before that shit happened, I started saying, hey, something fishy with that Sam guy. This was before BitBoy went on his massive rants and all of that shit. You know when it was? Remember?
You were saying way before BitBoy and talking about FTX and everything. Like you were definitely suspicious of
When
that
he
guy.
stepped in during Luna and started saving all of those exchanges that were close to liquidations and then gave them
you're like,
loans that they couldn't pay
keep
back.
your eye on him.
Yeah. I was like, this man is jumping in to buy. He's buying their clientele at bottom basement prices, giving them loans that they know that they can't pay back, eventually just going to absorb them into FTX.
Yeah, and he acted like he was trying to be a hero with like 3 hours capital and Celsius, but like they were, I forget whether it was Celsius or Voyager. He was talking about buying one of them and trying to bail them out and giving them money, but it was like he was the one. CZ found out later that he was the one that was trying to force liquidate 3 hours capital.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Well,
he was.
CZ, though, at the same time, CZ actually caused this whole mess though, because what's his name would have got away with everything he was doing if he just had enough time and CZ didn't like call his bluff, you know.
If Bitcoin would have pumped 1 month early, FTX would have never collapsed and nobody would have ever known the shadiness that was going on. The problem is that Bitcoin went flat for too long and shit started catching up to him.
No, but if CZ wouldn't have said anything, he would have been fine.
Well, that's after the fact, right? After Bitcoin went sideways and everything got screwed up, his dumb ass went to CZ for help.
Exactly. But then CZ used that against him. And like
Mm-hmm.
CZ went in on the attack. CZ smelled the blood in the water, and CZ was
Bro,
like, "Oh, really?"
CZ made a Bitcoin deal with them for FTT token to help shore up their Bitcoin holdings so that they wouldn't go insolvent, and then sold all the FTT token and then jumped on Twitter and told everybody what was going on.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. That's like
that was
dude, and no one
cutthroat.
got mad at CZ, but it's like, dude, CZ did he
Nah, he did
realize
everybody a
what the
favor, bro.
No, he didn't, man. Come
He did us
on.
all a favor because if this wouldn't have happened now, it would have happened later. So
I mean,
if it
there's
wouldn't,
other
what I'm
ways to
saying
go
is,
about it,
if it
though.
wouldn't have
There's
happened at
other
the bottom of the
ways.
bear market, it might have happened in the middle of the bull.
Yeah, but there's other ways. Why affect people's bags at that show? Like, okay, in the long term, maybe, okay, dude got exposed, but he could expose him without fucking
Oh yeah, he
without
don't
messing with
care.
his bags.
Yeah, he didn't care about all that.
Like, he screwed with everyone's bags, and like that was pretty malicious because he knew like that tweet was super malicious for anyone holding anything. He didn't care, It's like, yo, really, like that?
It's plausible deniability, right? He gets to sit back and say, "What? I was just trying to keep the industry clean," like, But yeah,
Alright, so in a way, we got better prices, and it created a bullish divergence on the weekly. So like if that event didn't happen, that bullish divergence on the weekly for Bitcoin wouldn't have printed. We would have bottomed out at 18K and would have never gone to 15. But also it's like just exposing that type of stuff. Like I'm more behind that. Like, yeah, what he did was pretty cutthroat, but at the same time he was also trying to eliminate his competition, which
it was
FTX is
self-serving.
huge.
It was definitely self-serving.
Like it was huge. FTX was huge. It was everywhere. But then like you find out what's going on behind closed doors and how sketchy it was, and it's like this is how these people were living. Like, and like you find out the whole story, and you're like, oh wow, this dude was so weird. This whole clique was so weird.
FTX was the biggest exchange that nobody ever used. Anybody here ever trade on FTX?
There were
put
a
a
few
dime in
people.
there.
There were a few people that were trading, but
But it didn't seem like it was crypto people, right? It was like it was big and it was bringing
it
in a
was
lot of
newbies.
people. It was a lot of new people, but nobody that I know that was in crypto for a while. I really don't know too many people that traded on FTX.
I started being suspicious of him when he tried to buy Robinhood. It's like, do you remember that? Like he was like, "Oh yeah, I like what Vlad's been doing and like the whole company that they built. I think I'm like FTX is planning on fully acquiring Robinhood." And it's like, and then he was talking about having stocks on his exchange and just a bunch of weird stuff. Like it didn't even end up being U.S. based in the end. And then you found out about the customer funds like in Alameda, and like they were playing on leverage, and they were trying to liquidate people, and they used the Terra Luna collapse to do that because they were trying to liquidate 3 Hours Capital, which they did, and like they were successful at. But it wasn't until later that people looked